Logging in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got them. Falling, groveling, we lit in any room, server or camp. Know when they see us, we stamp. We never lead till we amp, lead till we champs. Once we logging in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got them. Falling, groveling, so we lit in any room, server or camp. Know when they see us, we stamp. We never lead till we amp, lead till we champs. Beat them advance. We do we think for them when we in it, we kill it and leaving no chance to hit. still reclaim. That's not how we move in the wheel of games. Ultimate gamers instill the change, shaking the industry. Plenty G's winning our team, we some killing bees. Killing these news while they still we replenish. Reload the artillery, hold the hostility. Boosting these trophies, we win. We in it all in on the grind, opposition and misery. League they dwell, call us the winners cause we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams. Growing and hanging below. Ultimate endgamers league a million degrees. And this is where gamers go pro.
And they escaped the Cobras by 1 last week, so or week before. So they've been racking up wins. They've been building up that standing, and then you see the Reapers trying to maintain that #1 seed, and keep their record as clean as possible. That 6-1 is something that they're gonna remember as being that Eclipse loss that they faced, but hopefully they can try to make it back to the finals and make it 3 in a row this postseason.
Yeah, they are definitely on a streak here. That's one of the most exciting things that we have going this season is the fact that the Eclipse have come up against the Reapers and were able to put a stop to them after 2 straight dominant seasons. I mean, it was pretty early on. It was coming towards the middle of the season, and Eclipse were like, we're going to make it known right now that we want to be at the top this season. We want you guys to be the underdog. So if that is it, that's a potential grand finals matchup that people are looking at, a possibility, when people are building out their brackets. So
yeah,
it is really exciting to see the two of those teams kind of trying to stake their position at the top. And Gorillaz here, I mean, when you see the Reapers are 6-1, you know that they have weak spots. You know that they're beatable. And the Gorillaz are sitting here on a winning record. They have some talented players. They've got 2 players on the team, actually, who just recently came on, who they've been utilizing very well. So, yeah, I'm excited to see what they can do and if they can topple one of the giants of the league here right now.
Yeah, because you definitely see X-Ray Kenny and Kevin, who are a pretty formidable shooting tandem. Kind of an underrated fighting duo as well. You would see them in games like Mortal Kombat, just where, we have RPS here.
Reapers are going to win the rock, paper, scissors right there.
All right, so we'll shortly see what's the first game. How do we start week 7, week 8? I forget it. It's been a long week. Bandits have played almost 6 straight weeks.
Oh man! All right, let's see what we got. First game, wheel spin. We got Rocket League. That's one way to start for sure. That's
a fun way to start this game.
Yeah, that's a toss-up. So this is one of those games here in UEL where it's really dynamic. You can field as many players as you want, from 1 to 4. It can be a lopsided, team makeup, if you will.
Yeah.
You could do a 4-3, 4-2. You could, you could choose hoops.
You could do a 4. You could do a 4-1.
You could do a 4-1. It's possible if you have the best Rocket League player on your team, or if you believe you do, then you very well could just field one single player.
So this just creates a lot of like possibilities because we could see like the Gorillas full send and send four, and then the Reapers would be like two, and the Reapers will play this. So we'll see whether it's going to be straight up car soccer, or any one of the many game modes. I personally like drop shot, which is the game mode to where you hit the ball on one side of the field and it has to like hit a certain spot. If it hits it repeatedly, then it'll fall to the floor, and that's how you score.
Yeah, it almost feels like a Mario Party mini game type of thing.
Yes.
It does feel very mini game-ish, and it's yeah, definitely a test to the more skilled Rocket League players, because if you can juggle that ball or balance it on top of your car, then you're gonna have a way better time in that game mode. But yeah, oftentimes we do see regular car soccer, although we have seen some teams try to go for hoops setups. There was a game recently in which we saw a 2v4 hoops setup, and that was a very interesting game.
That was kind of fun to watch. It's with Rocket League, there are just so many possibilities on what you can do and how you go about it, especially with the way that we play here in the UEL, to where you could send in 3, you can send in 2, and you don't have to even tell the other team. You can have 5 people sit down at PCs, and then as soon as the game up, 3 people stand up, and you're like, oh, well, they're only playing 2 people, and you never know who's going in. And so it's a really intensive mixed game, and it allows for different skill sets to shine. So you might have people who, in this league are really good at base car soccer. And then you got people who know how to play the mini games very well. So it changes there and allows you to see who can do what and who can adapt. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes.
Yeah, there is a very high skill ceiling for Rocket League, so it becomes a very competitive game when you get one or more players on each team that kind of knows what they're doing. You start to see some standout players really quick, people that are getting more aggressive, able to take control of the ball in the air. So, and we were talking about players that have versatility, and we were just talking about Kevin and Kenny a few minutes ago, and you had mentioned their fighting game prowess. I do think one of the things that they bring that's a little bit of a surprise, because people know them as good shooters, is the fact that they're maybe not like highlight fighting belt contenders, but the fact that they are reliable, consistent players that can hold their own on Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat, and some of these fighting games where your health bar at the end of the match actually matters, like Street Fighter. These are players that are really consistent to have to back up your star fighters that you're going to put in, like the likes of Global.
Yeah, and then but they also have Scarlet, who is a former fighting game belt holder, and then you have guys like Dick, not Scarlet, Cinnabar, my bad, and then you have Egg and Cuddy, who are like also like really strong fighters who may not be known for their fighting game skill, but it's definitely there, and you'll definitely have to see it. So it'll be really really interesting to see how, especially a lot of these fighters roll. And it looks like we're gonna have Carnage, X-Ray Gurins, X-Ray Kevin, and X-Ray Kenny go in for the Gorillas. And let's see who are we sending in for the Reapers.
Yeah, Gorilla's gonna go ahead and start with a full stack. They're not gonna, leave any space. You don't want to start off a game against the Reapers down a man. So, yeah, it looked like first we are gonna have Nibble going in for the Reapers, and
that might be it. We might see a 4v1.
And Egg.
Okay, so we
coming
have
out
Nibble,
here.
Egg.
And Twig gonna go in as well. And then
Are they gonna send in a 4th?
Is it gonna be lopsided? That is it. So we're gonna have a 4v3. We're gonna have one of those lopsided matches we were talking about.
See, and this is where it goes as to like what they play, because regular car soccer, it's typically played 3v3. Like you hop into a ranked game or anything, it's 3v3. So rotations are easier to remember. Understanding positions easier to remember. With 4 in a car soccer game, it can get a little mixed up, because 3v3 rotations are easy. 4 is hard, unless you have like someone who's playing 4, and
we're gonna get Snow Day. So this is gonna be interesting. We're gonna get a little bit of car hockey here.
Oh,
This is a very interesting setup. So this hockey puck going to be very hard to control. You
Yes.
want to try to get it when it's going up the side of these walls here, or when it's coming back down to the ground and it has one of its sides tilted, so you can get a good angle on it.
And
And
Twig scores immediately.
I mean, we're 12 seconds in. I feel like 12 seconds is the benchmark for Rocket League in the UEL. At 12 seconds, somebody always ends up scoring.
It's crazy.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty volatile game one way or the other. But the team that decided to come in one man down in comparison, they're up. So they're up by 20 seconds in.
Oh, we
Gonna
see
get
nice little aerial.
Really nice aerial control. And I think it's pretty obvious that Twig very much
Yeah.
knows what he's doing here.
Yes, this is. You're gonna have to. I mean, you have the man advantages, so you can play the. You know, we're gonna have somebody just run people over. You can play that. You can have someone play goalie. You're up a man. You can play the demo strat. You can have someone play goalie. You're gonna have to, and the Gorillas are gonna need to adjust because
Oh. Yeah, and it looks like we're gonna get a little bit of a. I think Twig wanted that hat trick there, but it's gonna get taken from him by a teammate. So we are
next
going
we
to
have
go into
CTR.
CTR. A little bit more of that car action going on.
in CTR it's interesting because Twig is one of the best, like a solid top 5 CTR player, and him being out and CTR rolling, and now we see who do we have left, because I think Twig and Egg, and Egg is like the number 2 on the Reapers for CTR. So who do they have?
It's so interesting the way that decisions for these games can go because, but in a situation like this, it doesn't matter really if you have 3 or 4 players that are good at CTR. If all of them played the game previous, they're not available. So always got to be thinking about the widest range of versatility within your team when you're choosing players.
Yes, and that's a big thing here in the UEL, where rotation. It matters so much, and it doesn't matter what point of the game. Early, mid, and late game rotations do matter because they can offset more than one game.
Mm-hmm.
You can get one messed up rotation, and then it's like it could take like 3 to 4 games, and then you get it back, but now you've potentially dropped all those games. Oh, and then now we have Gorillas look a bit cluttered.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you get 4 players like that going. Especially when it's a 4v3, there's a lot more freedom for the Reapers to move around in a situation like this. And it's kind of hard to dictate with 4 players who's going to be going for the puck because it's difficult to just have 3 players sitting and waiting for setup while one goes for control. So maybe,
Yeah, we're gonna.
4 is you have a lot of cars on the field, but maybe it's not really the best setup.
I feel like the way that the Gorillas are setting this up, it could be better. You definitely can afford to have somebody just hang in your goal and just play goalie.
Oh, and I mean, the setup's coming from Twig right now. He's just enabling his team for success. He carried the puck all the way across the wall, set it up in front of goal, and got a bump that freed up the goal from the goalkeeper. So, I mean, Twig wanting to set himself as the Rocket League MVP of the day.
This is
The aerial
definitely
control
great.
is
This is
off the
nice.
charts. Yeah, I mean, as great as he is, a 1v4 is a difficult task, so that one doesn't quite go his way. But, I mean, even playing around on defense here, he's just going to mess around in the air, go ahead and claim some boost, make sure the enemy team can't take it. Gorilla's not going to be able to get any of that, but they are coming up the field. But like you talked about them getting cluttered before, all 4 of them on the same side right now.
And now it's just now. I mean, minute 39, you can just play keep away at this point. You're up 5.
Something tells me Twig is going to do a little bit more than keep away if he can. And we get a little bit of back of the car action there. Yeah, a little bit of a push away.
You could still be very aggressive. I mean, at this point, the Gorillas have to be aggressive. You can't have the puck sit on your side.
Yeah, got some bullying going on in goal there, and Gorillas with 4 players. You guys can't go goalless this game.
you have to score these ones.
Yeah,
Getting shut out, being up a person, it doesn't look good.
I think within 5 seconds there, 3 of the 4 Gorillaz players touched the puck altogether. So, and with a demo there, it's actually going to be 3 each. So let's see the Gorillaz carrying toward the goal.
Makes good save.
Yeah, bump comes in behind the puck. So not gonna end up being a goal on that one, but that will be. And Reapers are just gonna go ahead and secure a win here with 6-0 and 40 seconds left. If this were a 4v2 or 4v1, maybe there would be an opportunity still for a comeback. But yeah, Reapers.
I don't see this.
I think Reapers knew what they had here. I got to be honest. They didn't need to field 4 players.
This is just coming in with a game plan, knowing what you're gonna do, how you're gonna do it, and executing. The Gorillaz might just need to, get into the lab, practice this a little more. Understand it might be a communication issue because you do see them. They don't seem to be rotating in like a real organized manner. It's more of like we're all chasing the puck and then hoping something happens.
Oh, that almost feels like a taunt coming out from
That's
Twig
like I could have scored, but I didn't need to.
And with an open net as well, Gorillaz not even able to take one. I mean, there were Reapers players on either side of the goal there, but it was pretty open down center, and nobody was able to capitalize on it. So
we will see. And CTR. So who do we send in for CTR?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the Reapers come up with here, not having Egg or Twig available for this game.
I would say you could still send. I would say Kitten and Cinnabar.
Well, when you have several players on a team, right, that are good enough at a game like CTR to where we can call them out as some of the better players in the league, you got to think the whole team has picked up some tips and tricks along the way. Maybe everybody's got the capability. Has to. With only 3 players on the Gorillaz, they don't have a ton to choose from here.
Yeah, and you might see. I don't see them putting in global for this. Global is too necessary for fighters. So you might see MERS and O2FL. It's you're gonna see MERS, and you hold global because you're gonna need him in case of fighting game rules. Then you might see Kitten Cinnabar or Kitten 144. I haven't seen much of 144p enough to really understand his complete skill set. So it'd be interesting to see how this goes. Since it's from PC to console, you get a 2-minute 30-second setup.
Yeah, and this will be Gorillaz setup here as well because the Reapers did win on rock paper scissors. Did choose to set up for Rocket League, and for good reason. I think they knew they would have that one. So Global actually going to go in here for CTR with the idea thinking that because they fielded 4 players, they're a little bit closer now to a roster reset than the Gorillaz are. If a 2v2 or 3v3 fighter comes out, they will have a reset with the ability to choose from their entire roster again. So Murray is going to be the only one here who is guaranteed to play in the next game, no matter what it is.
Yeah, so we'll see how this goes, and they will send Kitten and Cinnabar in.
Mm-hmm.
So Cuddy in 144. So if you get a game like Mortal Kombat or like DNF Duel, those 2 will have to go in. MERS and somebody else will have to go in, which MERS isn't exactly a strong fighter, so I don't think you want a fighting game to roll. He's more of like a strat shooter, so you would want something like Halo, like StarCraft to roll next, which are one of his stronger games.
Yeah, I mean, it always comes down to the wheel, right? The gods of the wheel will decide, so we'll see what happens, but looks like players standing up here. Forfeit from the Gorillaz.
Will forfeit CTR.
All right.
So Kitten is enough to scare them out of playing CTR, which I see as a smart move. CTR can chew enough clock, and if you're chewing clock on a game where you don't think you'll win, it'll hurt you later on.
Oh, definitely.
Well, now we have Warzone.
And we talked about the fact that Mers is in here, so
Mers is a pretty decent shooter, so we'll see how the Gorillas fare. Who's going to be his duo, though? Because I know Cuddy is pretty good. I'm like to think that Rez is a shooter, so it shouldn't be good. This should be a very interesting game, and since Gorillas were set up CTR, it will be a Reaper setup.
yeah, and Gorillas, I mean they're a strong fighting team in general. They're sorry, strong shooter team in general. They really do have the roster to even be able to make up like Apex 3v3s and Halo 4v4s with an entire roster of shooters. So, yeah, I mean Mers being guaranteed in and then getting to choose anybody on that side for the game. I mean, I know there's a couple of players on the Reapers right now that I think would rather be in here in this situation.
Yeah, you would love to see like Twig go in. I know Kitten would love to be in here, but I think Cuddy and 144 can secure the win.
I think this will be a close one. I think this is going to be, a closer one than Rocket League at least.
Yes,
I think this one has the potential to be a competitive because of the skill sets on both sides that we have here.
Yeah. As someone who plays Warzone a lot and haven't lost Warzone in this league so far.
Okay.
I can tell you Warzone is a great skill check game because the way we play it as 2v2, but those two duos will come in and play a squads game, and then it comes down to you can break up or you can play together, and then whoever has the most kills and damage wins. 1,000 damage being a point, 1 kill being a point. And from me playing, my main duo being Boar, the way we play it is we can go in the lobbies and do what we want, essentially, because we just have that kind of chemistry. So it comes down to, can you and your duo, communicate and play together well enough? Because your gunfights aren't 2v2. Your gunfights are 2v4. And you have to be able to win those. So understanding game knowledge, depending on the map, is very important here. So it looks like they're going to send Mers and X-Ray Gurins.
All right, yeah, Gurins and Murray. Yep. And that'll obviously reset our rosters on both sides. But because of the uneven start to Rocket League, Reapers for the next game will have every player available, while Gorillas will have Gurins forced to stay out until the roster reset. So,
and I feel like with the wheel and with the decision to go 3 instead of 4 in Rocket League, having full rotations and full resets as often as possible helps a lot. And sometimes, when the wheel gives you what you need, you take it, because it can give and it can take away very, very quickly. You've seen leads get blown and wiped away because of rotations and wheel, and the Reapers right now are looking pretty good. Gurins is a great shooter. I think he's a GM in Overwatch. I think he's a Grandmaster Soldier main in Overwatch.
That's definitely a shooter for sure. That is definitely a first-person shooter player.
I know that this is going to be a very interesting and fun to watch COD game.
Yeah, so Gorillas fielding the 2 players that I think that they would hope more than anything would be in for this one. I don't know that, even if they had their full roster available and didn't have to force Mers in, they'd likely have him in anyway. So yeah, this is kind of an ideal setup for them. And Cuddy and 144, I mean, they can hold their own, and they are on a team, with some talented shooters as well, just as much as the Gorillas. So yeah, I think this is where our more competitive version of this matchup starts. I think some of these games will be lopsided one way or the other, depending on the players available or the games that these teams really specialize in. Apparently for Reapers, it's things that have cars in them. And so they take our first 2 there, but this is going to be a lot more competitive. We got those out of the way now, first 2 games down and out of the way, and now the Gorillas are like, all right, we found a place to get our footing and start trying to gain some momentum.
I feel like with this matchup, a lot of shooters are going to be highly contestable. So we're going to get a wheel spin. Valorant is next.
Oh, Valorant. Okay, so we're going to go straight into another shooter then after this, and that'll be a 5v5 shooter. So a lot of these teams going to have to be participating in that one. So we're just going to have this warm-up phase right here. This is an online lobby that they're going into, as you were explaining earlier. This will be an online lobby where they go in as a team of 4, but they are competing against each other based on leaderboard and kills. You get a point for every 1,000 damage that you do, and then also for every kill that you do as well will be every kill that you secure.
Yes.
So one strategy that I find interesting that is less commonly played but still fun to watch when it does come around is when the teams of 2 don't necessarily work together but stay close enough to be able to capitalize on each other's downs and kills, so that if one half of the team loses a gunfight against another team in the lobby, the other 2 players, if the Reapers were to lose a gunfight, the Gorillaz could pick up on everything that they had done and make it an easier fight than a typical 2v4 that you would run into as a team.
Yeah, that is a very viable strat, and it's something that we like to see. Staying close is never like disadvantages, because you can always, it makes third parties easier, and if you really want to, you can bait out the other team. You can force them, because people love following the sounds of gunshots. In any BR, in any game like this, you can force the sound of gunshots, get teams to push, and then next thing you know, you just lie and wait for your time. It's one of the strats that I've seen used and I've used myself when we practice this and played in matches.
Yeah, and it all depends on the confidence level of these teams as well, because some teams that don't want to give away, all that damage that they put in on enemy teams, they don't want to give those kills away to the other UEL team that's working against them. So you can put some distance between you and the other team, the other UEL team here, but you got to be really confident to do that, because you have to be able to take 2v4s consistently.
Oh, we got a first down.
Yeah, speaking of which.
Oh, they traded.
Yep, they're going to be traded, but this will be, this is Resurgent, so it's in a format like this where you're just working to get damage and get kills. You want to use up these Resurgences as much as possible. Just get yourself back in the game over and over while you get a couple of kills early on in the match.
Yeah, the thing about Resurgence is it allows you to be very aggressive and not really worry about whether you're going to die or not, because for a good part of the match, it doesn't matter. You'll be back as long as the rest of the team stays alive.
Right, so I believe this is 144p that we are watching here. And he's going to go ahead and get it down there on an enemy.
Yeah,
finish that one off. That's going to be another point for his team there. So that's one for the Reapers. Taking some damage. Wants to make an impressive play. And he gets the down with the sniper rifle. Very, very nice shot landed there from 144. That's showing that he does not need Twig or Cat in this game to secure a win for his team.
That is really good patience.
What is this setup? Who's sitting with
So this here, our rookie shooter of the year last year, showing us why he earns accolades like that. He's not playing around. He's going to play whatever play style he wants to, and I think the Gorillaz are going to have to start playing off of that, because he's got weapons he looks like he's pretty comfortable with. He's got a full auto and a sniper rifle as well.
I think that's the TAC Evalier that he's running with.
Yeah.
It's a very mobile LMG, very mobile, fast time to kill.
Yeah, LMG sniper. It's an interesting combination, but I see what you mean when it has a fast time to kill like that, almost like you would expect from an SNG. It's interesting to see that LMG sniper is something that a player is actually comfortable running with.
Yeah, the TAC Evalier especially, even despite the fact that it was nerfed, it's still really good, and it still has little to no recoil, so it's a really good gun. And then we see Twig go down.
All right, so everybody down right now. They're gonna have to wait for respawns. That looks like that was the Reapers, I believe. Both
I think we have
going
Cuddy
down there, and that's gonna be
landed on, and that was free.
Yeah, easy free kill there, but taking a lot of damage if he doesn't.
He needs to play it up.
He didn't play those walls correctly, and he's gonna lose his life for it. So, I believe that's gonna be the Gorillaz going down together now. No, I'm sorry. Actually, one player from each team still gonna be up here.
Oh. And the Reapers are
Alright.
still in the lead.
Yeah, a little bit of a scoreboard check.
Oh, we got one Gorilla that's still up. I think that
Here, ooh. Oh, yeah, here we are. So,
thing you don't want to
this
do is
Mers.
in certain lobbies, people are.
So, Mers going to be dropping down. He sees a position, but I think he...
He's gonna go for the
yeah,
supply
okay,
box.
he's prepped.
Thing is, in Resurgence, you don't want to stay in the air for too long because that's a great way to get shot right out of the sky.
Yeah, I think playing the backside of that building with the parachute was a good idea. Put as much distance as you can from like the rest of the map.
Because especially in games like this, clear skies, everyone can see it. There's a loadout drop. In some cases, you can play the loadout and just camp it and get some free kills. He doesn't seem to have an actual like loadout setup.
Yeah, it looked like he was just kind of rolling with what he got there. Just get 2 extra guns to maybe drop on the ground, but could also be prepping them for his teammate as well, who just came back in behind him. So we will see. Gurren's here. It looks like getting himself plated up. He's got a decent loadout as well.
Bro, what? It's two on me out yelling now. My shit just froze. There's another one coming down there.
All right, so he's going to play the side of the hill here. Most of the team going to be together.
Behind you.
And looks like we're going to get a couple
little extra.
of...
We're
little
pushing
finish right there. Oh, very nice.
Surgeon like throw.
Gonna get that elimination there, but it does look like he's gonna want to make his way over to his teammate who's...
Oh, he's getting pushed. He's getting pushed. He needs help.
Yeah, I think he might pick up on some kills here.
He
That
plays-
the other
he plays the
players set up
situation.
for him. Yep, playing the situation very
Oh,
well.
he's going down.
Way too many players to deal with.
Yeah, that's the big thing about playing in this mode. It's you're playing 4v2 in a lot of situations.
All right, and we're gonna close that one out. It looks like
Pretty sure that will be a Reaper's win.
it looked like they did have the lead for a while there. I believe they picked up on some of those final kills as well. So likely once we get a check on the scoreboard there. Ooh, coming back in. Getting the scoreboard. Ooh, disconnection. So close, but so far.
Yeah, that was still pretty interesting to watch. That map hasn't been in rotation for quite a while, so we've been seeing a lot of like Fortune's Keep and Ashika Island in Resurgence. So, yep, and the 3-0 shows us that that was in fact a Reaper's win.
Yeah.
Valorant next, and
all right. So here we go. Here is our road to Michigan. Looking at a grand finals, we have a very wow. Actually, the South Conference is looking, top to bottom from perfect score to unable to pick up a win yet. Meanwhile, the North Conference still has almost everybody competing, trying to grab a spot. So let's talk about this North Conference first, because we've got the Reapers right here, and they are currently on top, but the bots are not messing around this season. They are right on their tail. So I think it's been a long time since the Reapers have felt this kind of pressure in the league. Do you think they're...
Yeah, the bots have always been that team that in this conference has been like, we're right behind you. We're not too far behind. You're not too far ahead. And, many would believe that that might be conference finals. That might be, the one team in your way. And then even if you go further down the bottom, you see us and the Wolves, which, if you guys tune in tomorrow, it will be a very important match, because that match very well might decide who gets the last playoff spot in the North. And then if you look into the South, you got the Eclipse and then the LAX Gods, who are the 1 and 2. The LAX Gods, who formerly the Trolls, are having a really, really strong season, but after seeing how things went down last week, you see that there's still a big gap that they have to close if they want to be able to compete with Eclipse. And then you have the Gorillaz, who have been kind of hot lately, who are stuck in the middle of the pack, who have that number 3 seed, and they're looking to maintain that, so they'll probably be there. The Ravens, who are also another really good team, who have picked up some very important pieces this season, will be interesting, and it will be nice to see how they do come playoff time.
Mm. All right. So yeah, I mean, Gorillas over there in the South Conference, man, they're still fighting for it, and sometimes being in the middle of the pack is actually not the worst thing because you can be underestimated going into those playoffs. People aren't prepping for you as much as they're prepping for the likes of Eclipse, right? They're really dead set on making sure they don't get swept out. So
Yeah,
sometimes you can focus on your specialties for a team like Gorillas. Maybe just prep for the teams that you're most worried about. Stay under the radar and just perfect what you do. Try to get competitive at some of the weaknesses on the other teams you might see in playoffs, and they're not going to be ready for you because that's not what they were expecting. So
yeah,
that
that actually
underdog
is a
tactic.
great thing. Being the underdog can be very advantageous here in this league because if teams aren't ready for what you're gonna do, then they don't know how to plan for you. But you will always know how to plan. You strengthen where you're weak at, and then you take games that you know you're good at and make them better. Make it so that this is a guaranteed win. And we have another Will Spin in next game, Guilty Gear Strive.
All right, heading into our first fighter of the night.
So it looks like they went all ops for Valorant.
Yeah, it does. It looks like all ops, but most players in the league are most comfortable with the some of the standard picks, the likes of Killjoy, Sage. But this is also this is one of the newer maps in the game here, so this will be an interesting one to see them play on. More experienced players will be more familiar with it, but the kind of players who played on release and don't practice it too much might not be as familiar. It's very, very standard the way that the sites are set up: A side, B side, and then B in the middle, A side, C side. B is a highly contested area, but very hard to break into. And it looks like even though they're on the defense side, the Gorillas want to get aggressive. So this is Kenny or Kevin here that wants to come out with this sheriff and try to get an early pick up the middle. So this is Kenny here that we're watching.
And he's holding an angle.
And it looks like nobody pushed up mid, so there might be a team push coming out on the attack. He's probably making the call out now. His teammates might have some information for him, but he's going to head to the back to be available to make a rotation here at some point.
Yes. As myself being a newer Valorant player, I can pretty much feel like this game requires a lot of patience as well as mechanical skill.
So a trade here off the start. This Rain on defense is going to go ahead and pick up a kill. So now it's going to be lopsided a little bit. 2-1 now. Only one left on the attack, and it's going to be the Sage not able to land the shots on the Reyna, and that's going to be a quick end of the round. That spike is going to be
and that will be a Gorillaz. Gorillaz coming out strong in Valorant. So it looks like X-Ray Kenny and X-Ray Kevin are showing Big Brother 144 like, 2 is better than 1.
We can buy here if you want.
No,
I mean, those two probably play games like this together more than any other players in the league. So I think the advantage of living together is that you get to practice all of your games together, and the synergy is much better than anything you can get by just being teammates.
Yeah, because I can tell you pretty much like being brothers and playing games, that chemistry is almost unbeatable. And then we're gonna see.
Yep.
I think this is Murs here, holding angles for B site.
Yep.
It's gonna be another A push.
They're going to go ahead and open up this wall here so he can try to counter the push. And Sky Flash is going to go out, but they're on to him now, so he's going to go ahead and send a dog out. Not going to get anything, no stuns. They have sight lines down that way, but it looks like they haven't actually pushed in yet. So even though they've made a lot of resources wasted.
We're going to say spike down is A.
Has been planted. Ooh, and he was lucky enough not to get caught there, that Sage. And that Sage is going to go ahead and get a double kill, actually, with the Spectre there. So looking really, really set up here on site. I think they know that they've got some rotating around the backside that were earlier at mid at that B objective. So Yeah, it is. It's that Sky and that Omen still left. And Omen going to go down, Sky going to follow right behind. And now it's going to be 1-1. Gorillas, Reapers going to go ahead and pick up a win on that round.
All right, so I'm interested to see how this goes because this is proving to be much more of a game. Like me being kind of a noob myself to this game, it's really interesting to see what high level teamwork looks like in this.
Yeah, it does look like sites are being rotated together, not going for too many split pushes or hero plays. It is, like you said, a lot of team-based. Even when the defense starts to see a push coming in, everybody rotates that way. So, yeah, it does look like a 5v5 is what both teams think is optimal in this situation based on their skills and gunplay.
Okay. You can help
So
him out.
we are going to see the defense set up here, but still no movement.
No B
Near
pushes.
B,
I
and
think they're very aware that B is just too hard and not worth it to push in. So you're gonna see either A or C, and from what I'm seeing on the mini map, it might be a C push.
Yeah, this is going to be an aggressive... I mean, that's a long walk around that the Gorillas are trying to set up there.
Hollywood. Oh, Twig gets a pick. Another one. We're seeing trades happen.
Gonna try to counter the rotation here, and he does.
It's
So
a
now it's
1v1?
1v1, and it looks like the Gorillas are gonna be... Oh, and a little bit of tactical crouching going on the spike. But the spike will be defused, and the Gorillas will go ahead and take another round here.
All right, so these are two top-notch shooting teams going at it, and this is just UEL Valorant, close to its best.
So that's two C pushes now that have not gone the way of the Reapers. I think at this point, if you're the Reapers, you try playing for another objective. Their A push went well. B, this is your final round before the swap, as you can see right there. Last round before the swap. You want to use up all your money if you can. This is an opportunity for them to maybe test B site. It's probably less suspected than ever since they've been hesitant to go. So,
but yeah, it looks like they're
no presence on C right now from the attack, so the Reapers not opting to move in that way. Yeah, this will probably be an A push considering there's a strong forward defense on B and no action has gone down yet. So,
and then you have Killjoy who's pretty much tried to lock down C site, so it's gonna have to be A.
Yeah, I see some skill checks coming out here on A, just getting some flashes out, getting some information, and here we got a sniper sight right down long. A little bit too much movement. Should be steady. Wait for the play. Just gonna go ahead and drop a shot off there, but yeah, it looks like Twig faking pressure on that side. The team is gonna go for a late rotate on C. So minimap scrambled. The Omen probably going for a teleport. Reyna there gonna go ahead and get a kill. That was... Now we're looking at Mers here. Gonna get a long shot. But he's gonna get traded out immediately for it. And so Twig just gonna watch that backside and get a really nice shot. You could see it. Mers a little bit upset about that. That was a very, very nice catch. Watching this backside to make sure they can't be flanked once again. I think they might actually have gone for a successful C push by changing the strategy and pushing late instead of going straight for it off the bat. Yeah, very, very nice molly set up there on the objective. Going to make sure nobody can get anything sneaky going in. This wall is not even going to open up yet, but he's going to check for it. Nobody up mid. He's going to get away there. Oh, just outside of the explosion. Not going to land that shot, but almost gets him with the classic. Goes down. Doesn't matter. Sides are going to swap here. So
another pistol round.
Yeah, another pistol round. Reaper's now going to be on the defense. So at 2-2, this is... Ooh, both teams are playing really, really close to the chest here. They're not showing everything they got there. You know, Twig pulling out the AWP and the perfect usage of his abilities all in the final round. Trying to hold back a little bit, not go all in.
What do we see? I would be inclined to think that since the Gorillas are attacked,
Don't just
do they
insta-borrow
surprise you and hard push B?
Wait till you hear something.
Because that was the only site that wasn't contested.
I'm going like this.
Yeah, I think both teams here know that that's a really, really dangerous site to set up for and to push off of the initial engagement. So it would be a big surprise, and if they were to rush that way, although it looks like they're not going to, it looks like there's actually pressure from a couple different angles because they have a smoke up here on the A entry, but it looks like there were some sight lines down C where the Reapers saw some of the Gorillas, and yeah, it looks like that's where the push is actually going to be. So first kill onto Global there is going to mean the Gorillas are going to be down by 1 for this engagement, and the smoke here on B makes me think that they're trying to make a decision between a B and C push. And it
Yeah,
looks, yeah,
it might be. They might give up on B, go C.
they are playing a defensive, a very hesitant defensive B here, but the slow kills come out. It looks like the Gorillas weren't able to kind of put all their pieces together on the engagement, and even though there's not a man advantage on site, that Reyna is going to go ahead and catch Sage. I didn't even think she would still be sitting in that corner, but now they know they haven't taken her down yet. She gets another one. She's going to try to get 2 more and finish this off all on her own. I think they're going to go ahead and 2v1 off there.
2v1, Omen is weak. Reyna is absolute. Yeah.
Okay, and the Reyna ends up going down there, so...
That's Carnage. Carnage is the Reyna.
Yeah, and a really, really good attempt to keep his team in it, but while he was hanging back, it looked like his team was losing the team fight on the objective there, so... unfortunately, not going to go their way, even though he tried to make a hero effort there. And we're going to get this carbine coming out. We're going to see if we can get some of these powerful 2 shots out on some of these enemies
Yeah,
here.
the Outlaw is definitely a gun you don't want to get hit by.
Yeah, it's a lot of power immediately. So a little bit of a replacement for the Marshall for players who maybe aren't quite as convinced that they can lock the
Hollywood gets a
headshot.
pick
But
immediately.
speaking of headshot, I mean, he's going to go ahead and grab a pick right off the bat. So Reaper's going to start up 1 for the 2nd round of defense in a row.
And we have a
Oh, the Sage Wall comes out too late. Scrappy shots coming out here from the sky, but from Global. But he's going to pick up another one. Gets taken out when he tries to jump.
he got 2, so it's an even up. It's an even 3v3.
Yeah, very good effort from him. So Global and Twig both with 2 kills each this round. Twig still in it. Global not so much. Twig.
All right, he's 59 HP.
Yeah, so Carnage not going to land his shots there. Down on health a little bit. He's going to want to play back and sees those heads but can't quite land. It does assist for his team. Going to go ahead and take out the pistol to help finish it off. And
He gets the crossfire.
a little bit of a, I think, a rushed engagement there from the Gorillas, honestly. I think after losing that many players, pushing the site so fast isn't a good idea because the team is going to, the Reapers are going to rotate on that objective. And when you knew that Carnage was set up with the Outlaw near the high ground where he could fall back to it, really, really dangerous to try to push the objective that fast without trying to focus him.
And they have match point here, so it's buckle up time for the Gorillas. You gotta play a little more patient, get things together. You know, you were doing good first couple rounds. You got to get back to it. What we're seeing is a C push. They're full sending C. Oh,
very, very nice from Kenny. Gonna go ahead and tag the head there on C. They're gonna go ahead and smoke it off, and it looks like they want to go for an engagement here. At first, I was questioning whether they would use the wall to turn B, but yeah, it looks like they're gonna go ahead and plant here on C, make the Reapers engage on them, go for the play that secured the Reapers, actually, their final round on attack. See if it can work for them as well. So it's going to be a really, really good ice mat set out there. Reyna's going to go ahead and blind. Not going to catch the head.
Carnage gets a pick.
Carnage going to be traded out, though. So both teams losing their Reyna, and then... Oh my, wow. All right, so the Gorilla's just going to drop like flies on the objective. That'll happen in a matter of seconds. It looks like they got collapsed in on from the back as well. So
That would be another win for the Reapers.
Yeah, some of those star players for the Reapers, sadly, still left standing means that the Gorillaz were not going to be able to fight that even with a man advantage. So Reapers going to go up 4-0, and Gorillaz have had a couple of games where they had opportunities to
Yeah, you gotta
take it
close
away,
out
but-
those shooters. This is
right.
This is too good of a shooting team for you to get small leads and then get comfortable, and that's what I feel happened in that Valorant game. You got 2 good rounds, and then you got comfortable, and they adapted, and the Gorillaz just didn't. You see how the Reapers slowed down. They slowed the pace down, and they made you think a little bit, and that's what brought them back. So now we have Guilty Gear and Kitten and Cinnabar. That is a tough 2. And then whoever they bring in as a third, you can bring Twig. I know Cuddy plays Kai Keys, and he plays a very good Kai. Who do we bring in? We bring in, Otutho has to go in. You go global, and then you could pick either X-Ray Kevin or Kenny, depending on, who's the stronger Guilty Gear player. But this is going to be a tough game. I don't think the Gorillaz forfeit this. You have to play it out. It's already 4-0 within the first hour. You don't want to give up because the momentum is already shifted all the way against you. You need an important win, and winning a fighting game, especially with those 2 from the Reapers going in, winning a fighting game here stops the bleeding a little bit, and you start getting back on track.
Yeah, you have to have some sort of game that you start to feel confident in, because Gorillaz probably were wanting to bank on some of these shooters, and it's something that they probably feel confident in their natural skill, not just their practice as a team, but the players that have skills in those games that they fielded in those games. I think they would have liked to see more results out of them. So you have to lock down some kind of game that you can go into with confidence, because at this point, they've already taken games with cars, right? The Reapers already have right off the bat. They already scared you out of playing Crash Team Racing at this point. So shooters were supposed to be something that you put up a fight in, and you just lost 2 of them in a row. That's rough. Now we're coming up on fighters, and this is a pretty crucial one because we have a lot of fighters on this wheel.
Yeah.
And there's versatility in it. We have 2v2, 3v3, 5v5. We have a lot of different kinds. You as a team have to have something that you go into confidently. So
we're gonna see Otutho, Carnage, and Global go in against Kitten, Cinnabar, and Nibble.
All
the
right.
Reapers forfeit.
All right. I mean, I guess maybe Gorillaz scared them somehow.
did they not want to see Global? So what do we have next? We have F1 next.
All right.
Another racer, and we'll probably see Twig 100% going for this.
Yeah, so this will be a 1v1 here. This is going to be an interesting matchup for sure. Some of these games are, we talked about Rocket League being a volatile game because of how you can field different players and there's different game types you can play. F1 could last 5 seconds or the entire duration of the map. You never know how it's going to go.
It's a wild game, especially if you, even if you're good. If you start off bad, and those AIs, they're tough. The AI in F1 sometimes plays F1 like it's Mario Kart, and it could be pretty tough because even they don't care. They'll bump you, and then you're driven off the track and you crash, or the other player can force you to DNF.
Very true. Yeah, you could definitely go with a combative tactic right off the bat. Try to make it a quick one, but what's interesting is it sounds silly to say stay in first so you can win, but there's a lot of reasons in F1
Cinnabar
to
goes
stay
in
first.
against Mers. Now, the thing about Cinnabar, he may be known as a great fighter, but I feel like his versatility is undervalued here. There are a bunch of games on this wheel that you wouldn't think that he can play, but he plays them very well. F1, I don't remember seeing him play it very often, but we could get surprised. You never know. UEL, you got to expand your skill set, and to be on a team like the Reavers and to be able to win the way that they win, everyone has to be able to cover the wheel. So this will actually be really fun to see Mers, who's kind of a wild card at times. We will definitely get to see how he races, and we'll see whether this can be a 5-second race or we might see all 3 laps go by.
Yeah, definitely not the first time I've seen Mers go in on a racer before. He is kind of that player that just gets used as like the versatile, extra pocket ace, I guess. If it's a racing game or strategy game, something that it's kind of hard to find someone who specializes in, Mers is flexible enough to be able to fill all of those roles.
Yeah, because there's definitely a lot of niche games, and I would say F1 is a niche game to where you can't say that there are too many people in this league that can play it at a high level.
Yeah.
Like anybody can pick up the controller and go forward, but in a game where it requires like understanding, the mechanics and physics of the game, you have to be able to put the time in and get good, and not many people can really do that. So we'll get to see how Mers and Cinnabar go at it. I like to see the map choice, because you can skill check somebody, pick a map with a lot of like sharp turns and curves versus some of the easier maps is like main straightaways, maybe like 2 or 3 turns. So let's see if they force the difficulty, because the difficulty map choice can be important here, because you pick a hard map, and if the other player, if you don't feel like he has the skills to play a map, then you just watch him crash.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's one of those positions where we do see a lot of times players won't even, go for the top spot necessarily. They don't even need to sit in first place. We oftentimes see a player sit in 9th or 10th and just watch the other player in 17th place not winning. So sometimes consistency is key. You don't have to beat any of the AI. If you come in 19th and your opponent comes in 20th, you win the game. So, yeah, we'll see how this one goes. And it looks like we're going to get actually a camera angle change here on the top. So,
and then we have
okay,
Football Club coming up next.
We're going to come out next. Very good.
Okay, so it'll be Mers at the... Let's see, Mers on the bottom, Cinnabar up top. And Cinnabar is in first place, and he is speeding.
Yeah, he's going to take these turns very nicely on the inside. He's got a lot of room to work with, not feeling a lot of pressure in the position he's in right now. Let's see how he takes this turn.
Mers is not too far behind in third. Cinnabar gets tapped in the back a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit of... and that's one of those quick finishes we talked about. It wasn't even a bad way to play either. Oh, goodness. Mers going to go ahead.
And the thing is, if you didn't catch it a little bit, Cinnabar started to DNF immediately afterwards.
Oh. It was a close game in the weirdest way.
It was so close, and then it wasn't. And that's just the thing. And then you have... Now, okay, you have FC24 coming up next.
All that time for setup, and it ends in 10 seconds. Oh my goodness! All right, so
it's just
like
crazy when the game is shorter than the setup time.
It is. This will not be one of those games, luckily.
No, this will be a full game. So we have... I think we see X-Ray Kevin and X-Ray Kenny go in.
Okay.
I think we see the twins go in. And oh man, you might see 144 in Kitten or 144 in Cuddy. I don't know if we put Twig in for this.
Yeah, there's still... I mean, there's a lot of different game types that Twig can play in. So, yeah, something like FC, which is a little easier for every player to get the hang of pretty quick, isn't the kind of game that you want to put Twig in on. He's got a lot of games where he stands like head and shoulders above a lot of other players in the league. So in a game like FC, where all it really takes is having good team coordination over individual talent, you can kind of put any player in here on the Reapers and leave your specialists to, open them up for whatever is going to come up next.
All right, so this could be a very interesting, because we haven't seen any sports game. I mean, if you count Rocket League, we haven't seen any sports games roll. So this would be the first sports game.
Right.
So we've already covered at least a racer, at least a shooter, and then now a sport game.
Yep. Yeah, we have had we've had one racer forfeited. We've had Rocket League, which is kind of a mix of a sport and well, nah, it's not really much of a race. It is. I mean, it is a sport game, just unconventionally played.
Yeah.
So we have had, so the rundown so far as we come down to the end of the first hour here for anybody who hasn't seen, our rundown is the game started with Rocket League and Reapers opted to play that one. They took the win in a 3v4. They were down 1 and still ended up winning a snow day 6-0. Then CTR rolled and Gorillaz went ahead and forfeit that one immediately. So CTR went to the Reapers as well. Followed by Call of Duty and Valorant, 2 shooters back-to-back that the Reapers were able to take. Finally, Guilty Gear rolled, and Reapers decided just not to even play and go ahead and give Gorillaz their first point on the board so that we could get into F1, which took a matter of about 10 seconds to finish in favor of the Reapers, but almost not. So it was a very, very close 10-second DNF finish, and Reapers went ahead and took the win on it. So now we're going to come in here on FC. I mean, Gorillaz, it's nice to have a point on the board, right? You're feeling better about not being completely shut out in the first hour, but it did come from a forfeit. So you kind of don't get the same momentum gain that you would have had from playing, finishing, winning a game. So at a 5-1 point deficit here still at the end of the first hour.
And from what the Gauntlet camera is showing us, the Twins will go in against 144 and Cuddy. And this is going to be fun to watch because FC is very like chemistry dependent. And how can you have better chemistry than 2 people who came out of the womb minutes apart?
When you can read each other's minds, I mean, how could you even... Yeah, the 2 of them. The one disadvantage they have here being that their older brother, who likely knows everything about the way they play these games, is sitting right next to them on the opposition. So the person defending them is the only person who knows them as well as they know each other.
So this will be fun. We got to see how 144 and Cuddy play as a unit. Because he could know how they play, but if him and his partner can't get on the same page, it's gonna be an uphill battle.
Yeah, playing defense against your brothers is one thing, but all right. So we are probably gonna head into the gameplay here, but we're gonna head into gameplay here, and it looks like Gorillaz are going to be. Oh, they might be playing... Oh, both teams actually might be playing Soccer Aid here.
Yeah, both teams are playing Soccer Aid.
Yeah. Oh.
So the Gorillaz are playing the darker jerseys.
Okay.
And we have King of Fighters coming up next.
Yeah.
And then we'll have the Reapers in the orange. And they're going to play walls.
Okay, so this will be a pretty fast-paced game then. Not going to be a whole lot of slowing down going on. All right, so darker jerseys, was that Gorillaz that we had seen?
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, okay.
And immediately score.
Yeah, Gorillaz are going to go ahead and take the first goal.
Oh, wait. So. No, European 11.
Oh, okay. So.
Oh, Reapers are Soccer Aid. Sorry. So
okay.
The Reapers will get an early score.
Yeah. All right, but Twins here are going to try to
get right back. Oh, left open goal. You can't do that.
Yeah, that was a very, very nice
the thing with this game is you have to make sure that whatever AI you have set up as goalie is moved back immediately. Because if that goal is open, I can shoot from full court.
And
that's an open goal here?
Right here where there's an open...
He fumbled.
Was so off.
Oh, he just fumbled. He fumbled an easy goal.
Oh. So here's one of the only stoppage situations we're going to see is where things get too aggressive between 2 players. The ball stops and we get some shoving going on. So that one's going to recoil off the wall for the Reapers. Gorillaz are going to reset themselves. Sadly gave away control. Reapers try to go up for a goal, but Gorillaz got to get some control here. Send it back to their goalie. Send it down to the bottom side of the
Oh
screen.
no, he lost ball control.
Yeah, just can't hold on
Cross.
to control. Let's see if there's a yeah. The cross into the goal not going to come out. It's going to be a 1v1 here, and the goal Reapers will defend. Not a very powerful shot coming out. Goalie does not get tripped up there.
Oh, easy goal. Oh no, good defense, good defense.
Yeah, the foot comes out. Goalie playing a little bit far up for the Reapers right now. If Gorillaz are able to figure something out. Let's see. A little bit of an opening, but not able to get set
it's
with
defended.
the ball, so the
He
shot
loses
doesn't
control.
come out.
We're seeing much better defense, but that if they lose ball, goal is open.
Yeah, they're
The
playing.
Gorillas are getting back pretty fast. Especially after the 2 initial goals that they gave up.
Yeah, they do have to figure out a way to mount
Oh,
it.
free
Oh,
goal.
and this is going to be an open goal, so if they can aim correctly, this
What?
and they don't. Again, they're not able to find
That's
the goal.
3 open goals that you've missed.
2 in a row combined with the one from before. Reapers capitalize and score on that opening. Gorillaz now down by 3. That's
All right.
a much better play. You can make those team crossing plays, but you can't make the open net goal. Come on, Gorillaz. Get it together, man.
Come on, Kenny.
Good block. That one's going to come off the wall. Going to send it up to his team. No, he's going to try to run it up. Interesting. He kind of puts it into his feet there. Still no opening. Ronaldinho going to go ahead and actually protect the goal. That shot's going to go wide as well. Very far wide, and we might get a cross here from the Gorillaz, but there was not open space to do it in. Reapers easily able to cross into a 4th goal. So now sitting at a 3-goal lead. Gorillaz sending the ball just up the court a little bit. 1v1 is failed once again. So Reapers now up by their exact score line in this match, 5-1.
Okay, the thing about this game is even though you're down this, it's easy to come back.
Yeah, 4 is definitely not as much of a detriment as we've seen before. So, very nice try for a long shot goal there. With 5 seconds left, Reapers are going to try to make one more.
And they do.
And a backflip off the wall as well just to rub it in.
6-1.
6-1 is
It'll be 6-1 going into the second half of FC. So, the thing is this is a very fast-paced game. Goals can be scored very, very quickly. And that's you can't have that.
No,
you have
leave it wide
to
open
make sure that goalie gets back. Someone has to take control of goalie, run him back, or else the AI will push up.
Sides were swapped again, so that was a Reapers goal. So Reapers are up 7-1 now. Gorillaz taking it slow, trying to find themselves an opening. Not getting control taken away from them, so yeah, able to kind of give them the runaround, but that's oh my goodness, and you can't be playing 2 players on defense and be giving away possession like that. Yeah, it's not going to work when you have 2 players playing the midfield and that's the only defense you have set up. You have to pass the ball up. You cannot be passing the ball back like that. Those kind of shots aren't too bad. Sending a shot off at the goalie isn't the worst thing ever. Gorillaz just need to get more of an offense set. And no control here for either side exactly. So this one's just going to go up to midfield. Cross comes in, so 1v1 at the goal, but a long shot from a teammate is going to sink in, and we're going to get an 8-1 lead for the Reapers.
This is getting out of hand. This is getting real ugly.
Yeah,
this is not the showing I expected from the Gorillaz in this game.
And that one's just going to get walked in. It's a 1-10 score line right now. This is definitely the biggest deficit that I've seen in FC so far. 10-1 is not a score line you want to be sitting at. It's nice to get a goal in, but yeah, Gorillaz, we talked about what kind of synergy they should have, and they're just not showing it right now. And they own goal. And an own goal. And 50% of their goals right now are Reapers helping them out own goaling. So, but they go up. They're now only down by 8 at a 2-10 score line. So they give up control right in front of the net, and that goal doesn't matter anymore. They're now down 2-11. So they keep. I mean, this aggression from the Reapers has to be countered. You have to pass the ball upfield and upfield only. We're going to see again. It's going to get crossed. Going to try to take it up the mid, but there's definitely a poor offense. Nobody here to pass to help out. And I don't know why they're running 2 players up the same side of the court. That's not going to get anything done. So
they got to space out, and it's just not going to work out for them.
So I think we might be going for some trick shots here at this point on the side of the Reapers. 1 minute and 10 seconds left. Yep, they are. They're trying to go for some.
And now they're just having fun. Now it's just we're going to see what we can do.
Yeah, they're going to mess around with the Gorillaz a little bit, but that'll give the Gorillaz more of an opportunity to score at this point. They just have to keep control of the ball. So let's see if they can get control. They just lagging behind.
And it's just that was just a really good shot. I will give that up.
Yeah, the further away from the goal, the more sensitive the aiming is when you're taking a shot. So it is not always to be expected. Just not a powerful enough shot there to go straight in. So, yeah, I mean, the Reapers are going to run away with this one. It's a 2-14 score line. 144 laughing at his brothers now.
Yeah, this is big brother bullying at this point.
It really is.
This is.
It's only okay because they're siblings.
This is you're good, but I'm better.
Oh man, I mean they found their groove a long time ago. At this point, I think Kenny is asking 144 how to play the game. So, yep, that one's gonna get taken away from him again. They're gonna play around with them. That shot's not gonna go in. Gorillaz own goal. So, they hand it back over because of what the Reapers gave them earlier. Gorillaz absolutely no control in this game of FC. They are down 2-17. This is a 15-goal deficit here in this only 6-minute game of FC.
I don't.
So I'm gonna passed up here on the top side, and he's gonna run back too far with the ball. Doesn't take the momentum. Let's see if he can get. Oh, how?
All of the easy shots that they've had in this game, and they're making harder shots than it would be if they actually just.
The Gorillaz can only freestyle in FC. The Twins they hate open nets.
They just it has to be hard. I guess they just has to be difficult. They have to work for it.
Yeah, I mean there is a lot to be learned there for the Twins in FC. I mean the 1v1s in goal with a forward against a goalie, they need to learn the power that you need to put behind a shot and able to get it past a goalie. They need to learn how to put players on opposite sides of the court so that you can make crossing plays into the attack. They did it once, but then they started running their forwards up the same side. So
you had, what was it, four open shots on goal?
Yeah, I think
with no one there.
Yeah, it was 3 in the first half alone, I think. So
and you own goal. And
then you own goal, and then you trick shot.
That's something we're gonna have to work at. That's something we're gonna have to sit down. Defense there was uncontrolled. It just looks out of practice. They just looked very out of practice there, and out of sync, which is very uncharacteristic of those two.
Very strange.
Out of sync. You and your brother, you guys need to get it together. So KOF is next. X-Ray Gurins and O'Toothel, and most likely Global go in for this versus Kitten, Twig, and Egg. The thing is, do they forfeit KOF?
Right, because we did see the Reapers forfeit Guilty Gear earlier, so it is an interesting prospect to see if they're, that afraid of. It is a 3v3, so Global will be available to go in if that's who they decide they want.
Do they try to make Global go first and wear down his health so that, once you run through Global, you only have the other two? Or do you have Global go in and anchor and, try to make something happen? So this would be interesting. Do they play this or do they not? Because they didn't want to play him in Guilty Gear, so what would make you want to play him in KOF? And does this mean that you just won't play fighters against Global?
Right now, they're set up to do it because they are about an hour and 15 minutes in, and they've only used one forfeit. So it's very possible here that they will field these 3 players and then forfeit and have their entire roster reset and just go into the next one with their entire roster available for whatever's coming next. Because at this point,
they will say it looks like they're gonna play it. Are they gonna play it?
yeah, let's see if they play this one out. We'll see as the timer starts to tick down a little bit. But the Reapers are up 6 at this point, so we'll get a scoreboard update there for you. But they are up 6-1, so they do have a little bit of wiggle room to start giving up something that they're not too confident in, to start putting points on the board in games that they are with the time remaining in the match. So we'll see. Maybe that's fighters. Maybe that's what they decide on, is just fighters isn't something that they want to go against Gorillaz in, because they don't want to risk wasting time to give up possible points. Or maybe they've been working on things that they don't think it's worth it to give away against the Gorillaz right now. So in a comfortable standing like this, there are some, some games that you can
definitely need like a game where we play it and win, because you're at the point where your only win comes from a forfeit. You need to have that energy spike, that momentum you get from playing in a game, and it's like, yeah, we played them and we beat them because we're better, not we beat them because they just didn't want to play.
Right.
I mean, a 6-1 lead, forfeit doesn't hurt them, but you definitely don't want to show that you just don't want to play. I mean, Global is a very good fighter. He's definitely a top fighter in this league. But KOF is a game to where you can't go through, going through 3 people is not an easy task, especially when your health bar only regens but so much. And if I have to go through 3 people, and those aren't slouches, it's not like the Reapers just don't have fighters at all. Right. Every single person in this lineup can play a fighter to some degree. So it's...
yeah, they're setting up to play.
And it looks like they will play.
A little bit of game audio coming through, but it's not sounding the best. So we may cut that. But it looks like we do have the 3 set up on either side. They are all ready to go. So, yeah, we might see King of Fighters come out. It just makes me curious what it was about Guilty Gear that made the Reaper say, not worth it. Just not worth the time right now.
I mean, since losing Jekyll last season, they don't really have a Guilty Gear carry anymore. And if you were watching last season, in last season's championship, Jekyll won them the championship in Guilty Gear. It came down to Guilty Gear, and he was the guy that was there what they needed.
Right.
So
let's see what we got coming up after King of Fighters. It's gonna be... it looks like it's this... okay, UFC.
US, yeah.
All right. So we have
UFC 5 coming, which is one of my favorite games on the wheel.
Oh, very nice. So right now we are looking at Kitten on the player 1 side and O to the L on the player 2 side. So right now they are both on the appropriate side of the screen, but obviously I can get switched around at the time. So we will have, for the rest of the game, it will be exactly as you see above. Reapers will be on the left, and Gorillaz will be on the right.
Now, O to the L, I guess, is playing Maxima here. And it's just a lot of, taking turns.
Yeah, it seems like both of these players...
oh, and O to the L gets the first KO.
I think the strategy here looks to be that... oh, yeah, and so a little bit of health regained there. That's the way that these team fighters go.
Now, against Ma, you don't want to stand full screen because you will get zoned out. He wants to close the gap.
And a nice job from Twig to honestly play both sides. When he engages close, he's not afraid to start the, close range attacks.
He's got to watch those. He's got to watch those lows. Another one. Now he's in the corner. Now you don't want to be there. Oh, O to the L getting some good health. And taking out 1.5 health bars is not bad. Now, who do we have next? We have X-Ray Gurdon's coming up next. playing Iori, which is, for those of you who have been keeping up with the King of Fighters franchise, he's one of like the OG characters.
So it looks like Gorillaz opting for a strategy where they're going to field global at the end here.
Yeah, that's actually really smart.
Yeah, leaving your strongest fighter to just deal with what's left at the end is never a bad idea. So, ooh, and none of those going to connect.
Oh, he could have auto comboed into level 3 there. That would have done a lot of damage. Or is he saving meter for global, trying to not use the meter? Oh, he's gonna use it.
Ooh, he's going to use it, and he found an opening for it as well. So, yeah, this is going to be big damage coming out. Closes the gap and even gets a health advantage at this point.
He's gonna stay low.
Yeah, good job finding the counters here. He's playing defensively, taking his
He's
time.
waiting his turn.
Both of these players
Coming down to one hit,
another hit.
and ooh.
Twig able to find that opening off of his ranged attacking. So,
But I think global will come here and finish him pretty quickly.
yeah, the goal here is just to put as much damage out as you can. If you're Twig at this point, play that same zoning long range attack if you can for as long as you can before global closes that distance and inevitably puts a lot of hurt out on you. But we'll see. Maybe Twig's got a strategy here for how to play slow and make sure he doesn't take too much damage too early. Playing very defensively, just taking pokes. That's a good connect with that range attack there again.
Rolls through the projectile.
All right, but he does take a high attack there, so that's going to close out the round. All the health, I believe, going to be recovered at that point. So this is going to be just a 1v1 to close this out here.
All right. I think he has he has 4 bars of power. Oh.
He's got him pressed against the wall here. He's not letting him get any
Pressure. He has to.
Oh, really, really good patience there. Just a quick defense to transition himself right back in offense with the pressure right back up against the wall. And max 5 charge here.
Oh.
Gonna connect with a level 1.
He couldn't combo off of it.
Yeah, it's a
He's
decent
playing.
damage,
He's
but
playing really patient here.
he's real low at this point.
Oh.
And not able to string it into a finish,
And
but
that will be it.
that punch will connect and close it out. So Global going to go ahead and take a win. The Gorillaz earning their first win, putting their second point on the board. So one
And
forfeit, and one
UFC
win.
5 going in. You will see Kitten. And I don't think the Gorillaz have any UFC players.
Interesting, because Gorillaz are not in a situation where they can be just handing out forfeits at this point. So while you do want to save time for your better games, you don't want to run into anything that you just have to give away for free. So 6-2 is not the worst scoreline to try to come back from, but it's not a position where you can just be giving away points and waiting for the right game to come up.
And I know that Kitten is a really good UFC fighter. I don't know, because back when we played the Gorillaz in UFC rolled, they put in Kevin, and I played Kevin in UFC, or Kenny, I don't remember which one it was, but he didn't know what he was doing, and that was a very quick fight. But we have to, I don't know, you might have to give this up. You might have to forfeit this, because you just don't want to put somebody in a game, and you don't want to play a game out that you 100% can't win. And I don't think the Gorillaz have anybody that would come close to beating Ken.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but if you have to save yourself some time, then you have to do it. You don't have a lot of opportunities, but each team does have 4 forfeits left, so there's some time for Gorillaz to save themselves a little bit of room, but there's also time for the Reapers to hand over a couple more points in these fighting games that they're clearly not as comfortable on. They forfeit Guilty Gear, and at first we were questioning why wouldn't you at least try to play it out.
O to the L. So they send O to the L in. Is he going to be the one playing? And then you have Kitten. So O to the L. I haven't seen a lot from him. I believe he's a new face this season. So we're gonna see if he can compete in UFC with Kitten. If I'm right, it'll come down to who's playing setup, because in this game, setup allows you to determine weight class.
Right.
And weight class is very important because many people who even say that they play this game don't play every weight class.
Right.
So you can throw a curveball and be like, many people know welterweight and like heavyweight, light heavyweight. You can throw a curveball and be like, we're going to play flyweight, or we're going to play women's bantamweight.
Yeah.
So then it's like, now you have to make people uncomfortable, and that becomes kind of a slight advantage because I play a little bit of every weight class in the game, so I know at least one person from every weight class. So we'll see who they pick and how they decide to fight this. The setup timer is still going down, so I believe we will play this.
Yeah, nobody's forfeit yet. Usually in this one, from each side, they came out quite a bit quicker. So it looks like somebody gave the Gorillaz a forfeit back. Oh, no, it looks like we have. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at the standings so we can talk these through again. Now, out of these middle of the pack teams, right, we've got Ghosts and Cobras, 4-3, 4-4. Gorillaz and Ravens, 4-3, 3-4. When we look at Reapers, Bots, Eclipse, and LAX Gods, we kind of know that they're on their way to playoffs. They're in a comfortable position. They're just training up for it at this point. Okay.
And the Gorillaz will forfeit, as I predicted.
Okay. Right. So Gorillaz forfeit. So, yeah. So as we head toward Michigan, you want to be looking at these middle of the pack teams like Gorillaz, because for players who have been watching for a while, Apex Legends coming up next. Very
Apex.
Fun. So another shooter coming out.
This is one of my favorite games. As a season 6 rookie, this was one of my main games coming in. So it's really fun, and I like the way that we play it, because when I first started this league, the arenas mode was around, and before Apex took away the arenas mode, it was one of my favorite game modes. I had grinded the ranked and everything in it. I also have the most hours played on this game on my Xbox, so it's a really fun game. This game means so much to me at points. And in another shooter, we get to see if the Gorillaz can go in and win, because the Gorillaz, being a strong shooting team, need to be able to take some of these shooters away. You lost Warzone. It was close. Valorant, you had it in the beginning, and then you stumbled through rounds and just couldn't regain your focus. Apex is a different kind of game to where it's different from Warzone in the sense of there's nobody else but you and the other team. It's different from Valorant as a, I can keep coming back. The respawn. It's not like you die and you're done for the round. Depending on the game mode, you want to play to your strengths. If your team, you guys all have great knowledge of what characters you're using, then you can play like a game mode like TDM, to where you'll be able to outfrag them. Or if you guys are a objective based team, you guys like being able to hold things out, you can go control. Or if you just want to show that you have just straight up more game knowledge, then you go gun run and show like, hey, I can use every gun in the game and kill you with it. So depending, and it looks like you're gonna go X-Ray Gurns, X-Ray Kevin, and X-Ray Kenny, which is a very good shooter lineup.
Yeah, I mean, 3 players that have been playing games together for a long time now as well. So Yeah, they get along real well, and hopefully that synergy that we didn't quite see in FC will come out here in Apex,
Yes,
since this
hopefully
is
it does.
more
You
of something
gotta,
they specialize in.
we gotta
So-
get we gotta get that communication. We gotta get that teamwork down.
So while they get themselves set up here, we're going to go ahead and spin this wheel again. And after Apex, you're going to go ahead and get some NHL. And I mean, at this point, Reapers are coming close to a point in this first half where they can kind of just any game that they're not in the mood to play, they can just kind of throw away and keep practicing some other games. So,
But they are a really good NHL team,
mm-hmm.
and this is something that we're gonna see. We're gonna see come out. NHL is one of the more like mechanically demanding sports game because it's not a game where it's like 2K. There are a few things you need to know, and nothing can really stop you from scoring once I figure it out. Madden is more of like I can outsmart you. I pick an offense that beats your defense,
Right,
kind of thing. NHL is very like on the fly, understanding what's happening, and even if you know what you're doing and you can score, sometimes that goalie gets in the way, and he
Yeah.
can. And the AI goalies, at times are no joke. But once you get the teamwork down, you'll be able to score. We've seen games end within the first period, and we've seen games take all 3 periods.
Yeah, there are many games that I've seen at this point that go 0-0 up until the third period, and so it's a very close one because it is, like you said, you used a very good word to describe it, demanding. That's definitely probably the best way to describe it. So yeah, it just requires you to be on the top of your game all the time. It's one of the lower scoring sports games that we see in general. Sometimes you don't get a score coming out for quite a while into the game, into the third period. Like I said before, we've seen 0-0s, and we mentioned those power pucks that come out, right, that are worth
Yeah.
2 or 3 points even, and then it never even comes down to that. It just comes down to the single puck that's been played for the entire game.
Or it'll be like, it could be 4-4, and then you get an ice puck, which is -1 on the other team, and then that's how you lose. And it's just, I mean, I've actually lost it by own goaling, which is very embarrassing.
Oh man. All
And
right.
we will have a timeout from the Gorillas to aid in setup. And like you were saying, a lot of these middle of the pack teams are just, in a sense, kind of coasting the last few games. The Eclipse still has 5 more matches to go. We haven't seen a lot of them this season. Their schedule's been pretty spaced out. And then you've seen the Cobras in recent weeks who have been kind of teeter-tottering, going back and forth. The Ravens are kind of like, finding their identity here, picking up stars this season. They're definitely showing some growth. The Ghosts, who lost major pieces last season, but are still pretty strong. And then you have the Bots, who are just the Bots, who have always been a very strong team, very well-rounded team. Billy has definitely built a strong core over there.
Yeah, I think with Eclipse being undefeated but at a 5-0 scoreline, there are still a lot of games to be played for them at this point. But when you look over at a team like the Reapers, who are 7 games in, or the Bots, who are 7 games in, actually both of those teams now following Sunday are 6-1. So they're tied there at that top position. I believe Bots beating the Ghosts last Sunday,
Yeah.
if I remember correctly. So Ghosts so the top 2 and middle 2 teams here in the North Conference are actually both tied. The Ghosts right now at a 4-4 scoreline, Bots at a 6-1. So Reapers have to start putting a separation between the Bots, or they're not going to be as much of a dominant first seed force as people thought they were going to be.
Yeah, because if they don't win out, essentially, they will lose the first seed. And you want that first seed because it's a statement seed. It's the nobody was better than us. Because if you allow the Bots to come in and take the first seed from you, then it's like, how can we be afraid of you? You may be back-to-back champions, but you aren't better than them.
Yeah. And also at this point, standings matter for conference playoffs as well. The the 2 seed team will have to play the 3rd seed, I believe it is, while the 1st seed gets to play 4th in the standings on their conference. So
We're gonna play TDM, and are they just goofing around right now?
yeah, it looks like
Because
they
we
weren't
saw
quite
the
ready to
we
go
saw the
yet.
Wraith queue out.
Yeah, might have been some confusion on their end on whether or not they were supposed to start, but
So we're gonna play TDM on Habitat, which is this is one of the arenas maps that I
yes.
enjoyed thoroughly back when arena was a game mode. So you're gonna get a first little engagement, Bloodhound nading. Oh, he's gonna go Havoc Hemlock. He chose that loadout.
Yeah.
The Havoc being a pretty strong energy AR, but
Yeah, it's an interesting loadout though. An interesting, duo of guns to go with.
yeah, these he's gonna hit those Hemlock shots. Hemlock
Ooh.
is personally my favorite gun in the game.
Yeah, he's putting out some really significant damage right now. He's hitting a lot of these shots, which is really important. The accuracy on
Applying
that
pressure.
thing.
He has the. They
The
trade.
Hemlock didn't quite get revved in time for him to win that one outright, so they're gonna stay even there. But it is the Gorillaz now who are up by 1. So they'll take trades all day at this point if it means they get to keep that 1 kill lead.
You can either take trades or you can just sit in the back and let time expire, play time.
Yeah, so
Because the second you get the lead, it's more of like, now you have to chase us.
yeah, there is an 8-minute score limit, 8-minute time limit on this game of Apex. So,
But they got to pay attention to those care packets. Care packets have some pretty good guns. Wingman, personally, which if you can hit the shots with it, is pretty good. Eva 8, which is pretty strong because they gave it hammer points this season. And those hammer points, the second your shield is cracked and you get hit with a full auto Evo, you're done.
yeah, the other nice thing about that Evo is it does have a digital threat on it, and with there being a Bangalore on the other side, you're gonna want to pick up as many weapons with that as you can.
Yeah, DG threat, plus Bloodhound is somewhat of a good counter for the Bangalore on the opposite team.
Yeah.
Oh, he has Kraber.
Shot's not quite
has to
gonna
hit
land,
those.
but he's trying. He's going for it.
He's got to wait for that bubble to go down, and then he'll have more of an angle to get.
The sensitivity isn't quite high enough.
He has to deflect that, and he's gonna die with it.
Man, yeah, he's gonna go down. So that Kraber up for grabs. Yeah, and we talked about whether or not they would keep an even scoreline or extend the lead, and Gorillaz taking another point here to put themselves up 6-4. So winning out just the slightest bit in this team fight, giving them a little bit more of a lead now.
No, so the only choice here is I don't think I like the lifeline pick here for this game mode. Because it's not like you can go down and get rezzed.
Yeah.
I mean, the health regen does help, but I don't think
oftentimes team fights are so fast that the health regen is kind of difficult to make use of.
And then you have Bloodhound ulting and getting 2 easy picks.
Get another one. Oh, he's punching now. It looks like. So Reapers trying to close the gap here. Actually, they do. The Reapers go ahead and get themselves 3 kills there in that fight without losing one. That puts them a point ahead now.
All right, and now we're seeing Cuddy with G7 Hemlock, which is a very interesting loadout, but it works in this kind of map because now you can just pick at long range.
Yeah, this is what you talked about, forcing the enemy team to approach. It's going to be really difficult. Although that bow check is going to help even more now. They're really going to be able to keep this distance and just force, low shield approaches from the Gorillaz. So they're going to be coming in, taking damage on their approach all the time, having to come in slowly and reshield. And
he hit 70.
That's a lot of damage. Wow, and they're going to get a kill from this range. That's not what you want to see in TDM.
Oh,
Another shield broken, a lot of damage, but he does get hidden behind the rock. Look like that Bloodhound there. But they're up
that
by 2
Wraith
now.
portal, I don't see what it's supposed to be doing. Because you could be using the Wraith portal to like close that gap up and make it so that you guys can approach without taking as much damage.
Yeah, definitely a waste of time and ult energy, putting it all the way out there, trying to use it just for long-range survivability. When you get a team to the point of using ultimates just to not die from across the map, you know you're in a pretty good position.
Yeah, so they have to push up because now it's 6-8, and you have a Gibby ult coming down.
Yeah, I mean, they're pushing into it. They're definitely being brave about it, but it's costing them a lot of health, and it even costs them a player.
Oh, and now they're down 2.
And
If they push him, it's a full 3. And if on the Reaper, yeah, I'm pushing.
Yeah,
him.
and they did. Yeah, I mean, they didn't need to, but it certainly helps a lot to have a 5-kill lead now. Yeah, sitting at 4 kills is ideal, a 4-kill lead, because you can lose an entire team fight without getting a kill and still be in the lead and regroup. Having a 5-kill lead is just like
now
bonus that you really
it's
like
like
to
you
have.
can. Hey, Cuddy's missing a lot of shots.
Yeah, a little bit. If you take your time and find the right rhythm with that G7, you can break entire shields in a quick long range engagement like that.
And it's unfortunate that they took the double trap trigger out.
That's
Double trap trigger on the G7 used to be. It used to make that thing. The time to kill was just insane.
Oh yeah, tons of damage coming out in a really short amount of time. There's going to be another kill coming out for the Gorillaz now, but still down by 4. Some trades coming out in that fight. They're only able to close
Nemesis,
the scoreline
another
by
bow
1.
check.
They're going to pass up that bow check there.
Devotion with the turbo now. The devotion with the turbocharger, that hurts. Because
yeah, maybe not at this range, but
yeah,
yeah, if he can close this distance.
On controller, probably not. On mouse and key, where you can kind of like jitter aim and manage the recoil much better out to the Devo is strong. But on a controller player, it's not that much more difficult, but it is pretty difficult to maintain certain guns' recoil pattern.
Yeah, I think Reapers are calling out some time here that they're taking note of, which is that they have a minute left.
Oh yeah, a minute left, so this will most likely be a Reapers win.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to close a 7-kill deficit for the Gorillaz. They started out with a little bit of a lead early on, but they haven't had it for a while now, and Reapers have just been
even if you win the next 2 team fights, the respawn time will take too long.
That's true. That is very true. They can win 2 team fights at this point, still not have enough time to win. That's unfortunate.
And the Bangalore ult will keep you away. And that's another pick.
Another kill is just yeah, and the lifeline goes down as well. I mean, they're
and then now they're just pushing into death. Yeah, 10-second call out.
Just gonna put some melees here onto this Wraith, get the kill, get a 9-kill separation, and secure themselves a win here. So, they didn't have the lead for the entire game. There was definitely a time where that was a much closer match, but they were able to. I think they were able to use the the care package drop weapons way more to their advantage than the Gorillaz were.
Yeah, you gotta take advantage of that, especially when you've seen them pick up the EVA 8 with hammer points and digits. Right, you gotta be able to get close in and push with that. And then you saw the Reapers be able to pick up like the G7 and the bow check to where they were able to just take advantage of the height and distance. It made things very difficult for them. So another shooter, you watch the Gorillaz lose.
Yeah, that's rough. That's not a game mode that the Gorillaz, I think, expected to come in and lose 3 of in this matchup. Sure, the Reapers have plenty of good shooters on their side, and there's always the possibility that you lose some, but to lose them all, when you're coming close to almost the end of the first half, I don't think that's where the Gorillaz thought they were going to be. I think they probably expected to have more of a foothold on that category of games.
Yeah, especially since 2 out of those 3 losses, you got walked on. Just like the Valorant game, you had a lead in the beginning, you fail to adjust, and then you get blown away. And now we're on to NHL.
NHL, where you will almost always see one single team.
And then we have Halo.
Halo coming up next. That's a big favorite of mine. I think everybody knows at this point.
Yes, that's also a big favorite of Murs.
Oh, okay, right. That'll be very interesting to see how he leads his team through that one.
I actually told Murs when I walked in today, I want to see you actually go crazy in Halo.
Yeah, they have an opportunity to make this, Gorillaz can put themselves in a situation where they're no longer winless in the shooter category in this first half. So we are going to go ahead and see which Tampa Bay Lightning is which at this point, because we do have our blue jerseys coming down from the top half and black jerseys coming in from the bottom.
So the blue Tampa Bay Lightning, the blue jersey Tampa Bay Lightning will be the Gorillaz, and then the black jerseys are the Reapers.
Which means that the Reapers did just score the first goal of the game, and now we are coming up on a.
But this is a -2 puck, so
-2.
So if the Gorillaz manage to score here, they take the lead.
Yeah, let's see what they can get done.
Reapers are playing pretty good defense.
Both of these teams are playing the game kind of the way that it's optimally meant to be played, taking a lot of time to set up their shots and just not getting cut off. Oh, a very nice setup. Not able to get it past the goalie, though.
Yeah, I was saying those goalies are pretty good.
Yeah, a couple of shots bounce off him. He's going to cross it back to the middle, but they get some defense in the way of him there, and he's not going to get a shot set up. So, ooh, really long shot. Not going to do much.
And they push down. Oh.
So Reaper's going to go ahead and get control again. They're going to try to push this one up. Going to cross it over. It wasn't clean, so it did slow down their push, and they're not able to get a goal. Goalie was able to set up in time. Go around the backside.
The Gorillaz just need to space out here.
And it looks like they're getting a little bit, but the defense, just like it was on FC, Reaper's defense is just so aggressive. Gorillaz do end up maintaining control, though, but giving it away immediately once again.
You're gonna watch those crosses, because the Reapers are pushing up 2 on each side, and you have people that are being.
Oh, and he's able to get it past the keeper on the left side. It looked like there. No, he's not actually. I'm sorry. I thought he was able to. I think that was a stop. So forget what I said. We're going to go ahead and reset. Reaper's going to have to make another attempt, which they're not able to do. Goaltender is going to hold onto the puck there and get another reset for the Reapers. They get another opportunity to push. Lose it almost immediately. Gorillaz once again in a sports game, keeping all their players on the same side of the court, ice, field, whatever it ends up being.
That was almost right back in the goal.
Yeah, let's see. No, not able to pass that one up, let go of it there. So that's going to be the end of the first period. Reapers still with a 1-goal lead. We are still going to have that -2 ice puck set up. So Gorillaz still with an opportunity to take a lead off of only 1 goal here. They can score this one. So we'll see what they set up for. The Reapers, aggressive defense has just been working for them in everything so far.
Yeah, the Gorillaz have to find a way to counter that. They have to find a way to slow down that aggression a little bit.
Yeah, either by being faster with the passing plays or by maybe switching up the play style so they're not as predictable. The Gorillaz going to attempt to get set up here.
And they will get stolen.
Going to fail to cross that puck. Oh! And the crossing plays are just too much. As the goalkeeper moves to the right, they shoot for the left. And they're going to go ahead and extend their lead by 1. No points on the side of the Gorillaz to take away. So that'll just act as a normal goal there, just as this next puck will as a regular puck.
Yeah, this next puck will only be 1. The one after that will be a money puck. So, the Gorillaz are not completely out of this. They just have to find a way to score.
Yeah, NHL gives a lot of opportunities to a team that can just be consistent for a short amount of time. When the Reapers looking to go over the shoulder shot there, but not able to score it. So Gorillaz have a nice setup here. They're going to cross, but there's a defender in the way. They didn't find an opportunity to shoot. So, goaltender going to find that one. Pass it back up. Gorillaz are going to get another chance at offense.
Around the
They try to
corner?
throw it away. No, they are able to retain control.
Oh, Reapers.
But Reapers do
2-on-1.
Not going to be able to score that one, but keep possession. No, backstick shot not going to go in. So, Gorillaz with another opportunity. He has to get past a defender and a goalkeeper unless he crosses the ice with the puck. And he does. Some really short passes coming in, not really throwing the Reapers off too much because the puck's not moving as much. Goalkeeper just going to go ahead and stay where he is.
That's a good pass.
Yeah, good opportunity, but he has nobody to pass to while the defense is getting set up. Reapers just setting up their defense, getting back on the ice so fast. Another setup, just goes for a hard shot, doesn't really go for any angling, and doesn't end up going in. Reapers just playing around on their side of the puck a little bit. They have a one-on-one opportunity. Stick work doesn't work, and not going to be scored there. So, goaltender going to hold on to that one, and Reapers are going to get a push from the top again. So here they
All
are.
right,
set
we got
up.
56 seconds left in the second period. The Gorillaz have to make a play.
Yeah, I mean, they're letting themselves be 1v4'd right now, and that's not a position you want to be in if you want to get a scoring opportunity. You have to be able to get as aggressive as the Reapers are getting here on their defense.
And they're just getting the puck and then immediately losing it.
Yeah, both teams kind of fumbling control repeatedly here. Nobody's getting too much control. They're being really aggressive
Right.
with each other. Nice cross across the ice. Let's see if this can turn. Not. He cannot get the goal, the shot off in time, so it will not even come close to resulting in a goal, sadly. All right, let's see what the Gorillaz can mount here. They do have a one-on-one
The 1-1.
situation. Shot does not come through. Bounces off of the mitt of the goalkeeper. And Reapers are not going to take this next opportunity. Going to go ahead and let the Gorillaz just try to close out the second period, but nothing
Now
comes out of
the
it.
Gorillaz have one period. And realistically, you only have to score twice.
Right. If the Gorillaz can score twice here, that's all they need. They get this 1 point off of the first one, and then the power puck 2 will put them up 3-2, and yeah, they'll be in a comfortable position. Maybe not comfortable, but they will be in the lead. So
Yeah,
as long as they can keep playing combative like this game has been going so far. And the Reapers haven't been able to score since the beginning of the second period, so there has been a good defense finally established by the Gorillaz, but now they have to turn that into opportunities to push down the ice.
Yeah, now that 3-on-2.
Go ahead and round the backside there. And they're going to look for an opportunity, but yeah, the
Ooh.
Reapers don't leave any players open for passes. That's not how they play. They do leave their own players open for passes, though, and that's going to result in going up and finding a lead that can actually still be turned around by 2 pucks because we do have 2 power pucks in a row.
It's back-to-back money pucks.
So just 2 of these 2, but I mean, at this point, you're 2 periods in, you haven't even been able to score 1. Reapers not able to come up off of the 2v2 situation there, but they lose control to the Gorillaz. But get it right back again. A little bit too strong of a defense from the Gorillaz, which is better to see than what we were seeing before. Puck going to stay on the ice. Reapers trying to get some control again. Reapers kind of just playing around with control, letting these shots go wide, and then recovering again.
You're seeing a lot of stick control from the Reapers, which is very important in this game. Using the skill stick enables much more control, and you are seeing the Gorillaz trying their best, but you got to get past his defense. They're crowding the puck, and they're all stick checking.
Yeah, Gorillaz are also only playing a 2-man offense right now. They've decided they're going to leave 1 player back on defense the entire time, and that's what they did, and that's why they had such a hard time doing anything but controlling the puck on the edges of the ice. All right, so let's see. Reapers still in control, and at this point, all they have to do is hold it. They do give it away, but, oh, man, I don't know if that was an intentional send up the ice there from the Gorillaz. Luckily, they're able to retain control, so let's see if they can get some decent passes out. That one's going to get blocked by a stick. They do still have control, center of the ice. He's going to make a move for the goal. Oh, my goodness, but he gets checked out of anything happening there.
Oh,
Goalkeeper going to
gonna
make a
hold
stop,
it.
but there is going to be another opportunity here for the Reapers to push up. I have to say it has been helpful, I think, for me and everybody else to keep track of who the Reapers are because they're in all black, like the, like Death himself. So,
and they have been killing the
they
Gorillaz
have
in these
been
games.
killing the Gorillaz in this game, right? Oh, and very nicely timed shot, but yeah, those goalkeepers, like you were talking about earlier, just a little bit too high of level of an AI to be able to get their shots off all the time.
Because upgrading from 23 from NHL 23 to 24, the AI on the goalie is much more difficult to get past unless you're just making good shots. And that was an opportunity to end the game just now.
Yeah, a little bit of a squander by the goalkeeper.
And that will be game.
Yeah, that'll finish it out. No more opportunities, no more openings. Gorillaz in these sports games, man, really struggling to find points.
Yeah, it's a matter of, you guys got to practice. You guys got to get together because you can't expect to beat teams like this, especially, we're moving into the late part of the season, heading into postseason. You got to clean these up. You got to be able to take at least a few of these sports games. Overall, as a team, you got to be able to win those. You can't afford to drop games like that. And now you're down 8-2, and we're about to be at halftime.
Yeah, that is a really, really rough halftime. I mean, when you come back from the half down by 6 or more, depending on how these next few games go, Halo and whatever is coming after, oh, man, I mean, Gorillaz really have to... They've got to put something together, and it seems like it, sadly enough, they've got good players on their team. They have a good spread of games. They just don't. It seems like they don't quite have the cohesiveness that the Reapers have. The Reapers being kind of used to each other in the way that they play. I think the Gorillaz still have to take some time.
Yeah,
to each other, and they are
a
going to
lot
call
of
in
these
another timeout as
pieces.
well.
Reapers have called the timeout. A lot of these pieces on the Gorillaz are just now coming together. So what I think might need to happen is, you might need to take some time, get that synergy, work together. A lot of these players, are just now coming together. Some of them are new players. Some of them are players from other teams who are coming this season. So it's just a matter of taking what you have and building on that. And I think that, they aren't doing well. They aren't doing horrible this season. 4-3. You have a winning record. You have been winning matches as of lately. It's just a matter of how do we jump up? How do we take the next step? And that's with a lot of teams. A lot of teams you see in those, 4th, 5th, 6th seeds in both conferences. You have the pieces, make them work.
Yeah, and right now I think what the Gorillaz have going for them is that maybe it's not on every single game, but not in some of the 9 games that they have lost at this point, they have played competitively. So some of the sports games they've been outmatched on completely, and they've been dominating a couple of these games, but there are lights at the end of the tunnel because this matchup, if you want to get through the postseason, there is a high likelihood you're going to have to see this team again. So they have to be right now showing that there's not a huge gap to close. They have to start closing this score line and figuring out what works for them. Because if you go down this entire list and none of these games are working for you to be able to win these out, then you're going to have a really, really tough time in the postseason against teams like the Reapers.
If you're a team, like especially, the Gorillaz are a team coming out of the South, if you guys want to make it all the way, you not only have to get through teams like the LAX Gods and the Eclipse, but your final boss, essentially, is going to be the Reapers.
Yeah.
So if the Gorillaz want to say, hey, we could win the championship, this is what your championship game will look like.
Right.
This is a big chance of what your championship game will look like. And it's not looking good.
Yeah. And even if this isn't it, the bots are not an easier team to take on. They are just as hard as the Reapers. So
because these teams are stacked. These teams are, these guys have been playing together long enough to where that chemistry is there. They understand each other. They trust each other. So you just have to get on that same level. We saw a little bit of that last week when we watched the Eclipse and the LAX Gods, the number 1 and number 2 play. And that was a blowout. That was it was like 14-4. And you got to see that, the standings might show you're like 1 or 2 spots behind, but in game, that doesn't translate the same way.
Right. And here we head into Halo Infinite. So we're going to be starting from a Reaper perspective here.
As a longtime Xbox player, I have so many memories of the Halo franchise.
All right, and Dragon Ball Fighter is going to be coming out next. So it looks like the Reapers likely sent one of their players to go for that energy sword. They're going to go ahead and take fights on this bridge, and it's going to come out working well for them. They're going to get a back smack there. Yeah, it looks like Gorillaz wanted to contest that energy sword area, but the Reapers do have control of it right now. So let's see what they can get done with it. Looks like their energy sword player is just hiding behind boxes on bottom mid. That well-placed nade is going to get that kill, and he's actually going to finish with the headshot.
Oh, he's going pistols.
Yeah, the pistol, a much more reliable weapon. Yeah, I mean, you'll see players play with the AR when they understand shooters well enough, but don't specialize in Halo. If you're in an AR Magnum game mode, the players who really feel confident and know what they're doing will be using this Magnum. So, yeah, it's a very accurate weapon. Faster shooting than the DMR and battle rifle, but not quite as much damage. You got Green Gun here sitting charged up. He's not going to pull the trigger on it. That battle rifle there makes you a seriously dangerous opponent to come up against. And he does have to reload, but luckily a teammate is there to finish off that kill for him.
He's really low. He has to sit there.
Yeah, Murs with a dangerous combo here between Green Gun and BR. If he can get these charge shots, I mean, he looks like he's holding really good distance control just with the BR itself. But if he does try to close the gap here, yeah, it's going to be scary when he's got that Green Gun charged up and he walks up on you. Ooh. All right. So, yeah, Murs, one of the higher level Halo players we've got in the league here. Very high up on the ranked ladder, very high up in his KD in the league. He is, you talked earlier about how this is something you wanted to see him in, and I think he's going to show up big time for his team here. So we'll see.
9-11. Oh, all tied up.
11, all tied up, and actually with no shields. I think that is the Gorillaz there that are going to go ahead and tie it up. But Reapers are going to take that lead back. 13-12. Now this is going to be a close one. They do have control of the overshield, so that is going to make them more dangerous. Yeah, they're going to slide down onto these enemies and trying to get a kill on bridge from below. All right, that was a really good nade in the corner to make it a trade for that Gorillaz player that went down, but these Magnum shots going to come out from above. He doesn't even have to get the kill. He puts out so much damage. His team going to try to pick up on some of that here. AR gets picked up, but
you can hear lots of communication, lots of talking.
Yeah, these teams are strategizing big time. I mean, they're trying to.
Oh my god.
They're trying to rush each other
Sentinel
down.
beam?
Yeah, control that Sentinel beam. If you have steady enough aim, that thing can be kind of like a walking Spartan laser.
Oh, he goes down.
Yeah, he's going to go down with it, so that bottom mid area is dangerous. They're kind of getting some nades thrown out here from Kenny. He's going to find some combat here on the bridge, actually. He saw on his mini-map. He's going to go ahead and finish that one off with his Magnum. Seems like everybody kind of picking up on the Magnum idea. We're seeing a lot more of it now, a lot less of the full auto. So, assault rifle going down and replaced by the Magnum. So another kill come out. Now, probably the biggest lead that we've seen so far here for Murs and the Gorillaz. And yeah, Murs trying to keep control of that shock pistol there, but with the team not all grouped up together, it's not going to do quite its job. Good little 2 kills there to extend their lead as well. The Reaper's still sitting pretty comfortably, waiting on this overshield. Actually going to get aggressive with the grapple, and if he can land these shots correctly... Oh, but he got zoned out by the nades. All right, so... Yeah, you don't want to be fighting up like this. You definitely want control of the pit with 1 or more players to try to get that overshield, which I think they... No, they did not get control of. They actually gave it away. They're going to get beaten down. Let's see if he can get a second kill. He can. So that overshield going to result in 2 kills for, I believe that was the Gorillaz there. And yeah, taking a look at the Reaper side of things now. They want to get set up for Energy Sword. It looks like teammates kind of both wanting it, but they do get control of the Energy Sword, which we haven't seen a whole lot of use come out of yet. So let's see what happens with
the
that.
energy sword, especially being a very sneaky assassin type weapon. It's one of my favorite melee weapons, right next to the grab hammer.
Right. Yeah, and, oh, actually gonna sit on that Energy Sword spawn. He doesn't get the kill, which makes this kind of a dangerous situation to try to sneak up on him. So he does have to take the ranged fight first. He's got 3 players to fight against. Now it's kind of like watching the ball hidden under the 3 cups, trying to figure out which player it is that has the Energy Sword, making sure you don't engage them too close. Reaper's still pushing their lead. A lot of kills coming out here from both sides really quickly, but it's, you know, with the Reapers having a lead, it's them who are always going to come out on top of those trades. So these Magnum shots going down. 2 are actually going to go down for the Reapers in pipes. They're still going to be up by 13. So this is, yeah, with only 9 kills needed for a win. And he spotted that on the mini-map, so that Energy Sword not going to get a kill. He's going to be brave enough to finish with a melee, that not going to be able to grab the overshield. So there is still an opportunity for a big player to come out here for the Gorillaz.
Minute 49, 42-31.
Wait. I need help.
Somebody needs to get a little aggressive here.
42-32 at this point. 10 kills scoreline. 11 now. The Reapers in a really comfortable position to start finishing up the game. And a little one tap there by Mers. He's going to go ahead and use that Mauler to his advantage, but Nade doesn't pick up any of those low targets, so they're not going to make that a trade. And now Reaper's only 4 from a win. Still 16 needed for the side of the, or 15 needed for the side of the Gorillaz here. And both teams not really opting to play the high ground because they want to control the Energy Sword, want to control the overshield, and maybe not ready to make rotations from high to low quite that quickly over the course of just the game. 2 kills coming out there for Kenny. 1 assist and 1 kill. So not going to contribute to the finishing scoreline.
They need to speed it up.
Yeah, he's not going to let the Reapers close it up quite that quickly. Like you say, speed it up. Yeah, they've only got 40 seconds left to go. This is that's why the Reapers have slowed this down. I think they noticed that the time is in their favor completely. Commando shot's not quite going to land, but at this point, just get shields low and make them uncomfortable.
He gets 1.
Ooh. And he accidentally clicked 3 times on that dead body. That's unfortunate.
We got the bomb.
And yeah, 20 seconds
They're
left.
down by 4. 20 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean they've started to mount a comeback here. This is
3 seconds left. You got 10 seconds. You need to push up.
Yeah, it has to be highly aggressive and just finish this one off. That weapon barely reaches. Can he get a double kill here to try to close the scoreline? He cannot.
And that will not be enough.
Going to contribute to the separation. It was a valiant effort though. 1 against 3 is not an easy thing to take on. And Mers, I think, with 21 kills, did that say? Was that Mers? Was that the side of it? I wish we could see that score line again, but Mers with 21 kills. I mean, easily the highest scoring player. The highest scoring player on the side of the Reapers with 13 kills. Mers losing that game, almost accounting for half of the kills needed for a win in Slayer, and his team loses. That is frustrating as an individual.
That is unfortunate. That is the things that we've been seeing in these shooters. It's so close yet so far. That hurts. As a player, to go in for a game that you consider to be a pillar game for you, and then to lose it, that's demoralizing a little bit. But the wheel keeps spinning, and you have to move forward, and you just have to look back at it like, this is what we need to work on. This is what we need to clean up. Because that was a very winnable Halo match.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, Mers did all the heavy lifting. All he needed to do was direct his team to control power weapons and power items and just keep control of that overshield, keep control of that energy sword, and it seemed like they couldn't hold the control. Murs had to kind of pick up kills off of when his teammates would get enemies low, but when you lose 2 teammates and then have to kill 3 to make up for it, you're just at a disadvantage.
Yeah, I'm, being down by as much as like 12 and then bringing in within 4 in the last 20 seconds, it's difficult. But now we have to get ready for DBZ fighters. And the Reapers will call another timeout to make sure that this is set up correctly and played. And then we will have to see Twig, Egg, and Cinnabar go against Carnage, O to the L, and Global.
Yeah, we know what we're going to see on the side of the Reapers already, but Gorillaz do have one more player they can put in. We imagine it's going to be Global at this point, but we'll see. Definitely not a given. We've seen stranger things happen, so... but yeah, when you're down in this situation, I believe they are down 10-2, so down by 8 games at this point. You don't really want to be holding back anything, so very good.
You have to full send for everything. Everything has to be. You have to send your absolute best for every game, no matter what it is.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left in the timeout. You have to be prepared to play and play your absolute best.
Yeah, so we will see which one of these 2 teams. We've already seen that fighters are the one thing that Gorillaz are able to pick up on so far, are able to take points in this match for. So we'll see if that stays consistent. Maybe DBZ will be a good way for them to end the half and go into the second half feeling like there's a way back into this one.
Absolutely. And then even despite the lead, if you're the Reapers, you got to look at it like, hey, we got to get some of these fighters tightened up. Because if we are losing fighters to one person on the Gorillaz, we can't expect to completely, totally take fighters from a team like the Eclipse or the Bots.
Yeah,
teams that
have multiple capable fighting players. Yeah,
and you got to be able to play them, and you guys got to play them at a higher level than what you have now, because if you're forfeiting and losing fighting games to a, middle of the pack team, the top tier teams are going to terrify you.
Oh yeah. We'll see what happens. This timeout is over, so we will see if this setup is through yet, and if, it could still be a question of whether these teams are even going to end up playing at this point. Would be strange to use a timeout if you don't plan to play, but
yeah, I think they're gonna play
looks
this.
like we are in. That is the end of the setup timer, so we are headed in.
And this will probably be the last game before half.
I think that's what the game timer was looking like earlier. So we're gonna start off here with a
Broly versus Android 17. Oh, he's just whiffing. But he's going to be able to still get it off. And he's getting punished for it.
All right, so it looks like our left side of the screen here is going to be the Gorillaz. Right side Reapers. Oh, left side, yes. Left side Gorilla, right side Reapers. Yes.
All right, and you're seeing this Android 17. Oh, kind of doing a lot of damage. You don't want to fall down, because then you don't want to have. Oh, it looks like Global's gonna have to 1v3, because this is gonna.
Yeah, that's another one down. Frustrating situation to be in, but he's going to have to pick it up.
He has 5 meters.
Yeah, he's got a lot to work with here, but this is not an easy game to kind of carry 3 players to their death. There's a lot of opportunity to carry combos through the air, just like the way you finished Android 17 there, but to have to do it to 2 more players, especially with the Broly on the other side, even somebody like me who doesn't do a whole lot of Dragon Ball Fighters, I still understand that this is a character that you don't want to be messing with.
Yeah, we don't see a lot of people do that. I've seen Lovejoy do this countless times. I'm not gonna lie to you. Lovejoy is kind of like a guy that's covered this game and won it for us in a lot of cases, where he's been the last man and he's reverse sweep. But against a team like this, it's very difficult because each one of them know what they're doing. And Car X Drift coming up, which is another really big Reaper game.
And we will see if we can get the game timer back up here. It's still set to timeout timer, but we will see if we can get that to game timer so we can see how much
And
time we have left before the half here.
I don't think Global will be able to get it here.
No, it doesn't look like he'll be able to close this one out. He was having a hard time engaging in general. Oh, he does. All right, he finally finds a path in, actually. And he's able to catch him from the back to bring him down to half a health bar.
And
So,
he still loses.
yeah, difficult situation to come up from. But, yeah, so I think Reapers are really proud of themselves for getting a win there.
206. We might see Car X Drift get played.
Yeah, I think we will. Very likely that we'll see that come out here. So, yeah, DB's going to the Reapers. Even a fighting game at this point isn't something that we can say is definitely going to go in the Gorillaz' favor now.
It is just, it's so far, it is not looking like their day. It's looking like the Reapers came here a little more prepared.
Yeah, I think they want to prove that the bots aren't something that are going to worry them at this point. They're not worried about conference finals. I think they want to kind of establish themselves as a grand finals guarantee kind of team and just say, hey, whoever on the South Conference is going to see us there, we'll see you there. They're kind of just running through everybody on both sides at this point, and yeah, they're a scary team to go up against. You can see how even the Gorillaz are not a layup team. Most teams would not consider this to be a layup team that you go up against and you have no worries about. Everybody has to have a little bit of concern and prep the right way to go against a team like them, and the Reapers are saying, you bring us the tippity top or we're just going to run over whatever else is left.
And this is where you see the levels in UEL. Like, you see the difference, like, between a first seed and a fourth seed. It may not, 1 and 4 may not seem that far apart, but you're seeing right now it's worlds apart. And this is just showing you this is where you got to be. You want to be the top, then you got to show us. And the Gorillaz will forfeit Car X Drift.
All right.
Don't see why. It's a fast game. I mean, you will lose it, but it would take you into halftime.
Yeah, maybe they want to try to grab up one more win here before the half. So let's see what comes out on the wheel.
With the current lineup, you want a game like...
Is that Pokemon? No, it rolls over Mortal Kombat.
And you sent in Kenny and X-Ray for Car X Drift.
Yeah, Kevin and Kenny are what they used last week, actually, for their Mortal Kombat duo. Didn't end up winning that one, but they did show that they could hold their own against some seriously skilled fighter players. So, yeah, that is difficult. The two of them are out, so at this point...
And Global is unavailable.
Global is out, so what do you think? Do you think maybe Carnage and Gurrens?
You might have to send in... Yeah, you might... I would say maybe like Carnage and O to the L.
Okay. Yeah, Reapers have a lot more to choose from here.
Reapers, I would say you Kitten and Egg or Kitten Cinnabar.
Yeah.
Because I know that Kitten is a big MK guy.
Yeah, it's not the... there are some fighting games that heavily differ from each other, and while it has similarities to other fighting games, there's definitely like I feel like every fighting game almost has its own like weight and feel to it, like when your characters get in the air or how heavy your attacks are. In Dragon Ball, if you hit a single jab, you pretty much didn't do anything. Whereas in Street Fighter, if you do a single jab, you're like, oh, there's a 20th of his health bar down. I just took out 5% of his health.
And then it's like it's a lot of different, like the combo systems is different, especially Mortal Kombat. You got the cambio system. You have Street Fighter, you have you can put on modern controls and everything go combo into everything, and even
Yep.
confirm supers.
Oh yeah.
Dragon Ball, you have you keep tapping one button and it'll do an entire combo for you.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
a matter of understanding and being able to switch from different fighting games is a skill set in itself, because
yeah.
you'll have guys who are good at fighters, but have guys who are only really good at Street Fighter versus guys who will beat you down in Mortal Kombat versus guys who are really good at King of Fighters. 'Cause King of Fighters is a game where you have to understand how to like super cancel and more than just auto combo understanding, much more layers to the game. So each fighting game we have on the wheel has a different feel to it, different weight, and like you said, you can get a jab in and it can mean different things, because you get a jab in a DBZ that links to a whole other corner, and the Gorillaz will forfeit Mortal Kombat,
Oh man.
and I think they're out of forfeits now.
Yeah, it looks like they just want to wrap up this first half pretty much. Madden. All right.
Madden. Oh, Carnage and Mers versus probably Twig and 144.
And so, will they be into this one before the half? All right. So before we go into half here, we just want to remind everybody about how we're looking on our way to grand finals as we head toward the postseason. Every team will play 10 games. And right now, a lot of these teams are sitting around the 8 or 7 game completion mark at this point on this week.
The way it's looking after today, the Ravens might have an opportunity to overtake the 3rd seed if they are able to rack up some wins. Because after today, the Gorillaz will most likely be 4-4. The Ravens win against the X Gods, they'll be 4-4, and then it'll be a race to see who takes 3rd in the South. Tomorrow, me and the Bandits take on the Wolves to see who gets that 5th spot. Because we currently are sitting just outside of playoff territory. So tomorrow will be a very big, important game for us. Make sure you guys are here to watch, because it's gonna be a good one. And then you have teams like the Phantoms and the Bucks. That's still a fight to see who takes the last playoff spot. So there's no team in either conference that's just completely out.
Right. Yeah. Because the Bucks are only 6 games in at this point. While some teams at this point are getting to their 8th game. So there is still some time for them to go ahead and get a jump on the Phantoms at some point. All right. So we will be playing Madden before the half. Reapers went ahead and called a timeout. They want to try to get another point on the board here. They might want to try to get through this entire wheel by the end of the night.
We have seen that this season, and it's really incredible that fans get to watch games like this, because then you really get a grasp on how diverse the talent in the UEL is, how much you have to actually know and be able to be prepared for it. So people getting to see 20 to 25 out of the 33 games that we have on the wheel shows you this is just a completely different breed of esports that you're seeing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I mean, we're at the half here, and we're already 15 games in, so...
Yeah, like half the wheel has been played.
Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely looking at one of those games where it's... But yeah, we'll have 16 by the end of the first half, actually. We'll have 16 games done, so... Oh, man. Yeah, there's still a lot of time left in this one, but there are some games that are going to slow down the pace of play, though, because we are in a situation where Pokemon is still on the board, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is still on the board, our asymmetrical, like Dead by Daylight and Texas Chainsaw, those eat up some time as well, so We have some time-consuming games.
Yeah,
We're actually about to
we
see
still have
one right now.
Yeah, Madden can take so much time. Madden, even though it's only 3-minute quarters, that 3-minute quarters can feel like 5, 10. If with timeouts, possible flags.
Yeah, I can get Mers maybe trying to show that he submitted his lineup. Just making sure everything is in order before we get into Madden here, maybe discussing why we are getting into this one. Yeah, but we will be playing it before the half, so we are on our way in here. And I'm curious to see who we're going to have on QB on either side here. Who wants to take the lead? All right, so Hollywood and QB, kind of two team leaders. I guess the people we would expect to be put in a position like that. They will be taking over leadership for the team. So we
will see the Bills versus the
Bills versus
49ers.
The 49ers. And for the Bills, we have, let's see here.
The Bills will be Mers and Carnage.
Okay, so that's Mers and Carnage. Gotcha.
Now, Madden is, one of what I consider to be one of my main games. And the Bills here are an interesting pick. Especially, I don't know if you follow the NFL with a bunch of the, free agency going on. The Bills might not be a good pick next year's Madden.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, and he immediately throws a
and
pick.
Apparently they're not in this year's either because... Whoa! And we're actually going to get a lateral pass as well before we get a step out of bounds. And this might be one of the quickest touchdowns that I have seen in a UEL game. They are almost in the red zone, if not already
They're at the 27 currently.
They are at the... Oh, I see right there.
Now,
yeah,
I can automate... Oh, the term mad genius, it pretty much came from the fact that growing up, I actually was never really good mechanically. I just thought differently. So a lot of the plays, like especially when you see me play any game, it's because I'm just out thinking most people and doing things that you don't expect. The mad part stems from the fact that I used to rage like uncontrollably. It used to be really bad because growing up in a household to where we played games like Madden and 2K, where Big Brother is just pounding on you, you just get really upset. And if you ask any of my siblings, there's many game controllers that have been destroyed in my house over games like this. Oh, no, Madden is just one of the many games that I play. Since I consider myself to be a heavy sports player, and right now we're watching some really odd gameplay because there are a lot of options there. Twig being QB, he's rushing and that sliding out to the side when you could stay in the pocket is not working. On the Bills side, using the coach suggestions option it's okay and it's helpful in a sense to where the coach suggestions are just generated based on whatever game plan you picked. But understanding formations will help you much better in a game like this.
Mm-hmm.
And I see them stepping into formation. They're going 3-3 will nickel. I wouldn't do that because it's 4th and 1 on the goal line. They're going for it. They're gonna probably pick a pass play audible into a run play. Or yeah, they might pick a pass play audible into a run play, or try to send an out route. Or
he actually connects in the back of the end zone.
Fades to Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, so short pass, quick play.
So that interception leads to a very quick touchdown. And
So they did a good job of eating up as much of the clock as they could, honestly, in what little time.
I
like,
think
what
they're gonna
little
fake it.
space they had.
I think this is a fake. Oh no, it's not.
All right. Yeah, they're gonna go for it, just secure, make sure that they have a lead, even if it is possible to tie, to get it tied up.
And if Mers is gonna be making decisions like, and they're gonna onside kick.
Oh,
Oh, so this is kind of like a.
still a lot of time left in this game. Oh,
Yeah, he touched it
the
before
ball
10
way
yards.
Too early, yeah. They only gave it one bounce.
But you gotta take advantage of. You gotta take advantage of things like this. Oh wait, what?
Hollywood's up and.
Did he
laughing about
decline it?
something. Wait,
He declined.
what?
He declined the flag.
That has to be an accident of some kind, and that's going to get them close to the red zone for the second
He
time.
declined the flag.
What in the world?
What are we doing?
I'm not sure what we just saw, but
Oh no, Mers. No, you didn't just do that.
yeah, I think he's a little bit upset about it right now. I'm wondering if the confusion. I'm not really sure what the confusion was.
You accept
honestly.
that, no matter what.
Yeah, I don't know why you declined that. I mean,
There's no reason to decline it.
what did you like? I'm trying to figure out what he thought the alternative was. You know what I mean? Like,
Maybe
he
you think
thought
the
that-
alternative is. No, there's nothing.
I
There's
don't
nothing there.
know.
There's nothing. There's
yeah.
nothing to think.
I was gonna say that he thinks maybe that they get possession there, but that would be a good thing. So even if you think
You
that
get
incorrectly,
possession.
you want that.
Yeah.
So,
So
I'm-
there's no reason
not
to.
sure.
That's actually baffling to me. Oh man. The Gorillaz are going to need help in these sports games. The Gorillaz are going to need help.
yeah. Do you think this is just their way of forfeiting when they don't have any forfeits left?
I hope so. I hope you're not. Because as someone who plays a game, like I grew up playing Madden. I played every Madden since like 2004.
Okay. Oh. All right.
And I've also been
Losing
watching
out on the
football
ball
my
pretty
whole
far
life.
back.
So if you're seriously doing this, if this is you trying to attempt to win and you're just making mistakes like that, it's really bad.
Yeah.
And it's showing me a complete lack of knowledge in a game like this.
Yeah, it is the highest strategy-based sports game, which is stuff that usually somebody like Mers would be pretty good at. I mean, it's one slip up, but it's gonna make
That's
this
a
whole
really
first
big
half
slip up
a
because
Reaper's
you go in
control.
the first half possibly down.
Oh, and that connects as well. That was looking like it was going to be an interception, but not timed.
The thing
well.
with Madden is you can never believe what you see.
Yeah, it's all just pixels.
Is you may think you have the pick and then you don't.
Oh, doesn't get out of the pocket.
If he was able to hit stick there, that's a fumble. Because you can go down 14-0 and the Reapers will get the ball in the half.
Right, because they started their first drive off of an interception.
He's
Gonna run it to the outside here, get some more.
His 3rd and goal, 2-minute warning.
Yeah, more yards toward the goal and goal line, and this is looking like it's going to be.
So they're crowding the
only a
box.
third
It's
down.
showing blitz. When you have that many lineups like that, showing you're blitzing.
And it worked out for him. No
But
fumble
the
there.
Reapers are almost definitely going for this. I don't see them taking the field goal and walking away.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem their style.
They're up 13-2. They already have a touchdown advantage. They're gonna get the ball back. You gonna take the field goal?
I would see why. If they're thinking strategically, I definitely understand why you get yourself in a position where you know, the game won't be tied up in any situation. So we're gonna have enough power on it? No, they're gonna
Nope,
fake
and
it,
they're gonna fake it.
run it to the outside, and they're
And
gonna
they're
miss.
gonna-
So that's gonna be a turnover.
But
you should
a
have gone for the field goal,
turnover,
guys.
a turnover at the 3-yard line.
Yeah, right. Turnover at the 3-yard line with how many minutes left to play?
I think it's like 155 and a half.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm up a touchdown, and my defense is beating you. I'm going for it. I'm gonna get to try that.
Mm.
So they get that leeway. the momentum, the Madden momentum is on their side, and they have rattled O line, which means that the Bills blocking isn't going to be as strong.
So I'm going to put the outside here, go ahead and grab themselves their first down. I'm going to go ahead and stop the clock by going out of bounds as well. So that was a really good first play. Their first real offensive play of the game. They get a first down and 1 on a single down.
I would love to see Murs actually
Be nice.
play the game. Fred Warner has his X factor, which is going to make it difficult to pass around him. So I would not pass anything near him.
But they're
And
going
you
to.
go to
And
it.
he went directly to him. We're going to see another interception, more lateral passing, and we're going to see him go down at around the 28-yard line.
This is a big thing, because now they have full Madden momentum on their side. Fred Warner has his X factor. I don't see anybody on offense on this 49ers offense with their X factor on.
Yep, they're going to run this on the outside here. Short passing
And
play.
he's going to get a lot of yards.
Down. Stop the clock, which is probably not.
And now we're at the 10-yard line.
So
You got to get out of nickel here. It's not working for you.
last set of downs here.
Somebody has to be lurking that flat.
It's like a little coordinating actually going on between Twig and his teammate right now.
Oh,
Oh, no. Finds open space. Not going to get that one, so we're going to go to
that
second
B
down.
was open immediately. That B receiver was open
Second
as
and
soon as the play
goal.
started.
And you can see the Reapers in the back there, just kind of waiting for this one to get wrapped up so they could head into the half either way. Waiting on their teammates, hoping they can secure a win for an even bigger lead. And a connection there means
He's at the 1-yard
1
line.
yard for this second touchdown. Let's see. This is, the similar situation where they got held on the last set of downs, so, or on their last drive, I mean. Let's see if they do anything to get them a single yard here. All they have to do is a slight bit of outsmarting.
I would say a toss. Oh, yo.
No, he tried to go for the sneak, but he didn't make it through. Didn't get that touchdown, and they're going to be 4th and goal for the second drive in a row. Actually,
4th and 1. I don't think Hollywood's actually. I think he's playing in a way that lets him know that, hey, you guys aren't winning this.
Yeah, they are being very, very aggressive.
Because if Murs played with just a tad bit more patience,
And that's going to be stopped again. So, as difficult as the Reapers have been to get through on defense, just picking off on every Gorillaz drive, ever since that first touchdown, they've just been getting shut down at the goal line.
and now it's a matter of Murs. You got to be patient. You got to let your plays develop. You got to be aware of what's going on in that secondary.
Yeah,
Because you see one of them clicking on to Fred Warner and lurking. You got to stay away from the middle of the field.
yeah, a very nice cut in for another first down on the first play of the drive. Still got a
If
lot
I'm
of
them, you have 3 timeouts, 37 seconds. You can take advantage of all of this, and at best get into field goal range.
They're actually not going to call that timeout, so
This is where game knowledge and clock management comes in handy, because I have to. Oh, I wouldn't have called and run play.
no, a little bit, not enough yardage. Gonna get out of that one, so probably. should
You
call
just
it.
gonna let the second run out.
Nope. Yeah, just gonna let the clock run out. Doesn't seem like they're putting a whole lot of weight or importance on this game. So
But it's winnable. It's not like
No.
Hollywood isn't doing anything that's just insanely good. He's not pressuring you. They're just he's really just trying stuff at this point.
yeah, I mean they've had 2 drives in a row where they get shut down yards from the end zone. So yeah, I mean they're really
this
not as
technically
tough as they
should
look.
be. I mean, if he takes his 3 and walks away, he's up 13.
Yeah, it's 13 to 0 right now if he would have taken those. You're in a position where, one failed 2-point attempt and extra point off of 2 touchdowns make an even game. So, yeah, I think I'd rather be sitting on the 13 than the 7, but they wanted a dominant lead, so he attempted for it. They're going to go ahead and get another first down here. They're making steady progress up the field. Clock still moving slowly. Top of the third quarter here. Not going to outrun him, but he does get a nice spin for an extra yard or 2 there.
He gets 2 yards on that run. Christian McCaffrey is just really fast and durable in this game. So trying to pop him is not easy. You just gotta stop him, and you're why are you running a prevent against? He's obviously running.
And yeah, that's going to be another first down. I mean, they just keep going back to back.
And the defense they're setting, it's just a wide coverage zone. So I can do this. I can run at you all game long.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean they have 39 yards to go, 38 I believe it is, 38 yards to go. The clock is still ticking down. They're going to try to close this one out at the end of the third quarter, which would put the Gorillaz in a situation where they have to have 2 scoring drives in a single quarter. Depending on how much time comes off the clock here, they might be able to push this drive into the fourth quarter and waste a little bit of that time as well. They are waiting until the clock hits 0, almost at 0 to snap the ball. So
I mean, they could run. They couldn't just run no huddle. And we're getting another wheel spin to see what will be played coming out of half. And Pokemon?
let's go. Got some Pokemon coming up. Thank goodness, because after the half, the setup on that would not be good if it wasn't. There was some issues going on from what I know with the Switch setup, so they'll have some time to work on that during the half. But yeah, we're going to come down to the end of the third quarter here, and Reapers are still going to have possession of this ball. They're looking to make it a 2-possession game and leave the Gorillaz with less than a quarter to work with to make that happen.
No. A touchdown pretty much seals it here.
All right. So 4th and 3, starting off this fourth quarter. Yeah, I mean, I really don't see a way for the Gorillaz to get themselves back in this one if the Reapers can turn this into a scoring drive. Because at 4th and 3, this would not be nearly the first. Okay. Now, that's a much smarter play. Actually go for the field goal here. That is going to make the distance. That's going to be in. That puts them in a solid enough lead that is still a 2-possession game at this point, and you left the Gorillaz with less than a quarter to work with. So yeah, tricky situation for the Gorillaz. I wouldn't say impossible. There's definitely still a shot here. You would have to have some really big plays. They are going to set themselves near the middle of the field here.
So here's what you do. You get a quick touchdown, and you got to hope that they do what you did and mess up on the onside kick.
Yes. Yeah, and remember, and they do have to avoid turnovers as well, because
turnover will pretty much end the game.
Yeah, that's been the summary of the Gorillaz offense on Madden so far, has been
And from this defensive look, it's going to be probably man.
Doesn't get the ball off in time and going to get sacked. So yeah, this defense has been a problem for them. I mean, even though the Reapers have done a decent job getting themselves some points on the board, their offense isn't what's been killing the Gorillaz this game. the defense has prevented the Gorillaz from getting anything started at all. The Gorillaz have had opportunities to shut down the Reapers on their own defense, but they have found nothing on offense to get a foothold in even getting toward points in this game. So they're not even on the board yet, and they might not get there, depending on how this Reapers defense goes. Very well could be the last one.
You got 2 minutes. Interception.
That's going to be an interception cleanly. Scrambling in the pocket, not a clean throw. And that will likely be the last possession of the game. Well, they don't have a lot of distance to make up here, but, you know, they're about halfway down the field already for their next touchdown. Or, you know, if it's a quick set of downs and they can't find anything up to the fourth, then might go for the field goal. So we'll see. There might still be time for the Gorillaz to get one more possession, but I don't think they can come back in this
They
one.
aren't utilizing the timeouts they have. And
Yeah.
the way that they've been playing, it doesn't look like you're playing to win. It looks like you just are playing Madden.
Yeah, I don't think they mind which way this one goes. They don't look like they have a whole lot of energy left. They need to they got to fuel up during the half. They got to get some water in the system. Got to maybe grab themselves a snack, get some energy going.
And you got a game plan because Pokemon's next, and it's the start of the second half.
Yeah.
And you have to get it together.
Yeah, if you can talk strategy and get yourself a solid win to start the half, maybe pick up some momentum. And there you go. There's an interception. Sadly, that one's going to get shut down. He did have a lot of open space, but yeah, interception on the side of the Gorillaz is going to give them another chance and a drive down the field here.
Put some points on board.
Yeah, you don't want to go down with nothing.
Put some points on the board. You don't want to walk away getting shut out because that's always terrible.
And just barely not going to get the fourth.
Call
down.
a timeout. Come on, you want to have time to put something on the board, and they're not
no,
giving
at least make
themselves
an attempt,
time.
right? They're not calling these timeouts. I don't think they care too much. Let's see. Maybe they're just going to send this one all the way downfield here. No, not quite. That shot at
The A receiver was the better option there.
Yeah.
Now you call a timeout. You call a timeout on an incomplete pass. You called a timeout after an incomplete
The
pass.
time was already going to stop. But they called a timeout anyway. So
This is blowing my mind.
listen, it's ultimate end gamers, not ultimate sports gamers. So this is some stuff that some of us have to study. Some of the rules here. There we go. That timeout was necessary. We needed that one.
You wasted one already.
You're so upset about that.
This is oh my god.
There's no recovery. It doesn't matter. It's no coming back.
I'm pretty sure myself and any other sports player watching this right now is just fuming at the decisions being made. Cause why are we doing this?
See where this one
And you're
goes.
throwing
right into the hands of the
straight.
defense. Yeah, there was a defender in front of that.
There
route
were
the entire time.
3 49ers around that receiver.
Yeah. So with 19 seconds left, Reapers are going to get the ball here. They're going to surely run out the clock. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you.
And they're gonna just punt
They're
it.
going to. Oh.
Just because why not?
Yeah. Just because they have no respect for the other team.
He's just gonna punt.
Oh, they're going to fake a punt. Intercepted. How do you feel about that one, Hollywood? All right, this one's going to go up the field, and they are going to be the closest they've been to a
Just kick a field goal. Just
touchdown. Yeah.
take this last play.
They do still have a timeout as well, so if they can get a quick running play and call a timeout, that could also work for them. Maybe try to get yourself a little bit closer to the field goal range. I think they're in range.
They are in range.
They
With
are
the
already
kicker,
in
with
range.
the Bills kicker, this would be about a 42 yard field goal. RB.
All right, and that's going to be a first down as well. You got to go down and call the timeout. There it is. There it is. With 1 second left. With 1 second left, they're going to call a timeout.
Just kick the field goal.
Just
and
kick the field goal.
get some points.
Mm-hmm.
And what are you doing?
No,
What
they're
do you-
not kicking a
what-
field goal. They're not kicking a field goal.
Mers.
Wait, if this works out for them, you're going to feel silly if you say something mean right now.
Mers,
Let's see
are we
what
doing?
happens. Let's see what happens.
RB. No.
No, that one's going to go out of bounds. Oh, and he slips too. All right, well, that is going to be the end of our very lengthy first half here. The Reapers are going to go up
14-2.
So,
that.
yeah, that one's going to close us out on the half. So, stick around. We will be back in about 15 minutes with some 1v1 Pokemon action. So, we'll see you then.
BC the Noisemaker.
Dripping water, H2O in my timepiece, VVS. A blinding light make them look Chinese. In the form motor, pick me up, be my dime piece. Don't start no trouble, 2 Glocks, them bitches Siamese. Blue bills, where we chasing every day. Run them over, if they try to get up in your way. Tell her hustle hard, I want the cream, I get the cake. Hustle hard, I want the cream, I get the cake. I see they glare, but they know to stay up in their lane. Smoking moon rock, cookies only, I'll take to the face. Niggas wanna rock, Cyclops red beam will make a shake. Now the block is hot, oh well niggas dying every day. 20s, 50s, 100s, want all of these in abundance. When it comes to the women, these hoes know I can't love them. Only chasing, chase the back, drugs for the head, can't get enough of it. Try to take my money, S&W, leave you suffering. Why they wanna kill me for the cream? Only thing I'm trying to chase is my dream. I'ma stack it, stretch it, flip it. Hating on me cause I'm different. They want her to get the digits, yeah, I mean. Dripping water, H2O in my timepiece, VVS. A blinding light make them look Chinese. In the form motor, pick me up, be my dime piece. Don't start no trouble, 2 Glocks, them bitches Siamese. Blue bill. what we chasing every day. Run them over if they try to get up in your way. Tell her hustle hard. I want the cream, I get the cake. Hustle hard. I want the cream, I get the cake. Hey, logging in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got them. Falling, groveling, we lit in any room, server or camp. Know when they see us, we stand. We never lead till we end, lead till we champ. Once we logging in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got them. Falling, groveling, so we lit in any room, server or camp. Know when they see us, we stand. We never lead till we end, lead till we champ. Beat them advance. We do we think for them when we in it, we kill it and leaving no chance to hell reclaim. That's not how we move in the wheel of games. Ultimate gamers and still the change, shaking the industry. Plenty she's winning our team with some killing bees, killing these moves while they still we replenish. We load the artillery, hold the hostility, boosting these trophies we win. We in it all line on the grind, opposition and misery. Leaking they dwell, call us the winners since we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams, growing and hanging below. Ultimate endgamers league 1,000,000 degrees, and this is where gamers go pro.
BeatStars.com.
Niggas tryna put me on the game, but niggas know that I got it. Yeah. Haters be looking over this way, they thinking that I'm a hot topic. Niggas thinking they can play the game. Oh my gosh, please better stop it. I'ma take off in this game. I'm taking off just like a rocket.
Welcome back from the half, everybody. We are back into this Reapers and Gorillaz game. I am Speedy, and I am joined by...
Mad Genius.
Mad Genius. All right, so we are 14-2. We have to talk about the scoreline before we talk about anything else, what's coming up next. This is a rough scoreline. So, the Gorillaz... Let's go down the list first and see what we have, how this game has gone out. So, we started off with Rocket League, where the Reapers ended up winning. And then CTR rolled. Gorillaz forfeited that one to the Reapers. That was their first forfeit usage. Then we played Call of Duty, a shooter, which Gorillaz are hoping to take some of in this game.
Which
they lost
should've.
Call of Duty.
And
Then they lost Valorant. They finally picked up a win because Reapers just didn't want to play Guilty Gear. So they forfeit that one. Reapers used their only forfeit. As you can see so far, they still have 4 remaining, but they used that one on Guilty Gear. Then Reapers went ahead to win a 10-second game of F1, and then followed it by a dominant victory on FC. Gorillaz finally took a victory of their own on King of Fighters, which is something that we would I think we'd hope they would take as long as they've got Global in the mix. UFC, Gorillaz forfeit. Reapers go on to take Apex, NHL, Halo, and Dragon Ball Z all back to back to back and just extended this lead to an unbelievable level. Then CarX Drift rolls, Gorillaz forfeit. Reapers take that one again. Mortal Kombat. We thought we might see the Gorillaz play, but because they had Kevin and Kenny, I'm going to assume they had Kevin and Kenny not available for play. I think that's likely the reason why they ended up forfeiting that one. And Reapers went up 13-2. Madden rolls right at the end of the half to kind of delay our halftime break. And you probably hated that more than anything ever, but Reapers ended up winning that one 10-0. Now they are up 14-2. And now we are looking at a game of Pokemon 1v1 coming up next, which they are trying to figure out how to set up out there. I believe they don't have anybody who's super experienced with this game, so
I'm glad we don't have to deal with that because Rex knows everything Pokemon inside and out, so we never have an issue setting this game up. I'm hoping that they get on track. Pokemon is very knowledge and strategy based, so I hope they know enough of Pokemon to know how to play this out.
Yeah,
I want to see a more competitive game, and it's just not looking good.
Here we go. So after Pokemon, we are going to get
Okay.
All right. So after this, we are going to get Need for Speed Hot Pursuit, a game that honestly I haven't commentated in a while. It has been eluding me for a little bit now, so I am glad we're going to get into it. But we are going to be viewing from the side of the Reapers. So that will be Scarlet that we are viewing from this 144p, right? 144p is who we are going to be spectating. I actually think he was the last player left on their lineup available.
Yeah, so after this, the Reapers will have their full reset,
which is really nice for Need for Speed because you get to lock in, some players that are really, really into that. So, so we'll be watching from the side of the Reapers. We will see what kind of strategy they brought. Looks like preparations coming up. Both teams just kind of locking in their team lineup. Uh-oh.
Someone is disconnected.
Looks like we had a disconnect. Did somebody forfeit?
No.
Let's find out what happened out there.
We seem to have some technical difficulties.
It could be technical issues. So we're going to see what that's all about. I really, really, really hope we get to play this one out.
Yes, because I enjoy watching you commentate Pokemon.
I appreciate that.
As someone who has... we're going to have a technical timeout.
Yeah, just for the disconnect, we're gonna go ahead and have a technical timeout here. So 3 minutes.
I
Hopefully,
grew up
less.
watching the original anime through Pokemon, so it's been a wild ride. I watched it all up until the recent one where Ash finally gets to win it all and walk away.
Yeah, we're production is threatening to start playing the 150. Well, he said 150 because he doesn't know that there's 151st Pokemon in the original series, but that's all right. But the 151 anime wrap, which for those who don't know, Mew actually comes after Mewtwo. In the Pokédex, because somehow they were able to clone a Pokemon before ever discovering it. So, Mewtwo is the 150th Pokemon, and Mew is the 151st. But yeah, the new Scarlet and Violet games are pretty cool. They did make an announcement recently that there will be a new Pokemon Legends game coming out. So while that's not a main series title and won't change the competitive landscape of how Pokemon is played, it will add some things to it. There will be new forms of Pokemon that we haven't seen before. There will probably be new legendaries entirely. New moves will come into the game. So those Pokemon will be tradable to Scarlet and Violet, and you will see a little bit of a shakeup in the Scarlet Violet landscape, even though Gen 10 isn't quite going to be here yet.
No, well, I mean, when Scarlet and Violet came, I actually bought Scarlet and Violet with my wife to play with her, and sometimes we'll sit there and we'll go through and raid.
Oh yeah,
and it'll be a fun time. It's definitely a great franchise to play. Even though anime wise, I was more of a Digimon kid. Not gonna lie.
What?
I was.
I always feel like people who say that were like spawned at like 20 years old. Like I just feel like no child was like, oh yeah, I like Digimon way more than Pokemon. Like,
I wouldn't say I like it way more, but I just thought that Digimon was like cooler in a sense that you would see like this one Digimon like that looks like all tiny and innocent, and then it turns into a knight, and it's just this enormous thing. Like their transformations were always like super cool to me.
Yeah, everybody always talks about how Palmon is like Pokemon with guns, but they're forgetting that Digimon had like dragons with machine guns on their arms.
Yes,
like that's the
and that was is insane, and it was like for me growing up, like Saturday cartoons was like Pokemon, Digimon, Yu-Gi-Oh, and
exactly, yeah.
And Yu-Gi-Oh was another franchise that I followed from like beginning up to like I think I stopped watching around like Zexal Arc V.
Oh, okay. I stopped way before that. I stopped when they started doing the Elemental Hero stuff.
Oh,
like yeah, like 5Ds or whatever they call it.
That's 5Ds.
Yeah, so like I watched some of that Elemental Hero stuff and I was like, this is cool. What up, Jaden, dude? You're gonna win the and then I stopped watching it. I just fell off and I was like, Pokemon's cooler, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Pokemon is super cool. I want to see how the next generation will, because they're getting a new main character, I think.
Yes, so the new I have actually watched some of it because they're just now releasing it in English, but they're about 50 episodes in Japanese now, so they're already through like over a season's worth of content. Pokemon seasons are really long though, so they're probably coming towards the end of just season 1. But it is good. I mean, it has a lot of new characters in it. It's a lot more action focused. The goal isn't just to like win badges and get to each city and get to the end. So every week when the episode ends, I think kids are going to have a good time like actually wondering where they're going next, because it won't just be like, oh, well, in the game I know that the next town is this place. They go all over to all these different regions. So
actually sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, it'll be cool to be. It's a mystery. It's like next week you're like, oh, fingers crossed they go to the city that I like or something like that. They're going to Unova. I really hope they go to like, Nimbasa. I love Nimbasa City. So yeah, it's a pretty cool series. And they actually, for those of you who haven't grabbed it yet, go ahead. You can grab the main character's starter Pokemon on Pokemon with the code. I don't know the code. You're going to have to look it up yourself, but you can grab that Sprigatito that the main character of the anime has with like an online code. So I wonder if any of the players here will be using it today. That'll mean.
Oh, because I have heard that it comes with like a certain attribute boost. Like it's like some of its I think like the attack power, like the special defense is like boosted for.
Interesting. Yeah, honestly, I don't know enough about it. I didn't grab it. My internet hasn't been working, so I don't know. my internet's been disconnecting at home, so I haven't been able to do any of the event stuff that I wanted to do. Halo just had an update recently as well, and I haven't been able to do a whole lot of it. So, yeah, it's a good time though. We will see what these two players decide to bring out, because the landscape for Pokemon meta is always being shaken up all the time, right? And whereas typically a competitive Pokemon individual, like, just Pokemon game league would be 4v4 format. We play it here in the UEL in a 6v6 format with 2 at a time and doubles. So we do still play the typical competitive doubles mode, but we do it with all 6 Pokemon in the party rather than having to choose 4 based on the enemy's team. So you bring your whole party. And speaking of parties, we're getting a look here at the Reapers. This is 144p. Let's see, we got that Heatran there. We have King Gambit, Heatran. We have Fluttermane, Iron Hands, Mushdoom. I think I have seen this team before, actually, now that I think about it. That Amoonguss named Mushdoom, and Landorus as well, Scarf Landorus. A lot of standard sets here, but good coverage. A lot of steel investment. They went with a whole lot of steel investment alongside that fairy type Fluttermane. Then on the other side, we're going to see a bit more of a modern composition, something that didn't start getting played until the second DLC came out. Looks like we have an Iron Crown on that side being the staple of the team. So, yeah, we will see how this goes. Once again, we will be watching the side of the Reapers. So everything from the perspective we are looking from will be Reapers, while the other side there with that Urshifu and Qianpao will be the Gorillaz. So, going to start off with an Iron Hands and Landorus here. Landorus finding 2 really good targets to intimidate, both of them being physical attackers. So, while that Urshifu isn't going to care too much because its signature attack always lands critical hits, that Qianpao is going to care a little bit, because now the way that its ability drops the defense of everything on the field is only going to even out what it lost in attack. So it's pretty much standing at an even standing. It's not really that special of a Pokemon beside its high attack stat. But we do have a Amoonguss coming out here. Fake Out going to go ahead and break that likely Focus Sash. Urshifu here for the Gorillaz going to swap out as well. So we have an Amoonguss swap out for the Reapers, and Urshifu going to go ahead and get out. He knows that he can take a lot of damage from that Iron Hands. And we're going to see him switch out into, it's going to be Ogerpon that he switches out into, and that's going to be the Hearth Flame Mask. All right, so this is pretty dangerous for this Amoonguss now. Amoonguss in a situation where it can eat up a fire type or ice type attack. Odds are we see a Protect come out from this Amoonguss here if they want to be really defensive, but looks like he might actually be setting up for a switch into this Heatran. Maybe willing to take some damage with that more defensive Pokemon. This Drain Punch going to go out into the Qianpao since it has a broken Focus Sash. I think he's going to try to just get this quadruple super effective one-hit knockout here. So let's see what happens if he's able to land this. That Ogerpon, not the Wellspring Mask version, the Water type, which usually carries Follow Me, so it would be able to redirect the Iron Hands attack, but it's not that version. Smart switch out on the Qianpao, knows it's in a really compromised state. Urshifu going to come out and probably just take a little bit of chip damage here, honestly. A double switch, actually, coming out from the Gorillaz here.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's so no offensive pressure coming out from the Gorillaz, but they do swap in Fluttermane Urshifu, and this Fluttermane actually now going to be in a terrible position, honestly. This Heatran here, oh man. Yeah, so that Drain Punch does a decent amount of damage. That Urshifu, definitely no defense investment. Yeah, that's a decent chunk drained right there. So, yeah, I would say the Reapers still have a bit of an advantage on their side of the field. This Heatran isn't going to take much damage from any of the Fairy type attacks from Fluttermane, and Urshifu is very, very weak to this Iron Hand still. I'm curious why this Urshifu got switched out in the first place in front of Iron Hands if they just planned to bring him back in. I'm really not sure why they switched him out and then just put him in the other slot, but against this Heatran, it's sitting in a position where it could output a little bit of damage, but it would cost a lot if this Iron Hands decided to attack. So let's see. The setup here almost looks like the Reapers want to consider a double switch themselves at this point. Yeah, this Landorus is going to come out. They want to try to... I mean, they'll get an Intimidate off, but... All right, so that'll be the Amoonguss out now, and then this is going to be a switch out for the Iron Hand into a Landorus. Scarf Landorus will be the fastest thing on the field, but this Landorus is Intimidate while it's dropping Urshifu's attack. Urshifu uses Surging Strikes more than any other attack, and Surging Strike guarantees critical hit. But forget that.
He's U-turn again.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and U-turn out. Just take a little bit of chip damage there off of the Amoonguss and get swapped out. So Landorus kind of got lucky in position right there. I'm really curious to see. Okay, Chien Pao coming back out. Chien Pao very, very threatening now against the Reapers duo here. Psyshock. A very unconventional move for Fluttermane, honestly. Fluttermane usually doesn't carry any psychic type attacks. I can see why it would. But yeah, typically you're going to see it invest more into its fairy type and ghost type attacks for stab damage. As you can see there, though, doing a large chunk of damage on the Landorus to the point where, I mean, it was already in range of, at full health, it's already in range of dying to an ice type attack from Chien Pao, but now Chien Pao can focus down that Amoonguss, and it looks like if Fluttermane survives this turn, it'll be in a situation to take out the Landorus on its own, but Landorus is scarfed, so it'll likely be moving first here. Let's see what happens. So Amoonguss going to go ahead and protect itself, probably expecting so. Okay, this will be a super effective Rock Slide, but doesn't finish the Chien Pao. Fluttermane flinched, so not going to be able to finish off Landorus. A Sacred Sword, but it's not very effective. That's a fighting type attack. So, I mean, despite that Rock Slide, not being able to finish off either Pokemon, getting a flinch on the Fluttermane guaranteed that Landorus is going to be in here with another opportunity for a turn. As you saw, it went first there in the attacking order because of its Choice Scarf. That Sucker Punch a good move, though. Priority move to bypass the Choice Scarf and be able to get an attack off on that Landorus. So now Landorus down. Psyshock coming out on this Poison type Amoonguss is going to do a lot of damage, but it survives. Probably has a berry. Does not have a berry. Pollen Puff was going to go into the Landorus to heal the teammate. Pollen Puff being a move that can either damage an enemy or heal a teammate, depending on how you use it. And he targeted his teammate. Now that his teammate's dead, it's going to be useless. So this Amoonguss, I just am really curious what item it has. If it... Oh, with the Rocky Helmet, right, that we saw Urshifu take that U-turn damage off of, which makes sense. But yeah, not having the berry means that Amoonguss isn't going to have the opportunity to survive much longer. Go down to just about anything. So it looks like a King Gambit switch might be coming out here for the Amoonguss. Interesting. I want to save the Amoonguss at 10 HP, but and then we have Heatran maybe with an Eruption, but with how slow it is, a Sacred Sword here could bring it down to a point where Eruption isn't doing much damage. Eruption that Heatran is about to use is a fire type attack that does more damage the more HP the Pokemon has. So if the Chien Pao on the other side puts a decent amount of damage onto this Heatran here, it's not going to be doing as much damage as it thought it was going to at full health. But it's not going to. It's going to be a double switch into the Urshifu. So there will be some resistance to this Eruption, but it is a very powerful attack. So Amoonguss getting preserved with its final 10 HP. King Gambit coming out here, Steel Dark type, very weak to fighting type attacks, which Urshifu should have one in the back pocket. Going to be a Heat Wave, not an Eruption, sorry. So that is a dual target attack that ends up missing on the Ogerpon and not even being able to finish off the Urshifu. So still a really, really strong attacker set up on the side of the Gorillaz. So yeah, you can see there the Heat Wave and the Earth Power being the two attacks that Heatran is going to use. It also has that Protect and Substitute for stall tactics. You can use the Substitute, and then it has an item called... Heatran has an item called Leftovers attached to it right now, which heals you at the end of every turn if you have any damage on you. So very defensively based Pokemon, but with the ability to still output some damage. Its main usage is to... A lot of switching going on here.
Yeah, what?
Urshifu going to switch out again. Fluttermane going to come in, which is interesting because what I was about to say is Heatran's main purpose is to counter Fluttermane, which is one of the strongest Pokemon in the format. So King Gambit Sucker Punch, not going to come out. Play rough, decent attack. Fluttermane is going to survive there. So I don't really understand the switch because Urshifu should have been in a position to close combat the King Gambit for quadruple effective damage. And doesn't opt for it. So we're just going to see a lot of switching tactics. The Gorillaz and O to the L finding a really hard time figuring out how he wants to get set up. And he's kind of put himself in a position where I don't understand the play rough coming out from the end. We're just going to switch out the Fluttermane again. So this Iron Crown going to come out. Not really in the position that it wishes it was in, honestly. There are other Pokemon that you'd rather have it in against, but going to go ahead and absorb that Quark Drive. So this is his only opportunity to stay in with a special attack boost. Ivy Cudgel, that's more what I expected to see into that King Gambit, and that's going to be a knockout because that Ogerpon is a very, very strong physical attacker. So that super effective damage going to do a lot. And this Heat Wave also going to do a lot. Not enough to knock out the Ogerpon, but gets that Iron Crown from full HP to really dangerous health to the point where it can really go down to just about anything. That Iron Crown is a Psychic and Steel type, so it will take super effective damage from a Heat Wave like we just saw. It would also take super effective damage actually from Heatran's Earth Power that you can see right there if it wanted to just target one and guarantee 100% accuracy. But it looks like he's going to go for Heat Wave, which is not 100% accurate and does have an opportunity to miss. So this, it's always dangerous to click on a move that doesn't have 100% accuracy. But we will see what happens. Ogerpon going to get withdrawn here. Not exactly in the situation it wants to be in. Can't capitalize on any weaknesses. Qianpao coming out. Probably a sacrifice switch. Both of these Pokemon are very weak to what's on the other side. That Fake Out should guarantee, if both of these connect, it'll be a double knockout for certain. So Iron Crown with a flinch there. And the Heat Wave misses on Iron Crown. So Iron Crown is going to have the opportunity to attack, it looks like, because these are two slow Pokemon on the side of the Reapers. That miss was crucial. I was just talking about how an Earth Power would have secured the knockout, but Iron Crown Psychic type attacks can do some serious damage to the fighting type Iron Hands on the side of the Reapers. So now you have Urshifu Iron Crown, which might both be faster than the Reaper's two Pokemon, and they both have super effective attacks. So this is a really interesting situation here. You're at a point where you could see a Surging Strikes into the Heatran for water-type super effective damage. And you can also see a Psychic attack maybe come out from the Iron Crown into the Iron Hands. Although I'm not sure that would knock out because both of the Pokemon on the side of the Reapers are extremely defensive. So even though they're not sitting in the best position, there's an opportunity for them to still survive this. Not really too certain what they want to run with here. Looks like that King Gambit is already down. That Amoonguss is very low. You're kind of sitting on a lot of defensive options at this point, and you're going to want to rely on that Fluttermane to carry you later in the game. So Heatran going to come back. They're going to preserve that one and maybe sacrifice this Amoonguss here. With the Regenerator ability, whoa, what a prediction! Goes for the Ice Spinner into the Amoonguss for the super effective damage. That would have been not very effective against Heatran, but they predicted the Amoonguss switch in. The Rocky Helmet ends up claiming Urshifu, but what a great prediction. You almost feel vindicated and worth it at that point. That's going to take out half of Iron Hand's damage there, and the Wild Charge going to finish off the Iron Crown. So those defensive Pokemon being played in a very defensive way, picking up 2 knockouts there for the Reapers in a situation where they really could have lost both their Pokemon, but they did not.
Yeah. Well, based on what we can see here from the Gorillaz, I'm not sure what their strategy is here. It's been kind of all over the place.
Yes.
Grassy Surge being used.
Yeah, this Grassy Surge going to come out means that every Pokemon that's touching the ground now is going to recover some HP at the end of every turn. So this Heatran now, with the leftovers item that it has on it, is going to recover HP from the leftovers and also recover HP from the Grassy Surge. So that defensive Pokemon is going to be a wall to deal with at this point, especially since there's no super effective damage on the field. Heatran right now sitting in a position where it can do super effective fire type damage against
We're
Rillaboom.
going to bring Iron Hands back now.
All right, so Fluttermane coming out. And Shadow Ball, that's obviously the best choice to go into because most attacks that would go into that slot would not be very effective. Heat Wave not going to pick up the knockout on Rillaboom, but it will on Fluttermane, which is an extremely strong special attacker. So high horsepower, going to go ahead and finish off Heatran. That was the wall that the Gorillaz were most worried about in this game. They finally dealt with it, but all in all, I think it took 3 or 4 Pokemon for them to finally actually handle it. So Fluttermane and Iron Hands, that's going to be it. Yeah, that's it on the side of the Reapers. This is the last 2 Pokemon they got. Ogerpon coming out for the Gorillaz. So Ogerpon, Rillaboom. If this Rillaboom has Grassy Glide, then that would be the only priority move on the board right now. So even though very low health on that side of the field, honestly, I don't know if there's a way to deal with the Fluttermane right now. This Fluttermane's going to Terrastalize too.
And I would say...
Yeah, it's going to be a Dazzling Gleam to hit both slots at once. And with Iron Hands just coming out, this Fake Out can... Oh, okay. It's going to go into the Rillaboom, which is probably smart because that Grassy Glide now can get cut off. So this is I mean, I don't know if I even see an opportunity for the Reapers to win this one unless Ogerpon also has Grassy Glide and can utilize it. So that Fake Out's going to knock out the Rillaboom. Usually just a move to stagger the turn is actually going to pick up a knockout. There's not going to be a Grassy Glide, so this Dazzling Gleam is going to land. It is powered up by the Terrastalization, and Ogerpon's going to go down. Reapers are going to pick up a win on Pokemon and extend their lead to 15-2. Wow. All right, so Reapers really ate up 17 minutes of game time just to extend their lead by another one.
And now we go into Need for Speed.
Oh, man. Yeah, heading into Need for Speed 4v4, you get a roster reset on the side of the Reapers completely. So while Gorillaz are still 1 player down, rolling all the way back to our very first game of Rocket League, it offset the rosters. So...
And now... You got to go and beat a team that's really good at Need for Speed. Like the Reapers, what we've seen in previous seasons, whether it's racers or cops, they could win in both ways. So the Gorillaz have to step up here.
Yeah, we'll see because there's...
And quite honestly, this might be the point of no return. This might be at the point of... We just want to see what we can win at this point.
At this point, for the Gorillaz to win the match, I think we'd have to finish the wheel.
And they'd have to win out.
And they'd have to win it out. Right. They'd have to win.
They'd have to win every game on the rest of the wheel if they want it. You have the time. You definitely have the time. You know, you still have 2 timeouts. A lot of the stuff that's left on the wheels fast, but unless you think you can win everything that rolls from that one out, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, Gorilla's still only sitting on 2 game wins. They got to pick up more.
Half your wins come from a forfeit.
Yeah. Half of your wins come from forfeits. Yeah, that's really rough. They've used up 4 forfeits of their own at this point. They're sitting on only 1 left. Reapers still have 4. So if there's anything the Reapers simply are not in the mood for, I would say... I don't know how the players feel about it necessarily, but I feel like the Reapers don't want to be here any longer than they have to be. I think if something like StarCraft or Yu-Gi-Oh comes out, they might just not be in the mood. So.
Yeah, I think especially because of how good Mers is in StarCraft and how much he plays the game. I think they're just gonna be like, you know what, you can have that.
Yeah,
we don't need it.
Yeah, which is why it's so impressive because these 1v1 strategy games are very coachable, the likes of Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon. So it's really interesting to see that the Reapers were able to take Pokemon off of the Gorillas because you think of Merz. Merz is a good strategist. He's a team leader. He kind of holds these teams together. He's the reason that anybody can function while playing those games because he can help coach them through it. But yeah, it's really interesting to see that Reapers were able to take that one. I mean, there were some, I would say the biggest plays did come out from the sides of the Gorillas, so it might have been a team composition issue that resulted in the Gorillas losing that one because we saw that Urshifu not getting baited into going for a water type attack and using an ice type attack instead into the grass type of Moongus for super effective damage to knock it out. That was a really impressive play, and that's, you see, not taking away any credit from O to the L. O to the L. Yeah, I read the name and I'm like, O to oxygen? I don't know. O to the L. Right. O to the L. Not taking away from him either. Him and Merz together working on that one. Very good plays. And
that was definitely a good read.
Yeah, great read. Definitely even a highlight moment of the match. And it seems like Merz can't catch a break tonight, man. He'll be the highlight of a game and lose it.
It's just not working. It's just coming down to how your team is coming together, what's around you, and how it's working. So if I'm Merz, I gotta look at the Gorillas and say, hey, what we did today wasn't working. We gotta approach things differently. We gotta practice differently, and we gotta look at what's happening and look at what's going to help us win in the future. Because I know a lot of these teams are very difficult to play, but winning 2 games in 2.5 hours.
Yeah. Out of 17 games total.
Yeah.
And only winning one. Actually, only winning one and then being handed another.
So it's not even like we can say we beat them in 2 games. You beat them in 1. And 1 they just didn't feel like playing.
Yeah, it really, that's the thing, is it could have been as simple as don't feel like it.
And then now you have Need for Speed, and you have a lot of these games that, we know that the Reapers play. We know that they play very well. So it becomes, how can we compete? How can we show that, despite the score, we're actually playing these games and we're coming close to them? And too many of these games that we've seen roll today, like Halo came down to them being within 4. They won the first 2 rounds of Valorant and then lost 5 straight. They only lost Warzone by a handful of kills. It's like in games like that to where you can say, hey, we just need to work a few kinks out. But then you have games like FC to where you completely fall apart. Games like Madden to where you just don't have the knowledge. And now we're rolling into Need for Speed. And 144p will be the most wanted, which means that the Gorillas are cops.
Yeah. That's really interesting because with the Reapers being the more like, I guess maybe not experienced, but at the very least comfortable team in this game. From my experience, I've seen a lot of police wins on this game. It'll be interesting to see now what it looks like for a really competitive Need for Speed team to be on the side of the most wanted, to be on the side of the racers, and see how long this game can really go with them just creating distance and, not being able to lose this one. So we'll see what happens in here. We're going to roll out on the Gorillas view first. Or sorry, the Gorillas view first on the cops here. Roll out together.
So what they gotta watch for is those abilities that will load up as the race goes by, and we'll see one of them spin out on. I don't know what he was spinning out on.
Yeah, a little bit of a rough start there, but most of the cops still have it together, taking the inside turns like it's F1 again. Use a little bit of this boost. We're gonna roll for next game and see what we got coming up after this. And a little bit of wall collision there. Looks like the rest of the team is still together.
And we're going to play some Gears next.
All right, some more.
Oh, man. Shooter. And then you have, I think you have Cuddy available. And That man is a demon in that game. That is. Yeah, Cuddy being without a doubt the #1 Gears player in the league, and I know he's been labbing with the Reapers and getting them up to, well, not up to his level, but close enough to where this thing. And you playing cops, they should not be driving past the most wanted like that. You should not be lapping him like that.
Oh, they're calling out for EMPs here. I mean, straightaway speed. You could see in his rear view there. He's got a lot of distance.
He's almost out of the zone.
Yeah. It looks like one of the Gorillaz is gaining on him, I think. Let's see if the Gorillaz actually took that turn even better than him, honestly. Whoever that is on his tail is closing distance right now. Oh, no. That is a rough collision, and he has made some serious distance now. Oh. Mers getting destroyed by the boulder. So that has happened to him before, and it happened to him again here.
You're seeing Mers make a lot of the same mistakes we've seen him make before.
Yeah, I mean, I got to be honest with you, from an outsider perspective, Mers has earned a couple of mistakes. He has been trying to put this team on his shoulders today.
Oh, he hits that roadblock.
Hits that roadblock, takes it pretty well, though. He loses some momentum, yes, but he stays, he keeps a solid line. And
so what the...
spin
What,
out.
all right, what we should see for the most wanted is he has the spike strip available. So what you do is you let him get right behind you, then hit him with the spike strip.
Yeah, and still some decent health bars on some of these racers here on the side of the Reapers, honestly. They still have a lot to work with and a lot of defense that they could play for their most wanted.
Oh, he missed the spike strip.
And a little bit of collision on the back end there, but still a good looking
You
health
see,
bar.
144 try to hit him with the spike strip and miss,
Oh,
and
nice.
now he's getting hit.
Oh, he slowed him down there for a moment, but it's hard to predict where somebody's going to go from behind you. So some racer collision now actually to the back of the...
Now, this is where the role of other teammates on the racer side come in handy, because if you see somebody gaining on your most wanted, your job is to knock them off. You get them away, make sure that your most wanted get away, even if it costs you wrecking. It means they have to miss.
Ooh, EMP missed there, so...
And system gems blocking the EMP. And now
maybe trying to overtaking his most wanted here to try to make collision with the cop so his most wanted can get away. And they have covered some serious ground, but looks
you
like...
got cops coming out of the shortcut. Oh, and he got hit with the spike strip.
Yeah, he did. He spun out a little, lost some health bar there.
And right now, it looks like they can get some distance.
All right, back over.
And he's about to get out of the zone. And he's reaching cooldown now. Right here, so he wants to make this turn, hit the turbo, and be gone.
Yep, he's gonna hook it right. Slight collision with the wall, but he's got plenty of health to take that.
He's on a straightaway using the turbo.
He just can't take too much collision here. Can't get stopped here in the final stretch. Trying to lock on this EMP. He does not.
This is systems jammed again.
Oh, this is high speed. They are not going to be able to catch that, I don't believe. That is a little bit too much distance with a player doing a little bit too good blocking. He does end up passing the racer that he needs to, trying to get this EMP off his tail, but he's going to get caught by it, and that's going to slow down his momentum a bit. This most wanted is on their way out.
They're doing a good job of keeping him within the radius to that circle. But he still has jam, spike, and turbo. He's on a straightaway. He should be trying to use the turbo to get away and gain even more speed.
Yeah, this would be a really good position to do it in. You got a little bit of a turn up here, but yeah, like you said, this straightaway right here, this is where he should be using it. I'm not sure if maybe he's trying to rely on his teammates for the moment and wait until a close call with one of the cops to use it selfishly for himself. I'm not too certain what the game plan is for them.
They're calling in roadblocks.
Yeah, we'll see how much that does this time, because
And
last
he
time,
turns away from the roadblock.
yeah, good call. Really good call to turn away from the roadblock. Makes a lot of less trouble for himself. Even though he handled the last one well, it's never something you want to have to run through. So
When we have a wreck, PC3 is getting wrecked.
So Mers here finding a little bit of contact. Ooh, bouncing off the sides of the bridge, but he does stay mostly centered. Recovers pretty well. So still an EMP and 2 spikes for him. Does not collide with the boulder that time, but does spin out. Oh,
And he does a
collides
little
with
bit.
some of the boulder. So he will make a little bit of collision, lose a little bit of that momentum, and he's going to be a little behind now. Ooh, some nice contact coming in there.
Oh, he wants to avoid this.
Yeah, you do not want to get stopped. You have to get around him. Oh, good fake to the outside. He went almost straight, faked him on the outside, but yeah, it's like starting all over from the beginning again when you get stopped like that. That's rough.
Now you got cops on your tail.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
Gorillaz not letting them get out of this one. He's going to take this tunnel here off-road. The scenic route, as they would say, and it's very scenic it is, actually. It doesn't make any collision with these walls here. It's a little bit dark in some spots, but yeah, comes out cleanly. Still has cops on his tail, though, and not seeing maybe as many teammates as he would like to.
yeah, he definitely wants to get
Another
past his roadblock.
Pretty clean take, pretty much the same as last time. Same, I think, very similar spot as well. Might have been the exact same spot.
He has a jam and a turbo, so
Yeah, it looks like he did already use that spike at some point then. He's coming close to that edge, though. He's coming really close to getting outside the zone, and let's see who's got in this straightaway. I mean, he's got, there's a turbo. He's going to make some distance. He's going to really make some distance. This is a good straightaway to use it on, as long as he can keep control. He's on cooldown. He is on the outside of that zone. Takes a little bit of collision, but holds his own for the most part. Yeah, he's got to hold for about 15 more seconds, but...
Yep, and it looks like he'll be gone.
Yeah, I don't see anybody in range enough to catch up to him after using that turbo, so holding on to it and being patient did end up working out for him in the end. He used it at a very ideal time and went ahead and took that one up for his... He was back in the zone at the last second. I was wondering why it said cooldown again. Mers taking off.
There's two cops that are DNF. 2 cops DNF, 1 cop, 1 racer DNF. So he only has 2 other teammates, and there's only 2 other cops.
Yeah, there's only 2 cops, so it shouldn't be.
He's about to get right back in the zone.
Yeah, he keeps entering this zone on the parallel roads, sadly, but yeah, he's got so much distance in terms of actual like road that can be driven on that. Oh, all right. So at this point, it is one of the twins actually trying to chase down his brother here. Yeah, it does look like that's going to be it, though. Even he's slowing down at this point. So 10 seconds left. It looks like 144 really stole this one away for his team. I mean, his teammates doing a great job of keeping the cops occupied the whole time. The Reapers had some seriously...
They keep just getting him in there.
Yeah, it is weird how right at the very end they keep...
At the last possible second, he's getting back in.
All right. And there's going to be...
So what he needs to do is drive on the opposite side of the road and gain some boost. Because if you see it in his speedometer, the boost will.
No more parallel roads. That should be it. That's the one.
Yes.
No more parallel roads. That's the one. He takes the win there. And the Reapers showing you how teamwork is done on that one. And 144p showing you how to keep your head cool when you're getting chased by the cops. Which, I mean, happens to all of us sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Just getting chased down by 4 cops on the road.
You know, sometimes you gotta do a 120 and a 45.
It's necessary at times. This is not legal advice. Never do that.
Yes.
But we have Gears of War coming up next, another 5v5 shooter. The last 5v5 shooter, we saw the Gorillaz come out to an early lead and then end up getting it taken away by a Reapers. A little bit of a steamroll from that point forward.
And from who they have available and who could be left, this is not going to be a close game.
Yeah.
Cuddy being someone who has been in love with the entire Gears franchise since the beginning, and this is probably his favorite game on the wheel, and he's the best because it's his favorite game on the wheel. No one plays this better than him. No one plays at a level like him. We've seen him put together some amazing clips over the course of the season in this game, and he's definitely helped the Reapers get to a level to where beating them it just won't happen.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen him take 1v5s at this point in the season, and he's pretty much untouchable in this game. So his movement is on a professional level. This is the game where he is the star for this part of the wheel. When this rolls, I don't think I've commentated a single game where my co-commentator didn't mention him.
Yeah, because it's just a game to where it's
they're
like
synonymous at this point.
Yeah,
Gears 5
in UEL, when you think Gears, you go Cuddy. There's nobody in the league. Like if you say any other name before him, I don't trust what you're saying.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, you must have forgotten.
Like any of you watching in chat, anybody in chat right now, they're putting their channel points on the Reapers for this.
Yeah.
So it looks like we're gonna have Carnage Global, X-Ray Kevin, X-Ray Kenny, and O to the L go in against Twig Cuddy, Egg, 144p, and Cinnabar. So that's gonna be the 5 that you will see from each side today.
Yeah, Merge needs a little bit of a break. Coming off that need for speed in Pokemon back to back.
It's definitely gonna need some rest. I would tell the Gorillaz maybe after this, take the night off. Go play some Helldivers or something.
Yeah, yeah, they need you. Play some Lethal Company.
Oh, Lethal Company is great.
It's addicting, is what it is. It's
There are so many games that if I wasn't a UEL player,
you'd just be stuck on.
like I really want Dragon's Dogma 2, but I'm like, if I buy that at this stage, I won't be able to focus.
You'll stop practicing. All right, we're headed in actually.
Oh,
gonna head right into Gears.
So it looks like we're gonna be playing on Blood Drive. Oh, that's a swarm. So
yeah, that's the swarm, and I believe so. That's going to be the side of the Reapers.
I think the Reapers might be playing swarm.
That feels fitting.
Yes,
that kind of feels like how this is going so far.
Because the Reapers are definitely the villains here.
Yeah. Imagine, just winning and playing so well that you become the bad guy. I don't think I've ever done that in anything in my life. I don't think I've ever been.
Oh shit!
That's gonna be a forfeit. It looks like Gorillaz just dropped the forfeit on that one. So Cuddy is gonna probably start yelling at people because
that's very upsetting.
Yeah,
that is very upsetting. We wanted to see some good gameplay. That would have been a fast game.
I know, yeah. It's like it's not even a time waster. Save your forfeit and play it through. So now we're gonna get Overwatch and just do a 5v5 shooter.
Oh, you called it. Oh. Forza.
Never mind. We're gonna get a 5v5 loser game.
Forza.
I thought I had it.
You did for a second. I thought.
I know. I thought I did. I think they pushed the wheel a little bit back there in production. I think
Oh,
they gave it a
man.
little nudge, so I wouldn't be right. They like to. They they like to see me fail. That's a weighted wheel.
Production rigging the wheel confirmed.
Yeah, that'll be the new after show. Rigging the wheel.
Rigging the wheel. The UEL script.
The UEL script. Yeah.
So Forza
Clearly not written by
5v5. The way that we played here, 10 cars go in, 2 teams, and we do best average lap for both teams, and that's how we decide who wins here.
So you need consistent team play, just not one good player.
Yeah, so everyone needs, and it's by best lap. It's not by who's in first, second, or third. It's who has the best lap.
Yeah.
So you can be all the way in the back and be behind everybody, but if your lap time is faster, you guys can still win, and you have to finish.
Yeah. So when this one ends, give us a minute to figure out the math. Figure out who wins this one.
There's a lot of numbers.
Yeah.
So the 5 for the Reapers is determined because they have exactly 5 left. And then for the Gorillaz, you have those 4 that have to go in. And I think you send O to the Ellen.
Okay. Yeah, keep Kenny and Kevin for something that they might need to play together.
Because like Overwatch, I think they're pretty good at Overwatch. And you would want them and Gurmans together. That would be.
Oh yeah.
That would be the trio in your like optimal lineup.
Yeah. And
then you'd probably want like Carnage and maybe Mers. Cause
all this talking about Overwatch, honestly, I think we should just play it.
Yeah, I think we should just roll now. I think we should
just play it.
we GA that we just play Overwatch.
Yeah.
We play Overwatch, and whoever wins the match.
Yeah.
So
actually, we should do Overwatch Widow 1v1, and then
Overwatch Widow 1v1.
Yes, that'll be
That would be awesome because then it comes down to who hits their shot.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Or like Widow Hanzo. That's all you can play.
Oh, Hanzo. Yeah. 2 characters that just got nerfed a little bit.
Yeah,
have
so
drop-off damage now for their headshots.
So there's
as they
no
should,
more...
according to No Skill AV back there in production. Mister doesn't know how to stand behind a wall back there in production.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm someone who plays a lot of Overwatch.
Yeah.
And when I play online, I main support. And when you're a support player, and the opposite team has Widow Hanzo, either one of them. And sometimes both.
Yeah.
Sometimes teams will run comps that have Widow and Hanzo. It's just you take one peek and you're back at spawn. You take one wrong peek and you're done. So like these sniper legends that have like these one-shot kills, it's just really detrimental to support players. With a lot of the changes we've seen in Overwatch, tank has become a really difficult role to play.
That's what I play. And yeah, I for all those people, honestly, for everybody who's like, talking about Overwatch 2, tank is really difficult because you're on your own. They kind of keep nerfing the position and stuff like that. Skill issue, get better at the game. I'm still GM, so suck it. So just get good at the game, I guess. All right. So we do have a Reaper's timeout coming out here.
So one thing we've gotten to see today is Mers being in the role of, speaking of roles, Mers being in the role of coach and player, which is very, very difficult at times because it's like, I'm also, I'm also used as a coach on the Bandits and a player during games. So there are games to where it's like, especially when it's like your game, when it's your style of game. So it's like coaching it can sometimes be difficult because it's like I kind of want to just take the controller from you and show you what to do. But it's also like you also have the insight of you understand the position better than someone who's just coaching.
Yeah.
So you have to be able to balance that, and being able to do both simultaneously during a match, as well as like all the other stuff going on. It can be difficult and it can be taxing. So, especially when you're playing games to where it's like you shouldn't have lost and you understand. So you have to be able to toggle talking to your team as a player and as a coach. And I think that, Mers does a great job of that. I've seen him in action doing this, but it also can be difficult because it's like, you know what you're doing and you're trying to tell it to people, but sometimes that doesn't translate very well. Sometimes it's
Halo.
yeah. Sometimes it's, hey, we need to make sure they're not getting overshield. And as a player, most players understand don't let them get overshield. But as a coach, you gotta understand, hey, hold this position to make sure you can see overshield, or hold this position to make sure that if they get it, he dies immediately.
Yeah.
So that position is very difficult for Mers, and I understand how he's gonna have to make that work.
Yeah. And something that I note about certain game types, like racing game types, like we see here Forza, oftentimes the most well-rounded players, even though they're not racing specialists, we note them as decent racers because they're so well-rounded. And this is a category that goes overlooked by some players that are really into shooters in sports games or really into strategy and just kind of focus on that. Racing games are something that in the UEL you either pick up because you want to be good at them, or you let them go by the wayside because it's just not even your thing. There's fighting game players, there's shooters and sports players, but racers, we usually say racers as the people who are the most well-rounded. And Mers is one of those players that you see going in for that game type a lot. Even though he's not the guy you're always seeing finish in first place, he just plays them so often, he knows what he's doing in all of them.
Yeah, and it's a lot of what I can say is like Forza isn't a game you would catch me playing.
Yeah.
It's
pretty.
Like outside of like our scheduled practices, I don't just play Forza. I'd rather hop on Warzone.
Yeah, but do you play Overwatch 2? Come on, let's see it, baby. Roll that.
Overwatch 2, I'm Plat 3.
Oh, come on, dude.
And we're gonna play Texas next.
How did you see that? How did you read that from here?
I have great vision. When you don't have glasses
me too.
and your eyes work all the way.
Oh, thanks. I'll try that tomorrow. Upsetting.
Oh. So due to technical difficulties, we are skipping Forza and going straight into Texas. I actually really, really like this game because me, Bora, and Sam, before it was on the wheel and it came out, me, Bora, and Sam played this so much. And we've gotten pretty good at the killer role, and now we're just working on making sure our entire team as a whole can play killer and survivor. And that's where the player coach thing comes in handy, because now it's like, this is a game I played in my free time, but now it just so happens to be on the wheel. And now I'm helping coach us through this, and we're getting better at the game, even though we haven't found much success playing this game this season. But Texas is a very fun game. I don't know if you're familiar with the movie franchise that it's based off of.
I've seen one of them.
I've seen all of the Texas Chainsaw movies, and they're great movies. You should definitely check it.
Over here. Does that help you with the meta of the game?
See, here's the thing. In the way we play in the UEL, it's all base. There's no extra perks or stats the same way we play like Dead by Daylight. So there's no real meta because it's not like I can play my build. Like if I were able to play like the Johnny build I play at home here, then I can force a meta.
Right. So it's just play style.
It's just understanding, and certain members of the family are better at certain maps. Like if you want a map to where there's a lot of doors, a lot of gates that the survivors have to get through, you can play cook and put padlocks on every door that they would need to get to a certain escape to slow them down. Or if there's like a lot of crawl spaces and stuff they got to hurdle, you play Sissy, you put her little powder on everything, poison them.
I see.
It used to be when the game first dropped, you had to play Leatherface. Somebody had to play Leatherface, but then they changed it so you don't have to.
Okay.
But the detriment to not having a Leatherface is in the beginning when all the survivors are in the basement, they have free roam in the basement pretty much.
Right. Yes.
And that, if you don't know completely what you're doing once they get up, then that can be difficult for you. But yeah, I personally I made Johnny, who's pretty much like a bloodhound from Apex.
Okay. So like a spotter.
Yeah, so like, you know, he spots footsteps. Like, I spot your footsteps, I can tell where you've been, where you're going. And, you know, he's great at getting information. Survivor side, I like to play Sunny because he's very stealthy, very hard to hear.
Okay.
And if the family's playing someone like Cook and you're playing Sunny, he's kind of a counter. Because aside from the padlocks, Cook's main thing is, you know, his ability is being able to hear and detect sounds. And Sunny's ability is to be able to pretty much quiet himself.
Right, okay.
So, you know, there's optimal ways to play the game and to get the objective done. And so it comes down to teamwork. It comes down to communicating with your team, understanding all of the exits. Because certain maps have exits in the basement. So you have to be able to quickly deduce, like, hey, they're not car generator, they're not car battery, they're not front gate. So check the basement exit. Because if they get fused, then they leave to the basement and you lose. So I think we're getting set now. Lineups are coming in.
Oh yeah, we'll find out which side. It looks like Gorillaz might be playing family.
Yeah. Gorillaz going to be sending Carnage, X-Ray Gurns, and Murs in.
And actually, I don't think we got word on whether or not we're going to roll back around to Forza or not. We're just skipping it entirely.
Yeah, so there will be no Forza.
Yeah.
You will not see a 10-person race that may or may not take 38 minutes.
Right.
So now we have Global and Nibble as the last people left out. I wonder, are there any 1v1? The only other 1v1 game might be Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah. Yep, because UFC was forfeit.
UFC was forfeited. We watched Pokemon roll.
Pokemon, yep.
And Yu-Gi-Oh! And I don't know what kind of deck the Gorillaz or the Reapers are rolling with right now. The Reapers, I don't know, they strike me as a branded type of team. I actually wanted to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Against the Reapers, but I set it up wrong.
Oh.
And that's always frustrating because in the rules, the time is unlimited, and I'm so used to playing standard that I left it on standard. So, and the new Bandit deck that I've been putting together, I've been wanting to test out to see if it works. But enough of that. Now we're playing Texas.
And after Texas, we'll be playing Overwatch 2, so that's good.
Probably Smash.
Yeah, probably. Oh, good prediction. We are
Wreckfest.
Wreckfest. Oh, never mind. We're gonna have fun. I forgot about that. I forgot we could do that here. We are going to have fun. Speaking of fun, dude, this looks like if there's anywhere I'd want to be, it's in a crazy person's house.
Absolutely.
This is just this is like a Friday night, you know?
And with an old band who can scream and suddenly everyone knows where you are.
Right. Well, that's just my grandpa's house.
So we have the survivors taking together, quickly finding things, going to pick down Mark 2. They gotta be careful though, because once the noise wakes Grandpa up, he periodically will groan, and suddenly everyone knows where you are.
I don't know where the leather faces are, if they have them.
All right.
Oh, they do.
I'm gonna just get one bone scrap for now. Oh, he's in the east tunnel. He's next to garden storage.
You open on man cave?
Still next to
So
garden
right
stores,
now
still
we
next to
see
garden
them
stores.
running through basement.
Yeah, it's just
Already
like-
on his way through one of the tunnels here. This is
Yeah,
Coming your
good
way, Carter.
move
He's coming your way.
by who's ever
Yo, it's
playing
lagging.
Connie here.
yeah, not gonna get.
You got Leatherface chasing you.
Yeah, he's a little behind though. They've already been through
Yeah.
there. They're already out, and that was the tunnel that they went through, and he's just kind of gonna go around.
Oh, okay, Sonny is around.
Oh,
Sonny's kind of trapped
yeah.
unless he can get to the crack.
Yeah, open it.
Yep, he's found. He's found. He didn't see him.
Huh? How?
They escaped already. They escaped basement already.
Yeah, he's gonna come my way. I was making noise.
Oh, he didn't see Sonny.
Yo, it is lagging.
Close on that off.
Alright.
That's not that bad.
Oh, not even gonna be able to
Barely
catch that
escaped.
survivor through yet.
He has to
Oh.
remember. Yeah, if his heart rate increases too much, he will pass out.
Yeah. He's
Come on. Never mind. Someone's right there. That's just
Yeah, she in man cave. Like she got a gas shit.
yeah, he's going undetected
Oh.
once again.
Yeah,
All right, so
Oh,
these two are out of it.
Julie is getting chased by Sissy here.
Hey, check me out.
Oh,
Is Scarlet with you?
took a bit of
Bro, I don't
damage
know
there,
where
but
he is. I can't walk.
Oh,
I'm going through
Getting
North
chased?
Carolina.
Did you
Oh.
open Hollywood?
yeah, making more contact with that knife. So
They open
I think
Gotta
there's
get
two
back
more hits and
inside
then
now.
2 more hits and then Julie's dead.
You,
oh,
the,
Like,
the door.
next-
I didn't open
Okay,
any.
okay.
I didn't open any.
yeah,
I
that's
can
not
get out.
good.
I'm making serious.
Oh.
Nope,
Tunnel, yeah,
that's
tunnel.
ah,
And you're dead.
yeah, you're dead.
You're dead.
Yeah, caught. Oh,
Oh,
survived that one, but and another one even.
wait.
Trying to make yeah.
Yep, there you go.
Finally made enough contact. Yeah, it's definitely my least favorite part of the game. It's definitely some excessive cutscenes in this one, but
Where did you die at, Scarlet? What does it say top right?
oh, this is a beautiful hiding spot. See, I would just stay here.
Too bad you can't. You gotta escape.
So
We have Twig immersed in the game, making sure he checks his surroundings IRL. And whoever's playing Cook needs to be roaming the house.
Sissy garage.
decent hiding spot, but he's moving those flowers around now. All right, so he's gonna be back
Make sure
at it.
Cook
He can get
can't,
spotted at this
can't hear
point.
you.
Yeah, it's gonna be dangerous, but he is all the way outside now, so getting a lot closer to that escape.
He's gonna have to turn the generator off. I think it's Gen exit here.
Garage closed.
Uh-oh. Grandpa level 1.
They haven't healed.
Nobody's over here. I don't
All
think,
right,
unless
there you
Cook
go.
is-
He has the fuse.
That's good.
They're pushing me.
Oh,
Oh,
had the trap turned on.
yeah.
All right, he's gonna have to turn around and get away from that one. Yeah, when did he have the fuse? Did Twig have the fuse
I think he grabbed it.
to? Oh, okay, so he's
Making sure the car battery is still on.
yeah.
I'm like camping in
Oh,
Uh-oh.
he's breaking the front gate.
Uh-oh.
He's at front gate.
I have two.
How much time does he have?
He has to use his focus. If he uses his focus, he'll just break through it.
You dead though?
No, I'm not.
I think
Try
he's
and block, Hollywood.
got it. He's got it.
Hold on.
No.
I'm gonna
It's
try.
padlocked.
There
Oh,
it
yeah, he used focus. He broke it open.
Yeah, do one.
I don't
He has to
think
get the
you
front
can.
gate.
I can open the door from now.
Sonny's in barn.
Yeah, Cody's trying to make his way
No, he's coming. He's coming.
over. I think they're
I think they're a little
I think
separate.
he's being chased, so unfortunately he's not going to be able to get over there. He's going to have to go all the way back in just to make the escape.
If he can find, I mean, Twig was the one who found the fuse.
Yeah.
See one.
Yeah.
He's
horrendous.
on me
I
upstairs.
think Carnage here
running
looking
down, he's running down.
for
No, he's up top. He's up top.
signs of anybody
He's on me.
left. They are doing a good job of evading them right now. The survivors who are still alive. Oh, and not so much anymore. That is unfortunate. Let's
Oh,
see
he's done me. He's
if
done me.
Sissy's by car battery.
Yeah, they're camping out.
He's used his shoulder charge already.
Hold up, guard charge.
wow, and on very low health there. Oh,
That happened.
He's down in garage now.
I'm trying to open. I'm opening the door.
gonna head back down to basement.
It's like ass shit, bro.
It looks like the family is kind of
Cook is listening.
yeah. They're grouped up a little bit, so a little bit of opportunity for the survivors to get some work done here because they're not nearby. So concerned noises. Uh-oh.
Carter, you gotta go car
Here's
battery.
Twig.
Get that
He's
open.
got a pretty good hiding spot.
Generator's top of house. Generator's top of house. No, there's two in front house, Carter.
Now, if you see that little health bar and you see his heart racing,
Yeah.
the more red it
Yeah, I know,
gets,
I know.
Cook can
The
actually
gen is
hear that.
Upstairs, main house.
Oh,
Or I mean the fuse box.
that's rough. Yeah, I mean, and they're checking this outside pretty thoroughly as well. I think it's just a matter of time
Me and you gonna go for it?
before they find him. They're gonna do this sweep through the grass and flowers. So,
Sissy's up here too.
oh
Carter, you
my
gotta get that.
goodness! And they don't check
They're all three
behind the
main
car. They wouldn't think he'd be hiding in the
Yeah,
open.
they're all three main house. You're
They
wide
were
open, bro.
just making the assumption that if he's hiding, he's in the tall grass or flowers, and they are probably
Cook should be listening.
That door was me.
all right. Well, they're not. Yeah, still running through the flowers. He's not going in yet, so it's not really safe for Twig to move just yet from where he was by the car. Again, because he's outside, like you said, he really should just be trying to pay attention and listen. There we go.
There we go.
Oh, they have a.
And he's making his way over. If Twig is still in that spot.
Oh no,
If-
he's walking right past him.
If Twig is still in that spot, he's just... I mean, look at him looking around right now. At the
He's still behind the
He's
car.
still there. He's still behind the car.
He's sitting behind the white van.
They've just failed to check that truck every single time.
He's up there, damn. He's on me. Get out, get out, get out.
Yeah, now we've got Cuddy here on...
Sonny is.
Get out.
Sonny can hear the family.
He made his way all the way back out now. So he's gonna try to get this fence unlocked.
You gotta be careful. You don't want to break your unlock tool.
Oh, he's gonna
take the. He's gonna.
but he does make it down the well. So, and that's the second time he had to do that as well. Yeah, I believe he made it down. It's difficult. Yeah, the car battery's still there.
It's on cooldown.
Yeah, that's just difficult that he's got.
It's open, so he has to turn the car battery back on.
Yeah.
So he should be circling around, making sure that the car battery is turned back on to eliminate the possibility of that exit.
Yeah, they're gonna.
Yeah, turn it back on.
They are.
Go pump him, go pump him. Go pump him, pump him.
Oh, he's turned the fuse on.
Oh shit, you gotta hurry up, Oliver. I just told. Yeah, I'm dead serious.
You have to make it add up.
Oh my god. Oh, he got a family.
Got it, and he sounded a little bit surprised that he actually got it first try. He might have been a little bit unsure of himself there.
I don't know where it is.
Oh, yeah.
Basement exit is open. They gotta get to the basement.
Dude, the one in the basement.
Yeah, which actually I think Cuddy is pretty happy he did now.
Oh, he shoulder
Yeah,
charge.
nice charge.
I'm
It's a
trying to
question
find
of them
it.
being able to make it out this.
And they're gonna be able to get out because that door's open.
Yeah.
So both of them make it out there.
That's two. That's two out of the 4.
And there's still Cuddy should still be in the basement.
Yes. Basement exit.
And there's an exit open down there now. So yeah, I mean he's making so much noise, he better be.
Yep, he's running for the basement exit.
Head out, yeah, and there he goes. That's a third one. So 1 dead, but 3 escape.
So that is a Reaper's win.
Wow, another win for the Reapers. Whew. So some of these longer games coming out in the second half, so the score line not moving up quite as much as it did in the first half. Actually, not even close to as much as it did in the first half of our match here. But as we head toward the final hour here, Reapers are gonna be up.
He stood behind that white truck for like a solid 5 minutes.
Now, I mean, yeah, it's just a matter.
And if you, it comes down to knowledge of the map, because if you know the map, you know that the fuse is right there.
Yeah, it's a pretty important spot in general. Yeah.
So you should have been over there. Somebody should have walked over there enough times. Like, if you're gonna circle the bushes, you gotta circle everywhere. And I can't guarantee that was a kill, but because of the builds we have, his basic builds, it takes about 5 hits. Unless your Leatherface takes I think like 3. But normal killers, rest of the fame takes about 5 hits to kill. You could have damaged him a lot more.
Yeah.
And Cook probably should have checked that front gate and put a padlock on it. Because that.
Yeah, after they had taken the one off.
Yeah, he should have re-put the padlock on. That was too winnable. That wasn't like a. Because it wasn't like they escaped very fast and they were actually getting pressured a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine being Twig sitting there, not only not being checked, but then watching them also not put a padlock on the fence that you already unlocked. I mean, they were ready to go. He was ready to get out of there with his team.
So now we have Wreckfest coming out. And Wreckfest is, out of every game in the racer category, to me, Wreckfest is the most fun.
Yeah, it's a very, very fun game. It's 5v5 mayhem on a dirt race course. Oftentimes we see a lot of buses being used for collision and damage, and then a certain amount, usually 1 or 2 cars being used.
We've even seen some odd things. We've seen some tractors come up. I remember, the couches. I remember last season, when the Bandits played the Wolves. I think it was the second time we played the Wolves, and they only had 2 people, so we played couches.
Oh, I see.
So
you guys did a little bit of trolling. I see how it is.
it was actually a lot of fun. Like, for both sides, we just played all couches because it ended up being 5v2. So
man, yeah, you guys were able to get a lot more laps than them.
No, because everything, when you're a couch, everything is 1 tap.
Oh,
you literally crash once and you're dead.
Fast.
And it's just fun.
Right.
So we're gonna see what the Reapers do. So the Gorillaz are gonna send in everybody except O to the L and Murs.
Right. Yeah. So Global gonna go in first to reset the player board for the Gorillaz, and then Carnage, Gurrens, Kevin, and Kenny all going to go in for the Gorillaz. 100% of predictions are on the Gorillaz.
100% that they think that the Gorillaz win this?
Yeah. Whoever is out there voting in channel points land, they really believe in the Gorillaz on Wreckfest. They said, listen, I have never seen 2 twins drive a bus before, but I believe that it is the optimal way to play the game. So on the Reapers side, we're going to get Kitten, Twig, 144p, Egg, and actually the first player that they put in being Nibble, which reset their player board. So their lineup. So they will, each team now even, because we just played that 3v4 asymmetrical game.
Yeah.
The Rocket League was played 3v4, so we had to have another 3v4 game, and it worked out. And now we're going to be even unless Dead by Daylight comes up. So, barring Dead by Daylight, we will have an even lineup on both sides for every game.
Even though I'm pretty sure they skip it or forfeit it, I want to see StarCraft roll. I want to see them play StarCraft or Tekken. Tekken is 3v3.
Tekken could be fun. Yeah.
Global's Reyna is.
Yeah, it would be nice.
Global's Reyna. I played against it. It's a high pressure. He plays Reyna very high pressure. And
all
all
right.
right, so we'll have a technical timeout. Getting the PC head to reset. So now, aside from Overwatch, what is a game left in the wheel that you're like, this could be fun to watch?
Probably Overwatch. Now, yeah, what is left on the wheel? I think Smash. I think Smash would be a really fun one to watch because I think that's one that can go. I mean, if it were Bucks versus Eclipse, I still like that's a game that can literally go anywhere.
Yeah,
like one person can just like go crazy, or I'm gonna be honest, it usually goes the other way. Everybody in the world kind of sucks at Smash. So it's really interesting to see players go in there and you're like, oh, this guy plays Samus. That's pretty unconventional. I'm excited to see what he's got. And then it's like, oh, I jumped off the map. So it's really interesting to see like who's got a grip of the game and who kind of just leaves this one to just be like a party
you can definitely, because like you said, it could be like one person you just go crazy. Because during our bots game, we watched Coolfire 1v5 reverse sweep the bots, and that was insane. I wouldn't consider myself to be a Smash player, but I'm good enough to beat the worst.
Okay,
there
you go.
That's all that's important.
Yeah, I would say I'm a good Smash player, but I play Ness, so nobody lets me say that I'm a good Smash player.
Ness is like in original Melee. Ness was a very difficult character to get around.
Yeah, I mean he kind of sucked. Yeah. All right, so it looks like maybe.
There's a lot of buses.
Not good.
Somebody's on the side.
Kitten is on his.
And we will have DNF Duel next.
Duel. All right, so we got the Love Bus rolling out here. Taking some jumps.
Are there any? Okay, I see one racer so
yeah,
far.
I think it's one racer on each team. I think I have that right. I think I saw one from each. So, and there's a bus falling out of the sky. That's why they call it the Death Loop.
Yes, you definitely don't want to take a bus on the Death Loop.
Yeah, so it looks like who do we have? This is red team is going to be the Reapers, which, yeah. So we're watching Twig at the moment, and this is him on red team. So he's the racer for the red team right now, and that PC8 over there, that is our racer for the Reapers. So let's see.
Why are we
Death Loop here?
Why are we taking buses on the Death Loop?
Yeah, they're being a little goofy silly right now. Maybe trying to block it. I'm not sure. They might have been trying to set a blockage up, but right now it looks like the Reapers are having more buses cross because they are earning points just a little bit more.
So the Gorillaz are going to want to try to go to wreck.
Yeah, I'm wondering where that discrepancy is coming from. Oh, and Twig actually getting caught on the underside, but they're keeping it clean. They're both just going to continue racing. They're not going to try bashing each other. That was a good cutoff, a good attempted cutoff from that bus there from the Reapers, but this racer here, Carnage. Oh, Carnage going to take head on into the wall, and these buses going to collide with him now too. This is not good. Oh man, they're just running the buses against him, putting damage on him big time. You see on his left side there in the bottom left corner of the screen, you can see how much damage he's taken on that left side. So, and even more coming out now. But
He's currently at
Oh, man.
56 HP.
Yeah,
Getting chased down by a bus.
he is, which will not catch up to him most likely.
Oh.
Never mind. I take it back. He's
Oh,
still taking damage.
the love bus is on the hunt.
Yeah, really. That's tough love, I guess. The tough
That's-
love bus.
That's very tough love.
Yeah, and I wonder if this bus is going to try to cut him off. It is.
And
Yeah.
here we are.
Oh, no, he sees an opportunity to just go around and make contact. It's not going to work like that. You got to let him get out. He's going to hit the loop uninterrupted, I believe. Yeah. So he's going to get to that loop. These buses are going to try to go around and cut him off by the time he makes it around that loop. So let's see if they are able to make contact. They are going backward right now, so not going to be gaining points for crossing the finish line. That bus is looking rough. That bus is on its last legs. The one we're watching right now, not quite
Too bad. A lot of internal
damage-wise, but
damage.
yeah. It doesn't look too bad, but it actually is. And that collision, I think, is going to put that bus out of commission. So I think that bus that he just made contact with for the Gorillaz is going to be out of commission now. The Reapers. Oh, that was a nice jump. Gonna opt to go around the side of the map and not take the death loop. Maybe some buses blocking it off. I'd had some kind of call out, but or maybe just the fact that they.
It just looks like a graveyard of buses.
It really is over there by that last, that last like figure 8 turn. Gonna just make his way through all these broken down buses. Gets himself a couple more points racked up, but with the amount of laps he has left and the fact that it doesn't really look like anyone else here for the Gorillaz is going to be able to help him out, I think. This is about it. Love Bus makes just a little bit of contact. Love Bus not looking so hot either, though, I got to be honest. Yeah, decent collision there. Going to take even more health
It only
away.
took 2 health away.
Yeah. Yep, and I'll get a reset, and I'll get to make another lap. Oh, and at this point, Twig is just colliding with him as well.
Alright, fuck it.
Yeah, I think that was it. I think shutting down that car and having the lead means that the Reapers are going to go ahead and take another one.
So,
Man.
19-2, I knew it would be. So
Right,
after
wow.
this, the Reapers will move into 7-1.
Mm-hmm.
Then the Gorillaz will drop down to 4-4, which makes things really interesting because the bots still have to catch up, and we might end up with a first place tie in the North.
Yeah, and a reminder, the bots are 6-1 after the Sunday game that we had to finish up last week. So bots currently tied with the Reapers, but following this game, when the results are locked in, the Reapers will be ahead by 1, which feels good, but is kind of not significant at the same time because, having like an empty game on the side of the bots, even though Reapers will be the definitive first place, bots can definitely still, even it up as the season ends. So this regular season coming to a close in the next couple of weeks. We're going to see some teams solidifying their end of season scoreline. Honestly, the first ones to get locked in are mostly going to be teams locking in their playoff spots. This is the Reapers' 8th game now. All right, we're headed into DNF. So we've got Monk versus that lady. Okay.
Okay, I know Cuddy plays striker, and Cuddy plays a very, Cuddy plays a very like I'm in your face kind of striker.
Closing the distance doesn't really pay off on turned on him. So nice blocks from both sides, but
Nice job of Cuddy waiting for that space, that gap, and now he's just. Cuddy is just taking advantage of the gap, and he's going to hit him with the ultimate. Now the damage scaling, because it's combo, won't do as much damage, but it is going to hurt. It still hurts.
yeah, he's definitely on his last legs here, so Oh, it does almost find
Thing is, Monk does a lot of damage himself, and we will play Tekken next.
in 8. More fighting. All right, so even though Global brings it down really, really close, Cuddy is going to be able to take round 1, but that was a close one. This one can definitely go either way. So we'll see what happens here. This time, Global being able to actually open up the round to get an early lead. It's like...
Oh, way to take away the air from him.
Ooh, and good job about not getting stuck against the wall either, because now he has a lot of space to defend with, and yeah, transitions it really well, and now having much more of a lead than we saw him having in the last round. Oh, so this is our first Monk gameplay then.
Second time we saw TLG play it, and you see how, because people, this is a new character, and because he's a new character, people don't know what to do with him yet. Everyone's playing him differently, everyone's finding their own style, so once you figure out what to do, then you'll be able to see more people like adjust to the matchup. But right now, because he's new, people are in the feeling out stage with Monk.
Yeah, and both players playing so defensively now, not wanting to give anything away.
Yeah, it's both of them are just waiting their turn.
I think this one may come down to time. Yeah, 30 seconds left in this round, and both of them not being able to confirm a whole lot because they don't want to lose too much health.
Aww.
That's a good health advantage to get, though, because if you can keep that health advantage, that'll be a win for the round. So 15 seconds left. Oh, Global trying to make sure he's got the health advantage now with only 10 seconds, but Cuddy's going to come back with a combo of his own if he can just hang on to it long enough. And he does. So as 0 hits, he is going to have the health advantage, and Cuddy's going to end up winning that one. So a very, very tight contest between the two of them. That was a really good fight. You could see both of them showing so much respect to each other at the end, to the point where it came down to time. Players hyping up their teammates out there right now, letting Cuddy know they're proud of him. Yeah, Global put up a heck of a fight there. So.
And now we're gonna see Ranger.
Ranger.
And Ranger he's a zoning character, but he has a great deal of like mix-up potential. People are unaware of the fact that he can be away from you and in your face.
So it looks like Cuddy's having a little bit of an easier time finding these combo locks against the wall. He's going to transition into another one here. So it looks like... whereas Global will oftentimes come up at the end of his team to finish out a fighting game of whatever is left, this time they put him at the front, and it's becoming difficult to go against Cuddy now for the rest of the team. Yeah, I mean, he so simply waited for an opening there.
And that's what it comes down to in a lot of these fighting games, is understanding your turn. Move faster, and you see that Cuddy's taking advantage of the space that he's getting.
Doing a good job of zoning Cuddy out there right now, but
Wake up DP. He's exhausted. He's looking for his bar to get up. And it's just the pressure that comes with Striker.
And it looks like all we got coming out of this Ranger here is trying to create distance and trying to make sure he can't.
And then the second
this will likely finish him. Yeah, that'll be it.
It might not be. And it is. And Cuddy will sweep in DNF. And now it is immediate Tekken time.
All right.
Mers and Nibble have to go in. We will see Global come back.
Yeah, for Tekken, absolutely. Yeah.
But you have to be careful because Cinnabar goes in, and him and his you know the Thompson family, you know who they are. Him and his brother and his cousins, they all play Tekken, and that's like their game all across the UEL. You know that this is one of those games where beating them is no easy task because it's Cinnabar, it's Scans, it's Silver. Those three are just buckets. Those three are just, they're just deadly at this game. So Murs goes in, which is, unfortunate because Murs is not a fighter. And Global will have to see what goes on. So we'll probably see Nimble Egg Cinnabar, if anything.
All right, so Gurns is going to go in along with Murs as well, and Kevin. And no Global.
Global won't play Tekken, so this might be a forfeit.
Oh, they don't have.
Oh, they don't have any forfeits.
Yeah.
So why no Global?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's possible that they'll still try to forfeit this one, but it'll be up to the Reapers whether or not they accept it because they have no guaranteed forfeits left on the side of the Gorillaz. So.
Ooh, that's tough. Why not play Global then? Because
yeah,
I mean, Global.
I mean, at this point, they might see it as a practice session.
Yeah, that's definitely. But you still want to try to go out and win. You still want, especially Tekken 8 from a team that has 2 past fighting belt holders. And not only Cinnabar but Pebbles.
Right.
AKA Ricky Rockham. You still want to try to win this, and you have 48 minutes left. You gotta try to make something happen. But we're going straight into Tekken 8.
They can't just sit on 2 wins for this entire time. All right, so we're gonna write King versus Asuka here,
And
that's not Overwatch.
we have 2K.
Okay.
2K, which is another one of my games that I love to watch.
Oh, Asuka not gonna be able to connect well there.
Oh, he text the grab.
Yeah, very nice. 'Cause anything King is gonna do, it's gonna be able to grab and tech the grab. So, here's one of. Ooh, nice connect from the air though, and the low sweep will finish it off. That'll be first round. So, first round going to, I believe that at player 2 is that Reaper right now.
The Reapers are player 1.
Reaper's player 1 side. Okay. Oh, and you see how much damage King can put out with 1 connect because of how risky it is for him to actually engage. Yeah, and he keeps getting caught off guard by the timing of that aerial.
Yeah, because that's a high. You gotta be ready for the high.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's timed really awkwardly as well. There's like a stutter when she goes up before she comes back down. So it doesn't quite get the juggle, but still outputting a decent amount of damage at the same time.
Oh, it's
so
hits
much
with the
damage
heat rush
coming
move.
back. I mean,
You gotta wait for the
no, he cannot. I was gonna say if he can connect twice more, he'll be good, but he didn't even connect.
Oh no,
one more time.
no, the King was.
You were right. That. Oh no. You. Oh yeah.
It was flipped because
right.
I saw it on the screen wrong.
Yeah. Global was on the. Yeah. So, not.
So
Gorillaz. Gorillaz are on the player 1 side. So now we're gonna have Murs going in. Coming in on the Jack.
Nibble.
So that grab is not going to be teched. That might be something that Nibble looks for here for the rest of the game, because he saw that King was teching his grabs a lot, but if he picks up on the fact that Mers isn't going to be teching these grabs, he might go for them more often than he did in the first round. So we'll see if that becomes a consistent thing. Yeah, these heavy attacks not landing. You can do a lot of damage in a short amount of time with Jack, but you do have to land it, and that's not exactly the easiest with his range of attack. So there comes another grab, and just barely not going to finish him, but the low will, so. This could be the last round for Mers if he's not able to pick some up here, but he starts by just punching her in the face. So
that's a great way to start.
Yeah, that'll be a good start. Puts out a little bit of that heavy damage. You'd see about a third of the health bar already gone. So just the blocking is coming out too well right now. Have to be able to tech some of these grabs. You got to start seeing the pattern and predicting at what point this grab comes out so you can tech it. It's one of the things you have the most amount of time to counter. So Mers going to go down in 3 though. Going to go ahead and leave. I believe it's Gurns up to the task. So
wait,
Gurn.
Wait.
I see that is global. Yeah, so we will see about that with how the lineups were put in. Got to make sure that global is supposed to be in here, which okay, so it is global is supposed to be in the lineup.
Okay, because I was confused.
Was that's good. It's way better that it's a mistake on our end than it is on their end. So yep, global going to be on the Asuka here, doing what we talked about earlier, which is coming up on the tail end of the team to try to finish up what we would usually say is quote unquote what's left, that being the entirety of the Gorillaz left, so, or of the Reapers left. So he will have to win 9 rounds straight, and this Asuka Reina matchup is going to be pretty tense, but he's finding all of his confirms here, and he's just powering through right now. Oh, the 3D map coming to the advantage of global there, as he's able to roll out and not get stunned.
So global has to win 9 rounds, and at max he can lose 2.
All right, good triple connect. Actually gonna get the juggle. I thought the Asuka was too low there to get the juggle, but he carried that on for a while through the wall. Is able to block that aerial attack, which is something that his teammates had trouble with. So showing that he is definitely a lot more familiar with playing against a character like Asuka. Yeah, and like you said before, he wants to...
Ooh, Rage Art.
I wonder if he thought he was going to be able to... Let's see. All right, still has a slight health advantage. Now he's got his...
Oh, and he recovers.
Yeah, he does. He gets back up, recovers, doesn't drop around. Very dangerous to drop around because you still have 2 more players to deal with after this, so you kind of want to save
one of them is Cinnabar's Paul.
Right. It's like trying not to die until World 8 of Super Mario Bros. But that's the closest I've seen to a perfect today, so... that was a very dominant 3rd round. He ended up just powering through. So we'll see if anybody's able to play defensively enough to stop him. They're gonna have to try to find counter
We'll get 144p, who I know plays Victor, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
There it is. Not quite as cool as playing Panda, but it is a character.
Panda is arguably the best character in the game.
Yeah. Well, there's no argument, but yeah. Oh, I guess Kuma would be the other. Would be the other character.
Nothing beats Panda.
Panda's pretty awesome. All right, and using the coolest Reina outfit and Victor outfit. So this is going to be skin. I would say skins equals wins, but I mean, they're both kind of killers. So. All right, gonna get the controller set up here. Yeah, we'll see. Global is going to want to try to preserve all of his lives here, because he's going to want a lot of time to learn Cinnabar's playstyle if he's able to get to that 3rd player. He's going to want as many rounds as possible to learn how to counter. Doing a good job of finding opening so far. Ooh, very nice carry right now. Half of the health all the way across the screen. Yeah, Global's finding small openings, but yeah, he can't let one string take out half his health bar like that again, or he'll be finished here, so. Yeah, probably just has to connect one more time to turn this into a finish, but oh, Global not going to be able to close it out because that
will take one of his lives.
Yeah, that's going to take one of those rounds that he wanted so desperately. Now it's a matter of just being able to get through this second player, not even about how many lives you have, because now you're down a round. So
even if he wins out here, he's going up against Cinnabar with 2 lives.
Yeah, 144 going to start off hot here, but does overextend himself just a little bit. Tries to turn that into combo into something that it couldn't be.
Oh, but he is.
Decent connection. A lot of power coming out on each strike here. A little bit of health being recovered every time it connects. One more connection, though, and that could be it for Global, so be really careful. Can't just keep taking jab for jab like this. Right now, you have to, yeah, you got to pick up something big, and I think that's going to be blocked.
Yep.
Yeah, that grab is going to finish it. And 144p taking 2 rounds off of Global and Tekken now. He needs one more to just make this, you know, a sweep against Global. Sweeping Global in a fighting game is no joke.
You know, the fact that they wouldn't have even needed Cinnabar is actually kind of scary to think how strong this team is in Tekken.
Yeah. A team that we usually regard for being good at shooters and sports, like a group of frat boys. Turns out, these are gamers. These guys know a thing or two about fighting games, and that's one of the scariest things that you could say about a team.
Oh, is he?
Does not connect. Good block, and he's going to juggle him into a KO here, so Global not going to get swept. Finding his groove. Does need to take 2 more to win this, but maybe figuring out how patiently he needs to play for this matchup after such a long time of having to, you know, typically being so aggressive. And I like the way he transitioned so quickly from his defense back into his attack, and he perfects the second round. Was he teasing us? What is happening?
I think the download happened. I think the download is complete.
Yeah, he's really got the, I mean, he's got the timing of these blocks and everything set now, so. Yeah, more connections, changing up his own play style, but a lot of this getting blocked at the moment. Those are not, so Global's got to go big here. And he finishes it up.
But he can only afford to lose 1 round.
Yeah, he does. He only has 1 round to spare. Oh, this is going to be a really difficult matchup for him, especially since he can't take time to learn his enemy this time like he did in the last one.
Yeah, you got to go and win.
Yeah, you have no space for a 3-2 comeback at this point, you know? No reverse sweeping your enemy. You just got to win 3 in a row. You just have to be the better man in this one and not drop a single round. So, playing on a pretty heavy handicap here.
This is no laughing matter. This is...
Well, he was just staring at a wall, so it's a little bit funny, but... So... Okay. Both of them kind of feeling each other out right now. Looks like Cinnabar ready to get active and aggressive, though.
And this is game.
Down on the foot, and
that's game.
That's it. That's going to be the end, so... Yeah. That was a really, really good effort by Global, but not able to close it out without time to learn his enemies.
Now we will go into 2K.
Ooh. All right. So, this is the. Don't you think it's a little bit preemptive to predict that the Reapers are going to win? I mean, come on. It's a little early, don't you think? We still have 35 minutes. No, it is very much these will be the standings. So this is going to be the standings, not only counting Sunday, but counting today's game. 35 minutes is statistically, well, actually, I'm sorry, not even minutes. There's not enough games on the wheel for this one to go in favor of the Gorillaz. So
we just redo the wheel and make every game Overwatch.
Right, exactly. Oh, I like this guy. All right, yeah. So the Reapers here have won. This is official by them. They just have too many points for any sort of comeback to be possible here. So the Reapers will win. They will go up to 7-1. They are now on top of the North Conference. They only have 2 games left. They could max out at 9-1 if they're to win their next 2 games, and then the bots will be hoping to tie them at that score line as well. So Gorillaz going to drop to 4-4, still going to be in the 3rd place spot until the Ravens can mount a victory against another team and try to take that spot, try to overcome.
Yeah, we will see them play the LAX Gods, I think, this Saturday.
So that's honestly, that's pretty important for the for LAX Gods to lock in their position at the top. At this point, Gorillaz probably aren't going to, come up from behind and take that spot from them, but it is possible. So they want to just lock it in. They want to get a win against the Ravens there. And the Ravens, on the other hand, want to get a win against the LAX Gods because they want to overlap the Gorillaz. They don't want to have to go against the number 1 seeded team when it comes to the postseason. They want to be in a position where they can go against a team that's evaluated at something closer to their level this season. So Ghosts and Cobras on the other side, still a very, very exciting 4-4 standing. Both teams only have 2 games left in the season, and that's going to decide for them what the rest of that North Conference is going to look like. And Wolves and the Bandits, just as exciting. I mean, you guys play tomorrow.
Yeah.
So that is huge postseason implications. Yeah, so
I most certainly will be in the building and suited and ready to go.
All right. So and that'll be your guys' 9th game, actually. So that's
we have played
season for you.
We have played 6. I think 6 straight games.
Wow. Yeah, you guys will be the first team to reach 9. You guys might also be the first to finish your season at 10.
Yes, because we play the Wolves tomorrow. Then we have our first bye week in almost 2 months.
Oh, okay.
And then we will play the bots for our last game.
So you guys kind of have to take on your own conference to wrap everything up.
Yeah.
All right.
So 2K, this is another one of my favorite games on the wheel.
It's a very, very fun one for us in the commentator booth here as well. 2K is a fun game to commentate.
So we will have Cuddy and Kitten versus Carnage and X-Ray Kevin. Now Cuddy, he played back when it was 4v4. He played a lot of cherry pick basketball. He's not bad. He's still a really good player. But since it's 2v2 and it's half court, that negates a lot of what he wants to do. So we're gonna say Curry and Yao versus I think that's Kyrie and LeBron. Kyrie and LeBron being the Gorillaz.
Yeah, we're gonna just take it to the net, and that's the play style you're gonna see from him. You're gonna see Curry passing it into him, and then if Curry's got the ball on the outside, you're gonna see them try to go for the 2-point shots from outside of the key. So. Ooh. And that's one of the reasons to play Yao there is that blocking. But he gets back inside and he scores that 2nd point for the team.
Yao is just rotating in the paint.
Yeah, so Reaper's up by 2 now.
And we will see Overwatch.
We will see Overwatch.
Overwatch will be the next game.
You know, the Reapers actually, yeah, the Reapers had the opportunity to do the funniest thing here. All right, and that's actually going to be a 2-point shot from Curry. We're going to see plenty of those, but this game speed is picking up, but the Reapers are up by 3 right now, so got to start finding a way into the net.
Yeah, we need to see.
All right. Oh, yeah.
Why is he not shooting?
Free at the top of the key. I don't know why he didn't. Okay. Anyway.
We're not seeing enough like total teamwork from the Kyrie LeBron duo here.
Yeah, I mean, are they just playing around? Or are they just going to try to go for 2 points only? No. Okay. Curry's going to go. He sees an opening. He passes it out, which is, yeah, they just want to go for 2-point shots, I think. But layup from far, and that one goes in. Good timing.
Now, in this game, because we played on pro difficulty, shooting with Curry, if you give him space, is almost always open. You should almost never miss. I don't care how good you are at the game. Like, shots like that should be knocked down all the time.
Yeah, the Gorillaz here just not able to find anything in these sports games. The Reaper's defense being so aggressive is really, really messing him up. Curry on the outside here. He's not going to go for it. Yao under the net. Probably just going to put it up here, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's 7'1".
Well, I mean, you say that, but every time Yao's gotten it under the net, barring that right there. Huh?
I don't know.
Anyway, it seems that the Reaper strategy, or I guess their strategy for fun, is just to pass it to Curry on the outside, no matter what the position is, even if you have 7'1" Yao under the net. So, and just like it's a free throw, tries to put it up, but rebound comes out from Yao, who the camera literally was too close to because he's in the sky. So, Kyrie trying to get comfortable here on the outside. LeBron open a little bit. Yeah, he's got a little space to put that one in, and he does. So, they'll bump it up to 3, but still a 5-point deficit. Reaper's still pretty comfortable. Yep, yeah, I was just going to go under net and put that one in. I mean, they're laughing out there because of how easy it is for this duo.
It's just really fun. Carnage and Kevin just don't seem to be in sync enough.
Yeah, I got to close the gap a little bit by making that 2-point shot with LeBron. So now only a 4-point difference between them. A little bit of coverage on him when he made that shot. So that one will not go in, but Yao does get the rebound. And I think I sense a new meta developing in this game. The ability to have the best 3-point shooter and an unblockable layup machine kind of scary.
Because you notice how he's just chasing him for the ball. He's not setting enough screens.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And I mean, that's rebound monster. And then he can just send it to the outside for 2 points from Curry. So 7-point difference now. I mean, yeah, this is kind of crazy. This is...
Yeah, you're not going to sit there and block that. You have open LeBron.
You know, LeBron's going to move back. He might take a shot here. Now he's... Oh, he actually does get that one. The timing wasn't quite there, but he still makes it, so... and he's just going to put that one right under net. Yeah, they're just heading toward that 21 scoring line at this point. All right, Kyrie at the top of the key for free. Yeah, I mean, that was a good move to the top. Just places himself right in the center. And all right, Curry going to start with this one. Yao not completely open, so Curry does have to do a little bit of footwork here. But as soon as LeBron moves, they send it in right under net. And Yao just puts it up. So 7 more points here. The 2/3 of the way there, the Reapers at the moment. It'll never not throw me off when a drone flies by the camera in this game. All right, Curry sending it to Yao on the outside. Almost went for a 3-pointer, but goes in under the net, puts it in. I thought he was going to go for the 3. That would have been pretty funny. All right, so this just, I mean, that's just how the Reapers play these sports games, is aggressive defense. They're so in your face. Barring maybe Madden, where they played a proper man coverage and were able to get a lot of interceptions off of that.
And we need somebody with timing on that LeBron shot because you shouldn't be missing like that.
I mean, he had 3 opportunities and luckily eventually nailed it, but it's LeBron. You shouldn't need 3 opportunities every time. Curry on the outside, just a little early. And now Kyrie. Yeah, good timing there. That one's going to go.
That was nice.
Yeah. So back to 4. We had a 7-point deficit for the Gorillaz, but now back to 4. They're on their way back in here. I think this
And then Yao Ming.
LeBron.
Yao Ming's just too small.
I mean, you need 2 on him. It's insane.
You would need like at this point you would, if you're gonna go Yao, somebody has to play like Giannis or something.
Right. Oh, and not quite. So he's gonna send it to the outside. Nope, can't take that shot. There he is. And let's see, he'll get no. Almost fakes it. Doesn't get set. And yeah, that's gonna be a layup. LeBron's kind of just jumping left and right.
You gotta.
I never thought anyone would make LeBron James look like a little kid trying to take the ball from his dad.
Oh man.
Nice pass, but somebody didn't get the message, and that one almost didn't go up. But
It's actually a good thing he didn't go up immediately. Yao was still in the
Yao
air.
was
That
still
would have
there.
been sent back to the stands.
yeah. And Curry for 2, and he nailed it.
One more
so.
2, and then it's.
And knowing the Reapers, when they get control of the ball, they're just going to keep sending it out to Curry until they make it. So LeBron with a little close shot fadeaway doesn't make it. Curry standing on the key. Nope. No, they actually go
bucket
for
from
one.
Yao.
Yeah, I thought they were just going to keep playing Curry on the outside of the key, go for like a style shot to finish it out. So, yeah, let's see what they want to do now. Kind
Kyrie
of loosening up on the
miss?
defense, letting more shots go up, but it doesn't matter because they're not being scored. And yeah, I'm just going to go up and get it. So, man, it's sometimes NBA can be super exciting. And sometimes you play a 7'1" phenom who can poke the ball into the basket. So,
wait until next year when Wembanyama's
yeah,
Wembanyama's overall is added into the game, and then you have that 7'1" phenom that can not only dunk from their tippy toes but shoot from anywhere in the court.
Who was I don't know if you keep up with college basketball. Who was the player, the center for UCF? Who was like 7'6"?
Taco Fall.
Was that his name? He was
I think it was
from
Taco.
Africa.
It was either Taco Fall or
It was in like 2019, I think it was March.
Yeah, that's Taco.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was at VCU at the time, and we all got hyped because we had made it into March Madness, and VCU's not always there. So we're like, we did it, we made it. UCF is our first opponent, and he put up like 25, 24 points just standing under the basket and going.
Yeah, it's insane. You see more players like that. Me being a Spurs fan, I'm happy that we got Wembanyama, but watching him play, it feels fake. Like you ever watch something that's 100% real? It just looks fake. That's what watching Victor Wembanyama play basketball is like.
Wrestling.
Yeah. Wrestling is.
It's all real, right?
It's super real. It's the realest thing in the world.
That's what my mom told me when I was 7.
Yeah, it's realer than the UFC.
It's realer than UFC. All right. I'm so excited that we get Overwatch. All right.
Let's hope that we see 144p not play Doomfist in a situation that doesn't require Doomfist.
That's true.
Because I
Let's hope
remember
144p plays Doomfist. You're right.
Because we watched him in the Eclipse game, and I remember him playing Doomfist in the face of an Orisa, and that just wasn't working. And
CC Central.
It just wasn't working. You weren't diving. You were going head up with Orisa, and anybody who plays Overwatch long enough knows you don't do that.
Well, his team was saying dive. They thought he thought they were saying die. So he played Doomfist. Leaving game. Are you sure? Why are we
leaving game?
Why are we leaving game? All right, All right, you guys take over. I'm out. I'm leaving. Oh my god, I thought he was serious. Dude, I thought he was. Oh my god, I was gonna cry. Okay. It's a close one.
Oh, and there will be no forfeits.
No, there's not a forfeit. There is no forfeit. There's no forfeit. There's no forfeit. Whose name is? All right. Whatever. You can't be. You can't have that.
Oh, you play Overwatch long enough. There's that's a pretty tame name.
That is a very tame name
compared to the things that I've seen.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. We've got Resplendent. That's a pretty cool name. Novice Sun.
So the way that it's looking, depending on how the game goes.
Oh, okay. Gorillaz going to use their last timeout.
Depending on the time and what game mode they pick, this might be the last game.
It could be. Yeah, it depends on if it's something that can potentially go into overtime if both teams have a good attack.
Push.
We'd probably see Fortnite at that point.
Escort could take the full.
Escort could take if you go the full map and then have to go into overtime. Yeah, certainly could.
Or unless you want to play something quick, if you're the Reapers and you want to play Fortnite and you have the decision, you can play like Flashpoint, make something
Flashpoint or Control,
make something fast.
Yeah, Flashpoint's a lot of fun. That's a really cool game mode. I'm glad they added it. It does feel slightly less competitive sometimes because there's always like that wait time between objectives coming up.
Yeah.
So it always, when an objective is inactive, the game always feels slightly less competitive, but it's nice versatility.
Because a lot of times when you play Flashpoint, it's you win that gunfight in between objectives. You win that team fight, and then you stagger the other team and make sure that they can't get to the objective.
Yeah.
Then you just get your setup. We're gonna see a Moira.
Yeah, I've seen a few of them. We might see a Bastion Mercy here. That's really interesting. Damage boosted Bastion is a possibility here.
Damage boosted Bastion is like the bane of my rank existence.
Yeah. I mean, this is it's a good way to get out from the final corner. I don't know if it's something you want to do like for the entire push on that, especially not in the second objective of this map. But I can see why it definitely can be useful to get past the first, probably the first corner, right, where the defense is going to be on the high ground and you have to push through them. Putting a lot of damage to make sure they can't just be peeking out on you is definitely beneficial. Also, he's got Gold Gun, so just saying. This dude mains Bastion. Everybody make fun of him.
Exactly. It takes exactly 2.5 brain cells to main Bastion.
Yeah. And that's only half for Bastion. The other 2 brain cells are for reaching over to grab your snacks. All right, so
we're seeing some pretty nice Mercies play.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming out here, but the healing is coming out heavy.
Damage boosting
There's
Bastion.
that damage boosted Bastion we were talking about that you expect to see, but that Malga losing health quickly takes the attention away, and now Mercy really has to be focused on healing because of all this damage. I like the Winston play here. There's a lot of high ground to be played for on this map. The enemy Mercy going to go down, but they're going to the teams are going to trade supports. Bastion's going to pick up 2. No resurrection. There may be a resurrect on the Malga. No, it looks like that body is being guarded. So this Orisa is just going to push. This Orisa here being Twig. I keep wanting to call him by other name, but yeah. That Orisa being played by Twig, so we'll keep that in mind. Orisa, definitely a UEL staple character. And
we're seeing Sigma.
Very interesting.
Battle Mercy?
What are we? Okay, all right, well, that's good. Yeah, that ends as quickly as it should. Now I understand why that Mercy died first on the last fight. Zarya losing her bubbles quick, which is... As much as bubbles are great for defending you, you want to lose your bubbles quickly.
Why is Mercy shooting?
I'm a bit confused.
Mercy
that teammate. Yeah,
Mercy shouldn't be shooting anything.
That's interesting. All right, so we're gonna head over to Twig here, who's going to punish that Mercy for Oh, yeah, he's cornering him. He's like, nah, you're not going to win. 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 All right. So Bastion is going to go ahead and ult and get 2 kills there. So they're going to cap that first objective completely and some. They are chasing down a target here, and
They're chasing Zarya.
Yeah, they're chasing down this Zarya, and they were smart enough to leave a support on the objective as well, so they're still getting some distance. And that Zarya gets hugely staggered. That is not at all what you want to see. Man. All right, so now it's going to be a 5v4. They're going to take this fight, or at least start doing some poke damage. Sigma putting up the shield so that Sojourn can start putting out shots. But yeah, I mean, this payload is just going to keep moving forward. You better, yeah, Zarya's back in, bubbling the Sigma now. So Zarya going to get a little bit of charge. So is this Sojourn, and that's Sigma all going to take down the Moira with the help of Kenny's Sojourn shots here.
And they're gonna push them back. Twig is gonna die unless the Mercy Pocket can save him, and the Mercy Pocket doesn't.
Ooh, Mercy's gonna get staggered just a little bit, just a couple seconds. But I don't want to make it back. So
it's a good pushback from the Gorillaz.
Yeah, they're holding very far up right now. There's nobody there. The spawn's on your left, Kenny. Clearly he knows that. Oh no, not Doomfist, no. All right, that's yeah. Oh my gosh, and Kenny put a lot of damage down on him really fast, actually. This Mauga gonna go ahead and just get caught up in this door.
And Soldier's gonna ult.
Sorry that. Yeah, Sojourn's ulting here. Is able to slide out of that Orisa ult. They're not targeting him very well. He will go down eventually, but it did take them a long time to connect the shots. So Reapers are making some more progress forward, but they got held up just a little bit. And I think on this third objective,
that hill is going to be insane.
If they play the corner up on top of the hill, I think they'll have a decent amount of time that they can take off the clock. But they're actually going to take a fight right here and try to surprise them on the objective. Mauga choosing not to lock them all in with his ult.
Oh, yeah, now he does.
Now he does, so he's going to go ahead and get these supports for free. Nothing they can do on their own. Doomfist going to go ahead and take out Kenny there, and then Twig going to go ahead and...
There's going to be a team in there.
And a little bit of tactical crouching going on just to make sure they can't hear his footsteps. Yeah, I think his mouse might have disconnected, actually.
Yeah, it might be
yeah, probably technical
malfunction.
difficulty, so we'll switch off of him for now. Doomfist here going to be targeting the back line. Doesn't have the utility to get... Actually, I take that back. Does have the utility to get out. Going to get some quick heals here. He's charged up and behind the support and Sojourn. So Sojourn and Moira both going to go down there. Gorillaz also lose their Zarya. So this Bastion not really having anything.
And they will get the payload across.
Yeah, they will be... Oh, not off the map. Oh, poor Mercy. All right, well, they will go ahead and finish up the map. We've got 12 minutes left in this match. If Gorillaz can push this one all the way to the end, we can see an overtime situation where Overwatch is the last game that we end up seeing. Oh, okay. We get yeah, so we get some skins equals wins. So you tell me this guy has Gold Gun, Bastion, and Genji? Has he been bronze since season 1? No, I'm kidding. I'm sure he's good at the game. I'm sure he's good at the game. Never mind. Never mind. I take that back. He's going to play Doomfist. So, are we really going to see this Widowmaker roll out? We are. This Widowmaker is going to roll out. And, I mean, it's not that it shouldn't. It's just that I haven't seen much of it in the league yet. So I am interested to see how this Widowmaker performs. I'm curious who's playing that Widowmaker. It is... Oh, that's going to be Twig playing the Widowmaker. So he's going to switch off of the tank role.
Pick off some of those supports.
Yeah, that's what you would hope so, right? If he can find the shots on that Battle Mercy this time. He's actually going to fall off the high ground, have to use his grapple. So he's not going to have his grapple if he gets into a sticky situation here. Let's see what happens if we get a Winston on the rollout or something. Not going to connect that first shot. Or the
You get his Soldier.
Okay, lines up that one for free. Takes out Kenny on the Sojourn.
Oh.
He is going to get taken down, though. Soldier focuses him, lands some nice headshots, burst damage. That's going to be Mauga going down as well. Resplendent actually up by their spawn, which isn't going to do much for his team because he is in the enemy backline now. He will go ahead and kill the Zenyatta, but he's going to go down too low. The spawns are going to be much, much better for Gorillaz right now. Not only are they getting kills, but their spawn is right there in front. So this Ana, one of the best supports in the game, and honestly, we often see players shying away from it because the support players are usually the people who aren't your main shooters in UEL. So they're not really about the FPS life, but they can manage something like a Moira with AoE heals. So it's really interesting to see that Ana because she is a super, super powerful support.
And there goes 144p. And that Doomfist that just isn't helping.
Yeah, that Doomfist not helping. There is a Winston here, which is a very, when you have a good team organization, can be very good. That's a nice bubble to make sure your teammate stays alive there. Take down that Winston. Moira's going to go down. He's going to melt down this Ana
this
as well.
Zarya's putting in some work right now.
Yeah, this is Zarya. Kevin is charged up big time. And that's the thing that you can see with some of these, what people call off tanks, which are tanks that don't necessarily prioritize defending the team, but rather being extra damage with a lot of bulk behind them. So characters like Zarya, Diva, those are characters you call an off tank. You can see DPS players like Kevin flexing onto a character like this. So it's really cool to see that he is, he's proficient at some tank characters as well because they can output high damage and he knows how to maximize that by playing his bubbles correctly. So he is using the bubbles on his self quite a bit. Let's have the ultimate here. I think he wants to use it. He's at 100 charge. I think he wants to wait for this Moira ult to end and then use his ult. And it's going to suck in the Bastion and...
He's slept.
But woken up. It's a 1-for-1, but these supports are going to go down. Ana dead. Zarya is going to go down, so all that charge finally taken out. 3 dead, I believe, on the side of Gorillaz. So Kevin doing a really, really good job on that Zarya. Kevin and Kenny together, honestly, putting out a lot of damage together at this point between Soldier and Zarya.
This is the shooter that they've been showing they've shown the best prowess in so far, but you see where they're at and it's still not enough. Yeah, so Ana is gonna get picked off here.
It's
absolutely
not. No, that's
he's gonna ult.
Great sleep dart. That was really, really good awareness. They are gonna get the team fight win here, the Reapers, but at the cost of some ultimates that I think they might not have wanted to use there.
Why is Zenyatta by himself?
Yeah, Zenyatta's going to go ahead and get taken down. There's a little bit too much mobility on this Reaper team, or on this Reapers team. I keep getting mixed up calling them the Reapers because there's nobody playing Reaper, and I keep thinking I'm saying the wrong thing. So that Bastion going to be antied. Tracer not able to pick anything up on it, so... yeah, there's going to be another hold. And you see actually the Reapers holding up at the front of this objective, which with a character like Tracer on the field actually opens them up to being back capped. So they got to pay attention to that objective. And if I were the Gorillaz, I think I would send my Tracer up top and around the back to go just touch the objective and force them back onto the point so that they can make some room.
Because they're running out of time here.
Yeah, only 2 minutes to go, so a little bit of time to just charge up some ultimates for a really good team fight. And did I say there's no Reaper? What I meant is there's a Reaper taking out the Reapers, and we are going to see between, Sojourn, Reaper, and Zarya. That's a lot of damage. Do we still have the Sojourn on that side? Oh, and 144p back on the Bastion, getting a double kill. Kind of saving his team on that push, honestly, saving them a lot of time. Twitch
see trades,
but so is Kenny. These trades could go in favor of the Gorillaz. Okay, and I like the maneuvering to the high ground there from 144p. Gonna have the Reaper on the other side there. He's landing some shots, but Reaper can get himself healed up pretty quickly. And Gonna go into turret mode. Not able to get a kill. Does get antied again for like the third fight in a row now. So this is Arya wanting to charge up her bubble off of the Bastion for sure. And it's working out a little bit. Mauga actually charging it up a bit as well. But gonna be another ultless team fight win. Oh, sticks that one to the shield. But this Zarya will go down. Another team fight win for the Reapers. Now under a minute to go.
Now this is going to be very important. They have to win this. They have to push.
Yeah.
And they're getting held.
I'm curious why they don't force the Reapers back onto the objective, honestly. Because you want to play further back and maybe be able to control some of the high ground. We're in a risky position here, but his team's there to support him. Killing Kenny is huge here. Those ults are going to come down and really, really mess him up now. So, yeah, that's going to be kill onto that
And
Reaper.
there's Winston ult going on.
Yeah, Winston ult going to displace everybody, and no ground going to be made.
And they're stuck in spawn.
Even in spawn, the Ana can't get away, and that's a team kill. That
And
now a team boost coming out, and with 3 seconds left to go, and we have 4.5 minutes left in this match, so we will see some Fortnite. Fork knife, as I hear the kids are calling it these days.
oh. This is
Alright.
detrimental
144.
to the morale
Oh,
of
right at the end of the game,
the
nice.
Gorillas. 4 hours, you lose 22 games,
Yeah, 23 now.
and you only win 2.
Yeah. You win 1 and take 1 by forfeit.
You've legitimately won 1 game in 4 hours.
Yeah. So the last game the Gorillas won was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It was the 8th game, which means that was 17 games ago. So that is 17 games straight now that they have lost. Either by forfeit or by playing it out and losing. So they are on a 17 game lose streak currently.
Now, I know I know what it's like to be on the losing side of some of these really bad one-sided matches. And it never feels good. It doesn't feel good no matter how good you feel that you played, what you think you've done. Being on a lopsided loss like this, you can't take it, and you can't get really upset. That's one thing you want to avoid. You want to avoid, going into your team meeting after the game, your post-game team meeting, and you want to avoid blaming. And you want to avoid, a lot of those behaviors that many people fall into when you lose like this. And you got to accept, everyone has to accept, their mistakes, where their faults were in this game. And you got to understand that all this did was blow up a lot of your weaknesses. All this did was show you where you need to get better, where you need to be stronger. And the Gorillas need to take this loss as like we now know what it looks like and what it's going to be like if we want to get to the top. And you got to understand this wheel is going to keep spinning. So, you take this, you play your Fortnite out. You guys go home. You guys talk about this. And,
Oh, Reaper's actually going to forfeit this one. So, we're spinning the wheel. Will we get to the final game is the question.
because I guess the Reapers want to play a specific game.
Maybe.
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Well, that's not the game, probably, that they wanted to
Yu-Gi-Oh!
play.
I love Yu-Gi-Oh!
That's nice. I think everybody wants to go to bed.
I love Yu-Gi-Oh! Aside from me running the team account on my personal account, I grinded to Diamond last season, and it being on the wheel, made me
Oh, another
re-fall in
forfeit.
love.
That's not what they wanted.
Oh, they don't want to play Yu-Gi-Oh either.
Hey, they better not forfeit too much. The Gorillas might catch up.
I think they might use all their forfeits to just run through the wheel.
Just to run through the wheel. I think they're trying to set a record.
Because I think the last time the wheel was completely played, it was somebody in the Phantoms. I think that was the only time I've seen it to where all 33 games been played.
Well, the Gorillas' stats are going to look quite a little bit better after the end of this game now.
Oh.
Wait, so they timed out so they can play what? I thought they just forfeit Yu-Gi-Oh. So they Oh, okay. Did they just time out so that they can play Yu-Gi-Oh? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
Don't do that.
I wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't want to do it. You shouldn't do that. Why did you say you love Yu-Gi-Oh?
I do love Yu-Gi-Oh.
They heard you. Oh my. All right.
The Gorillas don't. Oh, this is not going to be.
We're never going home. We live here now. Just stay here because your game's gonna be like 10 minutes after this ends.
Yu-Gi-Oh can be very short. There are a lot of decks have OTK opportunities.
Yeah.
For OTK is one turn kill. So if you get a certain setup, like your first 5 hands, you can win very, very fast. Yu-Gi-Oh can be a fast game, but if it's anything like when I played the Ghost, it can be a very slow game if you're bricking and looking for cards. Also, somebody's turn is just really long because some decks have really long links in it. But the Gorillas can definitely come back in the next 3 minutes. They just need an entirely new wheel and 6 more hours.
Wait. It only took the Reapers 4 hours to get here.
You got to take into account that they will lose some more games.
An entirely new wheel.
They need an entirely new wheel made of games that only the Gorillas know how to play.
They gotta play Muppets Party Cruise, dude.
It has to be Mario Party, and each game is worth 4 points.
Yeah, right.
We should definitely add Mario Party to the wheel. I'm just saying.
And I think the only game they should play is Mario Party. I think the mini games should be what we put on the wheel.
No, I think it should be Mario Party, but it's just different versions of Mario Party.
Different versions. Ooh. So you could be like, one team is like the Mario Party 4 Masters. Which then, I mean, honestly, they would be 5 and 6 Masters as well because they were all the same on the GameCube. They were just coming out like every
Then you
year.
have Mario Party Superstars where it's like...
Sad.
I was so disappointed with that game when I bought it.
And 10, right? 10 was the one with the car.
Yeah.
That one sucked.
I was so upset when I bought Mario Party Superstars because I thought it would be so better. Then the online is like, you can't play 2v2. You remember when Mario Party had a 2v2 mode?
Yeah.
That was like, me and my brother used to play online Mario Party. And I think like on our DSs, it was like, we were like 40-3 in 2v2 Mario Party games.
Damn. Speaking of 2v2.
So,
for some reason.
the Gorillas are, this looks like, from this hand, this looks like
Exodia.
Exodia.
Yeah.
It's an Exodia deck. It's 100% Exodia deck.
Got library, yeah.
I'm not sure if this hand works. I don't think this hand works. Because with an Exodia deck, you want those cards in your hand as fast as possible.
What? Oh, what? Oh, did they accept the forfeit? Okay. Let's see what happened there. They're getting up.
Can we just go home?
The Reapers just disconnect? Oh. All right.
Spinning the wheel.
Spinning the wheel.
StarCraft.
Overwatch 2. Oh.
StarCraft.
The other
Oh,
game with
why?
a 2 by the
Why StarCraft of all games at the end? Murs 100% will play this. Murs will play this like the game is still on the line.
Yeah. So we are coming. All right. So unless the teams can get into the game in the next 3.5 minutes during setup, the game will be over. So game over. All right.
Oh, game will be over.
So we're gonna go ahead and bring in the Reapers in a minute for
24-3.
post-game interview. I already know something I want to ask him about. I'm curious about this one right here. You get a little sneak peek.
Yeah.
They don't. I'm curious about that one. I don't know why they did that. I'm curious. Could
All
it
the
change
fighters, of
could
all
it
the
changed the stakes of the game?
And here we have the Reapers.
All right.
Oh, this place changes every time we go. It does change. We're here bringing trophies.
Well,
Not genius. Oh, you want one? Not genius.
The one and only.
Mad genius.
it's just it works a lot better when we just have one. It's one of them, right?
Yeah, let's see what mine.
Hello, hello, hello.
Let's see what mine.
All right.
Hello.
Yeah, so just talk straight into the top of it. Like
Mic
that. There you
check,
go.
1,
Like
2.
ice cream, and we can hear you, dude.
Hey,
That's
great.
amazing. All right, so the first thing I want to ask, because it's something that
Yeah, I'm here.
I think there's overlap. All right, we're gonna change it out. Hang on. We're gonna do this one here. Hello, hello. Oh no, it had both on. That's why. All right. Yeah, go ahead and use this one.
Mic check 1, 2.
Okay.
All right, there we go.
So the first thing I want to ask about, because it bothered me since the beginning, why forfeit Guilty Gear? There was still so much going on,
Because we suck at Guilty Gear. We only wanted. Oh wait.
and now it's not working. You can't hear them,
We're
right?
talking about Guilty Gear. Oh, you can't hear it.
No. It's always these mics are always messing up.
Just tell them we suck.
Yeah.
So apparently the Reapers suck at Guilty Gear.
Let's see if it's this one.
Y'all suck at Guilty
Hello,
Gear.
hello. No, I think they're dying. Hello.
I swept y'all the Guilty Gear. Actually, yeah. Let the Guilty Gear match. You know what? Hello.
No, it's not working. So, you guys are gonna go ahead and get this. Somebody take this. Where there you go. So he's gonna explain why.
So we suck at Guilty Gear, so we forfeited. And then Carnage, I know wanted to play Fortnite. Hell nah.
That's what they get.
And then
They got a negative one.
what's the other game? Oh, King of Fighters. We had like a pretty bad lineup. Cat lost the O to the L somehow, and then it was just basically me and Chicken. So Global's a great player at King of Fighters, so we got smoked.
They got a negative 1-4.
They got negative 1-4.
No.
We'll start giving them your headset then, because this is switching back and forth. All right. Let's see. So the other one at the end. Did you guys actually? Why did you want to play Yu-Gi-Oh so
Did you
bad at
guys
the end?
really want to play Yu-Gi-Oh at the end?
Did you guys want?
We needed. Don't point. We needed 2-4 for Kobe, bro.
Yeah, 24.
Ah.
24.
All right.
So
Let me say something.
speaking of Kobe,
Hold on. Let me say
oh,
something.
so
Let me say something. Speaking of Kobe,
Give him the
I
headset.
need the headset.
oh,
They're gonna need to hear this. They're gonna need it. Look, bro. My team was scared to put me in for 2K, bro. They did not believe in me at all, bro. Except Hollywood. Not even Hollywood believed in me, bro. Cutters was scared. Hollywood was scared, but you know who to go with.
Actually, keep that on. Keep that on, because I wanted to ask you about the sports games in general.
Oh, okay.
You guys play sports games more aggressively than any other team in the league, I think. You guys play offense on defense. So, what do you guys?
Hollywood with
Is
the
that
fake
something
pump.
that you guys planned out, or is that just like this guy being too mad at video games all the time? Like, what is?
Yeah, so Hollywood has anger issues.
Yeah.
He yells at us. But basically, at Madden, I don't know, he started trolling. The game took like an hour, bro.
So I was just fake punt, fake field goal.
Fake punting field. Yeah, fake field goals.
Every time.
Yeah, I think.
There's a lot of things happening with that.
Yeah, it did end up.
Yeah, Hollywood was yelling at us all day.
I was.
got a little bit personal sometimes. But you guys had a great game. I mean, it was a tight, really close one, but you guys ended up pulling it out in the end.
That's actually crazy. Bro.
So thank you, everybody, for joining us. Tomorrow we've got Bandits versus Wolves. So tune in tomorrow,
Rainforest
Friday night,
Soaps.
and we will see you then.
Rainforest soaps. Rainforest soaps. Rainforest soaps. We're in gamers. We need to shower.